morning. Good morning. How are we this morning? What up, Hector? Why am I so early? I just got back from the East Coast. What's today? Today's Monday, Saturday. And my body is still like on East Coast time. And so it's 6 a.m. here on the West Coast, but I've been up since like 4. So that's why I'm here so early. It's because I got time. Just making sure everything is all set here. Perfect. All right. Good morning, everyone. As you guys get in, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, I think, TikTok is fixed most of their stuff. So if you don't mind, send your daily heart me. Do all the wonderful things. Let's get locked in together, shall we? As we get ready to get into some debates. How's everyone doing? Hey, Vivian. Hey, Brianna. Yeah, up and at it early. How's everyone's morning going? Has everyone had coffee? Good morning, Stanley's mom. Who has had their first cup of coffee and who's still working on their first cup? Because I'm still working on my first cup of coffee. Good morning, Phil and Groovy. Oh, you're sick? I'm sorry to hear that. Sipping now? I know that's right. Grieving in your state, yeah. Still need caffeine. You're dehydrated? Well, make sure you drink some water and say something kind about yourself. All right, let's not forget that. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. Guys, something super interesting has been happening. And I'm watching this happen from the perspective of Republican lawmakers. There is a potential partial shutdown of the United States government because the funding that was passed through by the House, which was, of course, agreed on by certain Democrats, the funding was to fund ICE. And now there are Republican senators who are actually standing up and saying no mas, saying And so now there's a pending partial shutdown of the US government because they don't necessarily want to give that funding to ICE, which I say, hell yeah, right? I think that's a massive thing. And I don't think that it's a major enough thing. I mean, I'm hoping that that it actually yields some type of results, but it's something. I think it is sad that we've come to the situation where we're just like, give us something. But that's what we have now. With the Democrats and hell, the like Republicans that we hold accountable for like anything, we're at the point where we're just like, give us something. Right? What up, Chewy? Dang it, load back up. W's in the chat for Chewy. W's in the chat for Chewy. The Chewy chat. The chatting with Chewy. That's a show name right there for you. Chatting with Chewy. Chatting with Chewy. I would definitely do that one. That's a fucking name. Yeah, but we've gotten to the point where we're just like, give us something. And it's sad that the most that we can get from certain Republican lawmakers is that they're now considering not supporting this bill that has funding for ICE. Right? But damn it, it's something. One thing that I do want to talk about, because, well, let me pull this up because I want to get specifically to this article. So There's Bill Cassidy out of Louisiana, and he called it incredibly disturbing and said that he's demanding a full joint federal and state investigation. We have Lisa Murkowski, of course, from Alaska, who said that there's serious questions within the administration about the adequacy of immigration enforcement training and the instruction officers are given to carry out the mission, right? There's Tom Tillis from New York, North Carolina, saying there must be a thorough and impartial investigation into yesterday's Minneapolis shooting, which is the basic standard that the law enforcement and American people expect following any officer-involved shooting. Now, the one person that I will give more credence to out of this entire situation is Tom Tillis. Oh, why is this not loading? Why is my backup not loading? Stop being stubborn. The one person I'll give more credence to is Tom Tillis, and the only reason being is because he's on the outs, right? Tom Tillis is he's on his way out, and it's looking like Roy Cooper, who's the current governor of North Carolina, is going to be the next senator taking that seat. So that's going to be a flip for the Democrats because they freaking love Roy Cooper in North Carolina. So I will give Roy Cooper that. I'm sorry, I will give Tom Tillis that. Tom Tillis is in that situation where he's like, I don't have anything to lose. And it's sad that the only way we get the proper type of Republican support to push back on this Trump administration is when there are senators who are either no longer seeking re-election or they're retiring. And that's the only way that they speak out on this administration, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene has officially spoken out and said that they're trying to incite a civil war, right? But she wasn't saying those things when she was in full support of Donald Trump. Like, that's the crazy part about like all of this. So the only time they grow any type of spine is when they're not worried about being reelected. That's it. Anyway, we're going to get into some debates. And again, I pride myself on being able to provide hard political truths. And I think these are hard political truths. Yeah, we're good. We're up and live on YouTube. YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yesterday, we were having issues because of the TikTok server, but it looks like we're G to G. But I pride myself on providing hard political truths. And there's a couple of truths that are just solid. They're bedrock, they're fundamental, they're foundational. And that's MAGA, they're all hypocrites. As soon as we can embrace that, as soon as we can accept that, we'll know for a fact that we can move forward in a better place as long as you understand it. I always say that as long as I can understand you, like good or bad, as long as I have an understanding, I'm good to go. And I fully understand that they're hypocrites. They talk out of both sides of their mouth, but that it is what it is. Also, ICE, this is just step one. Wait, Nita? Can we get rid of Nita? Where's Nita? Is Nita yip-yapping in the chat? Where's Nita? Nita. Here, Nita. Oh, okay. Hey, Nita, I'm going to mute you, bub. Get up here in the box. You may be new to my live, and I love my chat very dearly. My chat is the best, like literally the best on all of TikTok. And W's in the chat for Nathan. Hey, howdy, partner. The thing that I don't let people do is yip yap in my chat if they're opposition. If you have something to say, you say it with your chest. You get in the box, you say it with your chest. But my chat is for friendlies. It's for the amazing people that hang out here with me every day. And so they get to actually talk in the chat, but you don't. So if you got something to say, you got to get in the box. And they'll run you up out of here too. They will run you up out of here. Anyway, ICE, that's just step one. Trump, he doesn't care about shit except the money. Capitalism has absolutely failed us. And black people told you so. We told you. We told you. We fucking told you. We fucking told you. You didn't want to believe us, but we told you. And now, a hard head make a soft ass.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey.
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff so you can't reveal.
Step in,
don't you wanna?
Sparring with Santana.
I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only if not gets clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You step once, I'm snatching it all.
Boom.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Get hard
like a punch in the air.
in the air.
Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no
shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna?
Sparring with Santana.
Step in, yeah, you care. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Step in,
don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Hey.
Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame.
It absolutely is.
Sparring with Santana.
Let's go. I'm so fucking hyped. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up to, let's say 35,000 likes. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live. It'll push us out to the FYP. Share the live like once or twice, only once or twice, but repost the live. That's huge. Reposting really helps. So repost live. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, it'll boost the live as well. Right now, it's the little chili peppers. If we can knock those out, it will help. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Hopefully this person will load. I don't think he's going to load, so I'm just going to kick him. Angel at 6'7". If you are still here and you want to request back up, you can get back in the box. I'm going to go ahead and drop you because for some reason it wasn't allowing you up. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, Gabriel. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Gabrielle? I said Gabriel. Gabrielle, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay. I'm gonna drop you. Chat, I'm not tripping, right? You guys didn't hear anything? Is my headset working? Did anybody hear anything? I'm not tripping, right? Okay, cool. Cool. Just wanted to make sure. Brad, you say not worth your time. Brad, I'm gonna mute you. You were here yesterday, you coward. Get up here. Get up here. I'm gonna send you a request. You said not worth your time, but yet you're back here watching again. I muted you. Get up here. I bet you won't get in the box. Steven Universe, stop spamming. Can I come up? Can you let me up? One, you're not in the request, and two, I'm looking for some debates. So I don't know what you're trying to do. Truly, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I am not a Trump supporter, but I do disagree with something on the background.
Okay. All right. Perfect. We can definitely get into this. A truly quick question for you.
Yes.
Before we get started, question, do you know who I am?
Oh, I watch you. I love your page. I don't know who you are personally, but I've watched your page a few times.
Okay. No worries. Then if you watch, then you know what this is. Shall we give the people a proper introduction then for the people who don't know who I am or what this is? All right, let's get into it. Oh, wrong one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with something on the background. I am Santana, and guys, we are only looking for some debates. So if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. With that being said, if you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live, push us out to the FYP. If we can get the likes up to 50,000 likes, I'm going to reset the daily gift goal. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. It'll boost live and push us out to the FYP. Last but not least, guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're so close to 80,000 followers. We will definitely hit 80,000 followers on this live today. I feel it in the air. So go ahead and hit that follow button. All right. Truly, you said that you are not a Trump supporter, but you disagree with something on the background. What do you disagree with?
All except Black people told you. And the only reason why I am African American, I am pro-Black, I'm pro-everyone, to each his own. But I have some people of melanin skin color that have been some of the biggest Trump ass kissers that I've ever seen. And I've had people who don't have melanin who actually told you so as well. So that one I would say we told you so instead of Black people, or change it to most, because there's some evidence out there that all you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely understand what you're saying. And I think the distinction that needs to be made here, and what I really want people to understand is it's not about like just Trump, right? When I say Black people told you so, the one thing that I think that a lot of people are missing is that, yes, Black people absolutely warned that Donald Trump was an abhorrent, right? And they actually showed up and voted for voted for Kamala Harris against Donald Trump at such a high clip because we vote for harm reduction versus, a political allegiance. But the big thing that I'm trying to get across is a lot of people are really upset and hurt and confused and angry about what's happening in our country today. And they look at the killings of like Renee Nicole Good. They take a look at killings like Alex Pretty. And at times they forget about Keith Porter Jr., but that happened on New Year's Eve. But we tell them like, hey, Black people, we've been saying this for years and years and years, how we're over police, how, police are assaulting us, how we're being unlawfully jailed, how we're being killed in the streets, and no one is saying or doing anything. And now the actual, actions have shifted towards affecting white people. And thank you for that. And now they're like, oh, I can't believe they're doing this thing. I heard one of my mutuals, someone that I call a really good friend. Yes. They were on the live and they were like, this is not my America. And I was sitting there thinking like, this is my America. And so that's what I mean when I say Black people told you.
Okay, again, and what you say is what you say. And I still say, even to this day, if we're talking about prior to now, there was a very increase in majority of Black men, more who voted for Trump over Kamala. And their reasons didn't make any fucking sense. Again, but for anyone who's just reading that heading, Black people told you so, that will be incorporating them as well. And I'm just saying, they do not get the privilege to be incorporated in anything, because not only did they tell you so, they're still perpetrating the lies that are coming from the other side.
Oh yeah.
And doing it as if they're doing it for the culture, or you get what I'm saying? Like, that's what we think, but no. You know, you don't no. So again, my point
listen, truly,
is,
we're not gonna let those soft shoe tap dancing Uncle Tom jigaboos appropriate
again,
what
we're
we are
not,
doing.
because we know who we are. We're not, but again, I'm speaking for those who are not maybe just trying to figure out what's going on and confused. And if they read that, you get what I'm saying, they may think, oh, well, black. Well, again, I have white friends who told even harder, who went even harder than some of my colored people as well in regards to
colored,
just a mistreatment. You know, but I apologize.
Don't say colored. Yeah, and don't let anybody else call us colored either. I meant
to say melanated or tan, whatever.
Black people. We're black people.
Understand.
We locked in. Anyway, truly, like, I get what you're saying. And I appreciate you coming up. Listen, the one thing you know about me is I'm gonna stand on business, and I'm not gonna let it slide. You know it. You know it. We good. You and I locked into it. We locked in. But I appreciate you coming up. You see what I'm saying?
And when I read it, I felt some type of way when I read that line right there. I'm like, hold on.
No.
What we told you.
You know it's us. We locked in.
Okay. Well, for the rest of y'all that's listening, just understand. We ain't talk about all, because all ain't all. Okay. All right.
Exactly. All skin folk ain't kin folk. But I appreciate you, truly. Have a good one.
You too, love. Bye-bye.
Right. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. I pride myself on making sure that I bring all political hard truths to the light, and there's certain things that people need to hear, and I will make sure that these things are heard, because it's only going to benefit us if we deal with it faster, right? And the fact that MAGA, you guys are all hypocrites. And for anyone who has to deal with anyone who is still a Trump supporter, as long as you look at them through the lens of understanding that they're hypocrites, you're G to G. ICE is just step one. I'm telling you, there will be more, and it's not going to be good. Trump doesn't care about any of this shit. He just wants the money, period. Capitalism has failed. You know what? Capitalism has failed us. Capitalism as a whole hasn't failed, because capitalism is on capitalism. But black people, we told you so. You guys didn't want to listen. You didn't want to listen, but we told you so. And so now I'm here to say, we fucking told you so. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Okay, this person's gone. Hey, my struggle, you can get out of the request, because I'm not bringing up a fucking Nazi. You already tried that, and I've already, you came up and we did this. You're not coming back up. Pablo, where's Pablo at? Yeah, I'm going to send Pablo a request, because I saw Pablo yip yapping in the chat. And Pablo, no one cares about you being a coward in the chat. Yep. Mute. Boom. Send your request. Get up here, Pablo. Get up here. You're not going to hide in my, you're not going to hide. You're not going to hide in my comments. Move up. W's in the chat for Patty for the $5 Canadian and say, new mug, alien? No, this is my Oogie Boogie. It's my ghost mug. It's my ghost mug. I like spooky season. W's in the chat for Patty for the $5 super chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are almost at 80,000 followers. I am so excited. So excited. Joe, good morning. How are you? Good. Joe, I feel like, come on now. I feel like at this point, I know for a fact that you're like giving up on this. Come on now. I know I got you on the right side of history by now, Joe.
You know, I'm noticing those little gray strays you got in your chin, and I'm praying that it means wisdom.
Oh, yeah. I guess so. You know.
Yeah, I give you that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll just start here, man. From the incident from Saturday, there was nothing about it, and I watched it 100 times. There was nothing about it from beginning to end that said to me that it was organic or even authentic.
What do you mean?
I saw no reason for the escalation between the alleged ICE agents and these people. I saw no reason for the man to be pew-pewed. And I do know that as a law-abiding citizen here in America, that police operate on procedure. Law enforcement operates on procedure. I saw nothing procedurally correct that these people did.
Right.
And that is frightening from whatever standpoint you're on.
Right.
So I doubt the veracity of the incident. And I mean, I'm a far-fetched guy to some people.
Yeah.
But I doubt the actual veracity of the incident because, like I said, I saw nothing organic. I saw nothing that came naturally in the line of police work or accosting someone. Yeah. So I'm skeptical about it, man. I'm just being honest.
Well, let me ask you this question, Joe, because I do feel like there's been an inference on escalating tensions, right? And I know that the Trump administration has given ICE leeway in multiple ways, right? As far as additional funding, as far as ensuring that they are adamant of saying oh, you have federal immunity, which isn't true. But even saying that anyone that opposes them is a terrorist and all this other stuff. But did you see the actual internal memo that was leaked from May 2025, where they were telling ICE that they don't even need warrants anymore to just enter people premises?
I heard something about that vaguely. I didn't know when it was released, but it was recently that I heard about it.
Yeah, no. The whistleblower information came out recently. The whistleblower information came out, let's see here, January 7th. So of this, 2026, but they released this memo internally to all of ICE on May 12th, 2025. So I guess the question I have for you, right, is understanding there has been kind of an escalation of tactics and even more so a shift in tactics. They're detaining kids, they're using kids as bait. They're pulling American citizens out of their homes, right? I don't know if you saw the story about the older Asian gentleman that was in his home and he was in his pajamas. They kicked in his door. They didn't request identification. They just grabbed him. They handcuffed him. They drug him down. He outside snowing. He had no shirt on. He had no shoes on. He just had his pajama pants on. They dragged him outside, put him in the car, took him downtown, right? And then when he was locked up, and then his son had to finally show up and brought his identification to show that he was an American citizen. And then they just said, all right, you can go. No apologies, no explanation, nothing. Just tamed him, pulled him out of his home, dragged him down, and then let him go without saying, even saying I'm sorry. That's a problem, right?
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but in the realm of law enforcement, that happens all of the time. They get the wrong person a lot of times in regular pursuit of assailants and people who've done crimes. Of course, people who have no documentation and no natural.
But wait, hold on, Joe. And I get you if you're there with that. But see, not only did he have documentation, but they didn't even say, "Hey, let us see your documentation."
I mean, it happens, man. I mean, unfortunately, there's good and bad collateral in these things that are occurring. But it is absolutely the Democrats' fault because they let things get so out of hand. They created these sanctuary cities in which they knew that local police would not help in proving culpability in these people's immigration status. And it's a big mess. It is incumbent on the president as the Article 2 elected executive of the United States per the Constitution to fix the immigration problem.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this question, Joe. So why then, why is Donald Trump and his administration performing so poorly when it comes to deportation, with this entire process? Because not only have they allocated an exorbitant amount of funds, Joe, and I'm sure you've heard this, right? But if you stack the ICE up against the world militaries, it has the 14th largest budget in the world. But they've also allocated additional law enforcement resources, including like the FBI, CIA, U.S. Marshals, things like that, over 20%. And then we've already talked about like the blanket coverage that they've given by saying they had immunity. Hell, they even told them they don't need warrants anymore. They're working with companies like Palantir, using like facial recognition software and all this other stuff. If there's been such a massive push and a massive initiative, and hell, even they're killing American citizens in public without like any type of repercussions, why are they still deporting at a lower rate than Barack Obama or Joe Biden?
Well, Barack Obama or Joe Biden didn't receive the pushback that this president is receiving. It wasn't on it as an enormous scale as this president, as per just being on the offensive. It was more procedurally, I think, during Obama and Biden, other than offensively. You understand what I'm saying? And there are a lot of people who are against the things that he's doing, even though he has the absolute right as president to do it. Yeah. So, hey, man, you know, I don't know if you know anything about the Bible, but, you know, Jesus was the Son of God, but he couldn't perform any miracles where he lived because the people didn't believe that. Yeah. No, you have to have support. So his support is waning, I think, and that's the problem.
Okay. And we can get into that because that's not necessarily the truth at all. But we'll talk about that. One thing I want to say really quick before I go any further, guys, Anthony is back. Anthony, you're such a sad soul. Anthony sent me a 5-cent donation. Guys, remember, Anthony started by sending a 50-cent donation because that's all he had. And then he scraped up another 25-cent donation to try to talk trash. And now he's down to 5 cents to try to talk trash. Anthony watches the live every single day, and he sends whatever he has to try to talk trash instead of actually getting in the box. And Anthony, just like yesterday when I didn't read out your message, when you sent the 25 cents, and today when you send the 5 cents, I'm not going to read your message either. I'm just going to keep your nickel. So until you actually have the testicular fortitude to get in the box, whatever you say is so Casper the Friendly Ghost to me. It means nothing at all. Anyway, but if anyone would actually like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 100,000 likes. Joe, while there may be like this premise of public pushback that didn't occur under the previous administrations, and now there is, I think the realization needs to be that it wasn't an issue of like not getting public pushback, because they did get public pushback, right? Even Barack Obama was sued by the ACLU, and because they told him like, hey, you guys aren't actually giving these undocumented immigrants due process, and they took him to court. They sued him, and they actually found like, oh, he actually is. And so people did give public pushback on Barack Obama and Joe Biden as far as their deportation. But what Donald Trump has done has shifted from the process that were in place, and what made both of those administrations so successful, right? He changed expedited removal. So he is no longer targeting people that have been in the country for 2 years or less. He's targeting people that have been in the country for 6 years or more. They shifted the locations where they were targeting people, because with under Barack Obama and Joe Biden, they were specifically targeting areas around the border. And where Donald Trump has shifted towards like in the middle of the country and areas that are predominantly blue cities, right? And then he's doing something that none of them have actually done. He's locking them up and using them for free slave labor. Did you know that? No,
I've never heard that now. That seems a little bit far-fetched.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Joe, you and I have talked a couple of times, and you know me pretty decently. I know you pretty decently. Sure. Joe, do you think I would say things that I can't prove?
Oh,
you know me. I'm not a shock
jock. You say what you believe. I can't say. I wouldn't utilize the L word or anything. But I think that you say what you believe.
Okay.
You have a soapbox to stand on, obviously. Okay. And
Let me
So,
run through this with you real quick. Joe, you do
Yeah.
understand that that legalized slavery still exists in the United States today, right?
Yeah, if you go to prison, absolutely.
Yep. With the 13th Amendment. So Donald Trump and his administration, they are taking undocumented immigrants. They're using ICE and they're taking out undocumented immigrants and they're pumping them into the private prison system. And instead of actually, giving them, a speedy court case and, shipping them out of the country, deporting them where they came from, some prisoners are staying for months on end, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months before they get to see an actual judge and get a order to remove. And so all that time they're using them in the private prison system. Now, this is a fun nugget for you, Joe. Do you know who Core Civic is?
No, I don't.
Okay. Core Civic is a group that has one of the largest groups when it comes to the private prison system. They make a shit ton of money from the private prison system. And even more so, there was an investors call a couple of weeks ago with Core Civic, and they were talking about how this is the golden age for them as far as leaning into mass deportation, because they now have a hand in every single step of deportation. So not only do they have a hand in housing undocumented immigrants when it comes to the private prison systems, but they have a hand in the transportation. So actually picking up and detaining undocumented immigrants and then taking to the private prison system. They also have a hand now in the planes and that are actually used to fly undocumented immigrants out. So every single way of, or every single step of the process, Core Civic is making money hand over fist when it comes to undocumented immigrants, and not to forget again, like they're literally in these private prison systems working for free, right? So they're using them for free slave labor. Now, this is the twist, Joe. They're actually sending them to concentration camps as well. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. Like I said, it's just a bunch of pushback, but here's the ultimate thing in my mind, Santana.
Wait, hold on. Don't give me the ultimate thing. Wait until you hear this last piece, and then you tell me the ultimate thing, because this last piece is going to be a bit of a doozy. When I say they're sending them to concentration camps, do you know what CCOT is?
I've heard the name, and I don't know what it is.
Okay, CCOT is a torture camp in El Salvador, right? Known for killing people, known for mental and physical torture. And Donald Trump, instead of actually, do you know what gets you like that check off in the box as far as like deportation, how that actually works in order to officially deport someone?
Yeah, you go before a judge and they go over your case. And if you don't have the paperwork and you're not in the right standing, you're deported.
No, that last portion. And when you're deported, how do you officially get the final check saying, yes, you officially deported this person and this goes towards your deportation rate?
No, I don't know.
Okay. In order to actually get that final check and to officially have people deported, you have to deport them back to their country of origin, or if they belong to a country that does not accept undocumented immigrants, like Russia, right? Undocumented immigrants from Russia cannot be deported back to Russia because Russia won't accept them. And in that case, then the United States has a agreement with certain third-party countries that we can send them to, right?
Okay.
But what Donald Trump is doing, instead of actually trying to send these undocumented immigrants back to their back to their the country they originated from or the agreed upon third party, he's just sending them to certain countries with concentration camps like CCOT. He's selling them into those actual systems in those other countries. But here's the kick in the teeth. Do you know who has a controlling interest in CCOT, that torture camp that I just told you about in El Salvador?
I have no idea.
Take a guess.
Donald Trump?
Core Civic.
Okay.
So the same people that have a majority stake in the private prison system here in the US, the same people that are getting paid in every step of this mass deportation are the same people that also have a hand in El Salvador and CCOT, and they get paid there as well. So the reason why Donald Trump's deportation rate is lower than Joe Biden and Barack Obama is not because he's not getting people out of the country. Like they're using this process, but they're not finalizing the process because they keep sending the actual people to CCOT instead of sending them back where they came from. There's the problem. They're not actually doing this because they're trying to make America better. They're not doing this because undocumented immigrants are running wild within our country. They're doing it because the billionaires are trying to get richer, and they're even saying it out loud now on investor calls, which is fucking wild.
I hadn't heard much about what you just said, but I think as far as the president of the United States is concerned, his aspect is exiting these people out of the country. Now, I don't know the entity who would control where these people leave and go back to, but I think the president's main job performance and his goal is to have these people exit the country who aren't supposed to be here. Now, maybe CCOT and these other people that you mentioned have coincided with each other to perform these duties to misuse these people. But I personally believe that the president has no part in that other than having these people leave the nation. That's it.
Well, in that case, then, Joe, why wouldn't he follow the same processes as Barack Obama and Joe Biden to make sure that he's efficient in deporting people at such a higher rate? Like, why is he willing to actually be lesser than?
You do know that 75% of Barack Obama's deportees did not receive due process. And that's just a fact. That is a fact.
I sat there and told you that Barack Obama was sued by the ACLU.
Absolutely.
Because they said that he wasn't giving people due process, and he was taken to court, and they found that he was actually giving people due process, and that's why he was allowed to continue to deport. So that's not true, Joe.
Well, there's a right and a wrong way to do anything.
That's fine, but Joe,
I contend as a man that
wait, Joe, don't speed past that. Can you agree and admit that what you said was a false statement? Because
it's true. It's absolutely
perfect.
true.
That's perfect. Okay, Joe, I need you to get me a source that proves that Barack Obama was found guilty of deporting people without giving them due process.
Okay, give me 1 minute, okay?
Sure, take your time.
All right.
W's in the chat for Lisa. Lisa sent a $2 donation and said for two. W's in the chat for Lisa. Thank you so much for that $2 donation. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. The little gift goal is the finger hearts. Can we knock those out? Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Can we knock those out? You said he's going to go to the 2014 article, the case that took place afterwards. Yeah, he is. But what we want to take a look is the actual case where they ruled expedited removal. It's fine. I already know Hector. I know what he's doing. I've went through this with them multiple times. Also, guys, take a look up. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are so close to 80,000 followers on the main account. Hit that follow button right there. If you see the word follow, hit that follow button. If you see a gray heart, you haven't sent your daily heart meet. You're not on the team. Send your daily heart. Look, hold on. Wait. J-Hops 21. You haven't sent your daily heart meet. I can see your tag is gray. Send your daily heart meet, people. It's only 1 coin. It'll add you to the team. Make sure you go back in and claim it and turn on the notifications so you guys know when I go live. We'll go ahead and give Joe a moment. And while Joe is looking for this, we'll get someone else up.
I'm ready. I'm ready right now so we can get it over with.
Okay, perfect. Are you going to the 2014 ruling?
This is from the ACLU website. And it says, based on analysis from Immigration and Advocacy.
Yeah, and groups, just FYI, just to make sure we know this, Joe, you do understand that's the group that actually sued them or sued the Obama administration, right?
Okay, yeah, but it's based on their information and they won, right? They won the suit. So
they didn't.
Okay. All right. Based on analysis from immigration advocacy groups and research institutions, it is accurate that roughly 75% or more of formal deportations during the Obama administration occurred without an immigration judge's hearing, often referred to as summary or non-judicial removals. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll take the W on that. Thank you.
You won't.
Of course I did.
You won't.
Of course I
did.
Well,
Joe, and see, okay, again, what you're reading off from the ACLU talks about the actual deportations because they were saying that expedited removal was without due process. That's what you were saying, Joe.
Right.
That's what they were arguing.
Correct.
And they took that to court, and the courts found that expedited removal was legal because of due process. So your claim from the ACLU does not validate that they weren't giving people due process. The claim that you read from ACLU was saying the fact that they were utilizing due process, they did not think that was due process. I mean, the fact they were utilizing expedited removal, they didn't qualify that as due process, but the court actually did.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense.
Why
Either
doesn't it
there
make
were
any sense?
75% that didn't receive it, or there wasn't. 75% did not receive due process, even though some did. That leaves 25%, right?
Joe, just one more time. Who is the ACLU?
American Civil Liberties Union.
Okay. And what did they actually do?
They promote fairness in judicial cases.
Okay. And did they take it to court?
Oh, I don't know all of that.
Did
man.
they take their claim to court?
I just read the statistic for you. Of course, you don't have to accept it. I mean, I don't expect.
No. Joe, what I'm telling you is that it was taken to court. It was literally taken to court. And was it JEFM versus Lynch? It was challenged, and the Obama administration won this case. The claim that was made by the ACLU was taken to court. They literally took the Obama administration to court for this, and they found that the Obama administration was giving due process. That's why they were able to continue to use expedited removal when it came to deportations. And that's why Barack Obama became labeled the deporter in chief, and he was able to deport at such a high clip and such a large amount of people. It's because he was taken to court, he was challenged, and they found that he was doing it the legal way.
Hey, I got you. Hey, Santana, I'm going to have to run, man. I appreciate you letting me up, brother. Keep going.
All right, have a good one. Also, change the battery in your smoke detector, Joe. You're making us look bad. Seriously, I've been watching the chat and I've been trying not to address it, but you're making us look bad. Come on.
Yeah, man, it just started that. I got it.
All right,
Appreciate
have a
it.
good one.
Right.
Yeah. Just an FYI, just so everyone's clear, again, that was the absolute claim made by the ACLU. But again, Barack Obama, his administration was taken to court. And they said, yep, it's legal. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. Texas, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, joined by mistake.
Okay, no worries. I'll drop you down. Thank you. I see Pablo is still watching. Pablo, I'm sending you another invite. You're still watching. I saw you sending roses to Joe. You're muted, so now you can't even say anything. Get in the box. Stop being a coward. Stop being a coward. You would much rather watch from outside of the club than have your voice heard. You're such a coward. You're such a coward. Hey, Allie. Oh, did he leave? Oh, okay. Boom left. Boom was in the request. Boom was in the request and he left. W's in the chat. W's in the chat from our friend who sent a $20 donation saying, I can't sleep without nightmares of my husband from India, but a U.S. citizen being deported. Listening to you helps calm me. Thank you so much. Well, listen, friend, first and foremost, I'm really sorry to hear that that's happening. I know this is a scary time, especially for any people who have loved ones who are from other countries. I know a lot of people that are foreigners that are absolutely terrified about this administration, not because they are here with any type of undocumented status or anything like that. It's because this administration is openly and actively trying to strip away the citizenships of people that are here, right? people that are, here legally, they have citizenship, they have documentation, they have asylum claims, they're married, like all this other stuff. They're born birthright citizenship, and they're trying to strip that away from them. And it's fucking insane. And so, friend, I know that it's scary. But like the one thing that I will say, and I'll continue to say this over and over and over, and I truly mean this, we have to stick together. Like we need each other. There's no way that we're going to be able to make it through what's happening if we don't continue to stick together. And even more than that, right? Which I think sticking together is necessary. But I think that we have to put immense pressure on anyone that's currently in Congress. Any and everyone. I don't care if they're Republicans. I don't care if they're Democrats. I don't care who they are. If they're not standing up and actively saying like what is happening is wrong, then they need to be primary and they need to be put out of office. I don't care what letter they have behind their name, because anyone who can openly say that, killing American citizens in the streets is not a good thing, then we don't need you representing the American people, period. Also, I think that we've hit the point where Trump supporters, you guys have to admit that like, this is fucked up. You fucked up and this is fucked up. And there's nothing wrong with you guys admitting that this is fucked up. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with you guys sitting here saying, you know what? Not only did I not vote for this, I can't stand for this. You're not going to lose your MAGA card if you admit that like you can't stand for this. You're not going to lose your Patriot card if you admit that American citizens shouldn't be shot in the face or in the back in the streets. Like, this isn't about left or right anymore. We're literally sanctioning executions in the street, which hell is a part of implementation of fascism, and that's what authoritarians do. Donald Trump is actively proving that he is a fascist and he wants to implement an authoritarian rule by the way that he's openly allowing execution within the streets of the United States of America. And there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what? We shouldn't be killing American citizens in the street. There's nothing wrong with you admitting that. I don't know if you guys think that your team loses if you admit that. I don't know if you guys think that, like, I don't know what the fuck you guys think it is, but like, you can just say it. You can just say it. One person I will say that is saying it, and I guess better late than never. Never late is better, but whatever. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene has openly come out, and her words are, "You're all being incited into a civil war." This is what Marjorie Taylor Greene said. And she said, she's basically saying that she thinks that MAGA, and she's speaking to the people that she used to be a part of. And we understand that Marjorie Taylor Greene was a staunch Trump supporter, someone who absolutely stood for everything that Donald Trump did. Marjorie Taylor Greene, in her own words, said, take off their political blinders. Take off their political blinders, right? This is what she said. And she was talking about the actual shooting that occurred in Minnesota with Alex Pretty. She said, "I unapologetically believe in border security and deporting criminals, undocumented immigrants. I support law enforcement. However, I also unapologetically support the Second Amendment. Legally carrying a firearm is not the same as brandishing a firearm. I support Americans' First and Fourth Amendment rights. There's nothing wrong with legally peacefully protesting and videoing." And that's where we are. That's why Alex Pretty was shot in the back. And that's the part that like blows my mind for those pro 2A Trump supporters, for those people that actually say that you believe in the Second Amendment right. You said that you believe in the Second Amendment right, but you guys are okay with Alex Pretty being murdered in the street because he had his weapon on him. Not because he brandished it, because he didn't. He never took it out and aimed it or flashed it. He wasn't even one of those people, and we've seen them, one of those people walking around with their AR on their chest. He wasn't doing that. He wasn't doing that. He was trying to stop ICE agents who were physically assaulting a woman. And after he had gotten maced, that's such an important point. The first thing that they did was mace Alex Pretty. Couldn't see. And then they dogpiled him, all on top of him. There was like 5, 6, or 7 of them on top of him. And then they took his weapon from him while he was on all 4, knees, hands on the ground. And then they shot him in the back. And not just once or twice, but hell, somewhere between 6 and 12 times. Oh, yep, you're right. I forgot the pistol whipping. They absolutely pistol whipped him. All for protesting, all for recording, all for standing up for American citizens. And if you've watched me, if you heard me talk about this a couple of times, I'm going to say this, and this is going to be something that's going to hit, it's going to hit like a ton of bricks. It's going to hit like a ton of bricks. To any white person that is fighting to find themselves on the right side of history, this is going to be something that's going to hit at your heart, but I need you to hear this, because if you actually want to stand up and stand on the right side of history, if you want to do the things that are necessary to ensure the freedoms that are guaranteed for our country, then you need to hear this. And this is gonna land heavy as fuck. But I would be remiss if I didn't tell you this. I would be leading you out like lambs to the slaughter if I didn't tell you this, if I didn't say this. For any white person that is standing up against what's happening, for any white person that is actively saying, this is not right, and I will fight back, for any white person that says, I will be on the right side of history, understand that putting yourself between white supremacy and non-white people, they will kill you. You lose access to white privilege when you defend non-white people from white supremacy. And when you put your body in between white supremacy, people that are looking to uphold white supremacy, and non-white people, you lose your proximity, you lose your white privilege, and they don't look at you as one of them, they look at you as one of us. You need to be aware of that. You need to be aware of that. We've been saying, Black people specifically, we've been saying for years and years and years and years and years, they're killing us. They're over-policing us. They're wrongly convicting us. And we were told that we were being victims. We were told that we were over-exaggerating and none of this was really happening. And now they're doing it to white people in the middle of the day. And that's because you are standing up against white privilege and white supremacy. And when you put yourself in between white supremacy, there's nothing else, no other purpose that you serve for them. They don't want you, and they are willing to do the same thing to you that they did to Renee Nicole Good, to Alex Pretty. Because even though those were white people, they lost their white privilege for standing up for non-white people. And the thing that I need you guys to know, what's so very important about this is like the biggest piece, and this is super important. The reason why they're willing to kill you to uphold white supremacy is because white people, you are the only one that can actually destroy white supremacy. Non-white people cannot dismantle white supremacy. We don't have the capability. You do. That's why they're trying to stop you. I've said this a million times. The reason why red pilling is such a big thing is because older white men who want to uphold the patriarchal system is trying to weaponize young white men to continue to uphold the patriarchal system. That's it. If these young white men start saying, we will not engage in this patriarchal system, we want to dismantle this patriarchal system, that's when it'll be gone. That's why there's been such a push. That's why they've been telling young white men, no one cares about you. These people are doing something for everyone else. That's why they're creating DEI. They want to give these non-white people the things that you deserve, the things that you earn. The only people that are going to be able to dismantle white supremacy is white people. The only people that are going to be able to dismantle the patriarchal system is white men. No matter how bad we want to actually do it, we don't have the tools because we don't have the access. That's a hard truth. I just want to make sure you guys know what the cost is. And if it makes you feel any better, we've been dying this entire time. That's why we were so mad about George Floyd, not because he was some type of patriot saint, not because he was some type of martyr. It's because he was a black man that had a knee put on the back of his neck for 9 minutes and we watched him die on national television. That's why we lose our shit about Sandra Bland, who's arrested by police officers and dies in police custody. That's why we lose our shit about Breonna Taylor, who is in her bed sleep and is killed by cops entering a premise where they shouldn't be. That's why we lose our fucking mind about Fernando Castile, who was a registered legal gun owner who told the police that the gun was in the vehicle and they still killed him. That's why we tell people that even our babies, our kids can't live because if they have toy guns, then they end up like Tamir Rice. And don't get it twisted. It's not just black people. It's literally non-white people. Because the way that they kidnap and traffic indigenous people, the way that they overwhelmingly harm brown people, it's not just black people, it's all of us. And we've been screaming this. Kat, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? I'm sorry, Katie. Katie, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. I just had to make sure you guys know that because I'm telling you, it's gonna get worse. And I'm not just saying that because I'm fear-mongering. I'm saying that because in order to uphold white supremacy, they have to do this. In order to ensure this majority, we all understand that this is about the replacement theory, right? The white replacement theory. It's the fact that white people aren't having kids, right? And these white men want to retain power, and they're saying that, oh, we need to do everything possible to retain power. Because white women aren't having kids with white men anymore. Every single demographic, every other race is growing in America except white people. Their average age is getting older, and their birth rate is declining. That's for a couple of different factors. One, white women, this is the first time in United States history, the white women are graduating college and being able to obtain jobs that pay just as much as white men, right? Fave, you said not true. Sure, you can hide in the comments, but you're not going to yip yap. I'm going to mute you, and I'll send you a request. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about it. I sent you a request. You said it's not true. Come up here and tell me what's not true. Do it. You won't do it because I'm right and I can prove everything that I said. Also, you're a coward. That's why you're hiding in the comments. That's why you're not in a box. And you thought that you could put a comment in my chat and not get up here? No. I'm on your ass, boy. Get in the box. Coward. There we go. Fave Uncle, you said that it wasn't true. What? What's not true?
Your premise that white men are the only ones in decline regarding our population, and really it's all of us. It's not just white men, it's black men, it's Mexican. All of them are are not populating as much as they used to. And in regards to the Chinese, they're blowing us out of the water when it comes to that. And same thing with these Middle Eastern countries and India and stuff like that, because they are the ones that are promoting themselves the most.
Okay, Favonk, do you know what category race is? Like, I mean, do you know like the different races?
I don't go along with those constructs. We are all
in
human,
order to actually understand the actual premises, as far as what I'm saying, you have to understand the constructs. I'm not saying that you should agree with it, but in order to understand the information that I'm trying to get across, I need you to at least understand the difference between race, nationality, ethnicity, and then how that works as far as tracking birth.
The problem is as soon as you put race into the mix, sir, it puts a bias on it. So I don't go along with some sort of bias. Whatever your race is, you're biased to that. So that's what your bias is.
Question for you.
Everybody has that bias though, sir.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's inherent biases. I get all that. Question for you. And just for the point of this purpose, I understand you don't necessarily engage, blah, 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 blah. Looking at you, are you a white man? If someone looks at you, would they identify you as a white man?
What? Okay. They probably would if they saw me.
Perfect. That's what I needed. All right. Unc, do you know who created race?
Humans created race.
Yeah, you're right. But there's specifically one person. Do you know who that person was?
No, I don't.
Okay. So race was created by a Portuguese man. He was a chronicler for Prince Henry, which was a navigator. His name was Gomes de Zurara. And the Portuguese man, Gomes de Zurara, he actually created race, right? He wrote 2 different papal bulls that were published by the Catholic Church. He created race as justification for chattel slavery. Like he literally created race in order to be able to say that these black people are savages. They need to be civilized. They are of the lower hemisphere. And since this is the case, then they definitely should be able to be enslaved. And this was published by the Catholic Church, and it gave permission to these European countries to not only engage in slavery of black people, but to engage in chattel slavery that continued to, persist as far as getting them to the Americas, which was Turtle Island and all this other stuff. So so race was created to justify chattel slavery, which was a form of capitalism. Do you know what the first capital was that was traded on the New York Stock Exchange here in the United States of America?
I don't know if you can put everybody in that bucket, because one person said that there are races.
I'm telling
Okay.
you prior to.
I mean, it's just a difference.
I'm
in
telling you that
melatonin.
prior to Gomez Days of Rah-Rah, people weren't classified or categorized by their race. After that, people have been categorized and classified by their race. So I hear you saying you don't know if you can put them in these buckets. I'm not disagreeing with you on your principle as far as your thoughts. But what I am telling you is that this has been documented and this is the current system and structure that we live in. So the question again that I have is, do you know what was the first capital that was traded on the New York Stock Exchange?
People probably.
What type of people?
Probably not white.
Sure, I mean, not white. So what type of people?
You know, but you're just making a racist argument.
No, I'm not making a racist argument. I'm telling you about history, things that you don't know. So again,
I do.
What type of
Did
people?
I answer your question?
Sure, answer it.
I mean, I just did. I told you.
No, you didn't. You said probably not white people. That's not the answer. The answer I'm looking for is the specific people. Who were the first people traded on the New York Stock Exchange?
Probably the Irish, because they were up there with the chattel.
Nope. You're willfully being obtuse. And Irish people were never a part of chattel slavery. They were indentured servitude. I mean, they were indentured servers.
Same thing.
Servants. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Answer my question, and then I'll tell you the difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude. But who were the first people that were traded on the New York Stock Exchange? You don't want to say it because you know it, but I want you to say it. If you're going to actually engage in a conversation, I need you to
see. This
I
is
need
what
you
I'm
to
saying. You
engage
don't
with me.
have to say it. I
Yes,
mean,
you do.
You want to say it's black people?
Why? You know
Africans?
Why? It was black people, yes. But you know why you need to say it? It's because you're sitting here.
The
premise.
What percentage of that was? But what percentage?
Hold on. The reason why I need you to say this is because white people don't have the right to comfort. Oh, he ran. Of course. This is what happens. When you want to sit in your bubble and you want to be willfully obtuse, then you want to hide from the things that have occurred. You want to hide from racism. You want to hide from your history, but you can't hide from it. It happened. It literally happened. And for you to sit here and say, oh, maybe not Irish people. Come on, Unc.
Come on. Bro, come on now. You can't just block and mute people.
I was muting you because I was in the middle of speaking.
So
I was in the middle of speaking and you can't talk over me. Oh, okay. You came back up to run again?
I know, to tell you.
So I'm going to just mute you again anyway. Like if you don't have impulse control and I can't finish my statement, then I'm going to have to mute you.
You're just an idiot, bro.
No, you're a coward. That's what it is. You're literally a coward because your feelings are hurt. And that's why you ran again. You ran again because your feelings are hurt. I'm sorry. I don't care about your right to comfort. You don't have a right to comfort in my space. You don't. And if you can't handle it, then maybe you need to go like to whatever safe space you're used to being in. But see, this is the problem. I'm not going to hold you. This is the problem. It's those fragile white men specifically who refuse to dismantle their racism, who refuse to go through any type of deconstruction. The big thing is that they think that you're coming back up. Why? So you can run again? If you run again, I'm just going to block you. Like either you can stay and have a conversation or good, you jumped out of a request. I was about to say, like, what are we doing? It's the fragile white men. They think because we call them out on their racism, we're telling them that, oh, you're just bad people. Because we talk about what has happened in this country, because we deal with the facts that we're bad people, or we're saying you're bad people. We're not saying that you're a bad person. We don't know you individually. I don't know you individually. I'm not judging your individual character. But you can't hide from facts. You can't run from facts. Just because you don't want to talk about it doesn't mean that it didn't happen and it doesn't still exist today. And the point that I was making earlier, which he didn't even get, is I'm not saying that the birth rate as a whole in the country isn't dropping, because it is. The birth rate as a whole within the United States is dropping. But that's because the majority, which is white people, that birth rate is declining. Other races' birth rates are increasing. Hell, biracial people is the largest growing demographic within the country. And like I said, it's because white women aren't having children with white men because they are educated and able to get a job, unlike any time within United States history. They're doing it to the level where they don't need to actually kowtow to these white men who have been used to using their wallets as the main determiner, right? The fact that they were the quote unquote breadwinners, the fact that they were quote unquote breadwinners gave them the ability to be harmful, gave them the ability to tell women what to do, gave them the ability to be violent without repercussions. Because the white women that they were with depended on them, but now they don't need you. And these white women are specifically telling you, be a better person or we will leave you, and they're leaving you. And that's why you see there's such a push on the right for multiple things. One, abortion. They want to get rid of abortion. They love to say, oh, black women, you're the ones that's getting affected by abortion. Da, 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 da. They don't give a shit about black women. If it was just black women having abortions, then they wouldn't give two shits. It's because of white women that are engaging in that as well. So that's why they want to get rid of it. That's why they want to eliminate women's rights to vote. That's why they're saying like, hey, triad wives, that's the thing. That's the thing. We need traditional wives. We need to get back to the nuclear family. The nuclear family, fucking nuclear family. One, that's a joke, right? Because it disenfranchises anyone that's not white, but even more so, like there's literally studies showing that it's not about a two-parent household. It's all about the monies. You can have a two-parent household, and just because the parents are in the household, if the parents are shitty or they can't provide the resources, then the kid's not going to do well. Just like you can have same-sex parents, and there's studies showing that same-sex parents actually have more favorability when it comes to raising children than heterosexual families. So all of this shit that they're sitting here trying to portray, it's a fucking lie. It's a fucking lie because the reason why Donald Trump and his administration is saying they want to do mass deportation and they're going after undocumented immigrants is not because they want to get undocumented immigrants out of the country. They want to keep the country as white as possible. That's why they're trying to eliminate legal immigration. That's why they have remove people legal citizenship. That's why they have reduced the amount of refugees that can come into the country. That's why they have put fees, exorbitant fees on being an asylum seeker, because they want to reduce the amount of non-white people coming into the country, because they want this to be a white country. That's what all this is about. That's what all this is about. And some of the people are willing to say it out loud. Most of them are too much of a coward, but some of them are willing to say it out loud. Not all of them, but some of them. Hey, Stephen, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree with something on the background, but I just mainly wanted to come up and say thank you so much for the work you're doing. The thing is, right, I used to be
but one
MAGA.
second, are you a United States citizen?
I disagree with, what, pardon?
Are you a United States citizen?
I wanted just to thank you for the work that you do, obviously, because I used to be MAGA. Sorry, man.
Yeah. No. Are you a United States citizen?
I'm not, but I just want to say thank you, because I used to be like really MAGA, but the thing is, I watched you and I watched you. My girlfriend's an immigrant.
Okay.
And
Stephen, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I really do. But please respect the boundaries of the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background and you're an American citizen, Get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Let me read off a couple of thank yous because you guys have been going off, and I apologize because I've been on my soapbox and I haven't been able to hop in here. W's in the chat for Maria for the $10 donation saying, thank you for doing the hard work. Many international adoptees are citizens by law, but the United States government failed to issue proof. The failure leaves us undocumented, detained, and even deported, which is fucking wild. W's in the chat for Marie. W's in the chat for Feisty. For the $20 donation, Feisty said, you keep me from panicking. Feisty, you are fucking awesome. I love you so much. I hope you're doing okay. Hope you're doing okay, Feisty. I know you're recovering, and I hope you're having a good day. W's in chat for Feisty for the 20. W's in chat for Heather for the $2 donation saying they would never admit liberals and progressive were right. They'd rather die. Yeah, like it's fucking wild. That's just not the hill I would die on. W's in chat for my friend who sent a $5 donation saying, how do we change this? How do we help without putting a target on my husband's back? Protesting and voting can't be all. No, it's not. It's not. You want the truth? The truth is, the only way that it's going to change is one, by more white people dying, and two, people in power being severely injured or dying. That's it. I'm not advocating for violence. I'm not advocating for anyone to die, but that's the truth. The only way that this is going to actually change, voting and protesting, while good, white supremacy and the United States government, they have a monopoly on violence, and they, as Solid would say, they have a monopoly on violence, and they actively use violence to enforce their laws and enforce us to stay in line. And the threat of violence is the only thing that keeps us from pushing back and fighting. The only way things are going to change is if the United States government and these white supremacists are not the only one that are engaging in violence. I'm not advocating for violence in any way, shape, or form. I'm just telling you what it is. That's it. That's the truth. It's not pretty. It's not good, but that's the truth. And don't give me too much credit. Like, I've heard Sean say this a million times. I've had this conversation. I've listened to Sean on the app. I've had this conversation with Sean off the app about this. Like, this is a Sean argument. This is not for me, but it's the truth. I always hesitate saying certain things online. I think that's something that a lot of people need to understand. So, W's in the chat for Megan for the $1 donation saying, thank you for the real talk about white privilege / white supremacy and the patriarchy. Time to level the playing field. IMO. I don't know what IMO stands for, but I agree. Like, it's time. Like, this is the only way that we're gonna actually fix things. So, W's in the chat for Marie for the $1.11 donation saying, time for the Freedom Riders 2.0. The only way to win is if we get firebombed too. Yeah. Oh, in my opinion, got it. Thank you, chat. W's in the chat for Heather for the $3 donation saying, as a white woman, I inspire. I'll inspire on my feet. Oh, I think you're trying to say expire. You'll die on your feet, taking a stand rather than living long on my knees. Listen to Black people. I see you. I know that's right, Heather. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $3 donation. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $5 donation saying, thank you for speaking up for immigrants. It's so scary for my husband having to drive an hour back and forth to work every day. He's carrying all of his documentation, but clearly that means shit. It does. It literally means fuck all, which is wild, right? Because they harp on, we only want the illegals. We only want the bad ones. That's not true. They don't care. They don't care about undocumented immigrants. They don't care about criminals. Like, they fucking voted for a criminal. They literally voted for a criminal who's doing illegal shit today. They don't give a shit about that. So, W's in chat for Lindsay for the $20 donation saying, stay safe, brother. Also, Steve Bannon is out here saying that if they don't win midterms in 2028, they're all going to prison. So then the question becomes, what is their plan to stay in power? I've been saying that, like literally. And not only has Steve Bannon been saying that, Elon Musk has been saying that, and even Donald Trump has openly admitted that. Donald Trump has openly admitted that if they don't retain power, they're going to jail. Literally, they're saying this. And I say that is the best advertisement ever to get people to vote. Donald Trump, Steve Bannon, Elon Musk, all of them are saying if the Republicans don't retain power, they're all going to jail. And I say, slap that shit on a t-shirt, put it on a sign, fucking run it in commercials. Best advertisement that the Democratic Party can ever hope for, which again, don't really trust the Democratic Party. This is the problem that I have with the Democratic Party, right? This is the downside to what's happening right now. And I need everyone to lock in for me for a second. While we know the Trump administration, the far right, the Heritage Foundation, the ultra elites, all of them are pushing this fascist agenda. The Democratic Party, they're not doing shit. They're not doing anything to actually fight back. They're not doing anything. They're not actually advocating for anything. They're not standing up for anything. They're not actually doing anything. And by default, they're going to fall ass backwards into power. And so since they fall ass backwards into power, there won't be any type of change because they don't need to change. The only thing they need to do is be less evil than the right. That's it. That's it. The only thing the Democratic Party, like their position is, don't be the right. Which leaves us fucked because not being the right is way less than we deserve. Not being the right isn't going to get us universal health care. Not being the right isn't going to get us free college with a public option. Not being the right is not going to get us healthier food, healthier water, healthier air. Not being the right gets us back to where we were under the Biden administration and waiting for the next Republican to come in and do more fucked up shit. That's my problem with the Democratic Party. They're cowards and they're standing on their ability to fall ass backwards into power. W's in chat for Abby for the $20 donation saying, here mowing, listening to you and crying, love you. I love you so much more, Abby. Thank you so much. And Debbie's in the chat for myselfina for the $5 donation said, bro said melanation, his white privilege is showing. Yeah. W's in the chat for myselfina for the additional $5 donation saying, grown man crying about being muted. Yeah, that's because more than anything in the world, white men want to be heard. Like more than they want to breathe, more than they want actual air to breathe, they want to be heard. And so when you stop them from being heard, they lose their shit. When you stop them from being able to say whatever the hell they want to say, they lose their shit. And I'm not even joking. That's why. That's why they cry about being muted. W's in the chat for James. W's in the chat for my friend who sent a $5 donation saying, thank you from the bottom of my heart. As a white woman, I'll accept the fate of dying to stand up. Santana Harris, president. I can never be president. I couldn't. I literally, I'm not political enough. A lot of people think that I might be politically correct. And while I do try to ensure that I'm being politically correct when I say certain things, my filter runs thin pretty quickly. And when I get to fuck it, I got a lot of fuck it in my system. I don't know about you guys, but I got a lot of fuck it in my system. A lot of it. And so when it starts to come out, that's not good. So yeah, I couldn't be president. W's in chat for Amanda for the $1 donation saying, did you hear another protester shot, had part of her hand blown off? I saw a video and I saw a couple of things about that prior to me going live. So I haven't been able to catch up as far as what happened. But literally, none of this is surprising me. Now, one thing that I did see yesterday was, from yesterday, that's kind of really surprising. They jumped an ICE agent. They jumped an ICE agent. I'm telling you, until these people start feeling fear, shit's not gonna change. What is this? There's an unmarked armored vehicle driving into a crowd of protesters in Minneapolis. I'm looking at this right now. There's a protester standing and they're in an armored vehicle and they're literally like, there's protesters standing there and there's an armored vehicle and they're telling them to stop. And they're still just like, there's people standing in front and they're still just driving through the people. This is fucking batshit insane. That was in chat for Vessel Vocal, who has been a member for 1 month over on the YouTube, who sent an actual member note saying, flicking off and cursing at the American people as president now. I'm sure you can do better than that, Santana, for the big office. Yeah, I mean, I probably could, but like I'm telling you, I don't think that a lot of people like the shit that I would get into, because I would do some wild shit. I would put a lot of people in power that wouldn't necessarily be the people that you would like. I would get some shit done. I would absolutely get shit done, but I would put people in power that you guys would not like. Joe, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes, I disagree that ISIS step one.
I talked to you yesterday.
Yeah, but you don't want to debate me.
Oh, wait. You were the weirdo saying that Epstein had aura.
Well, he was a billionaire. What are you trying to say?
Did you delete those videos?
No, because I don't I'm a man.
Sure you are, Bub. You're a little boy. Find somewhere else to play. Hi, Camille. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, thank you for having me. 36 years old, from Europe, Belgium. So Belgium.
Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Excuse me?
Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. Joe, you can get out of my request. I am not bringing you back up here, you fucking weirdo. Like I believe in ostracizing people. I don't believe in platforming people who have extremely harmful takes. And while your take on ICE might not be extremely harmful, your take on Epstein is not only extremely harmful, but it's gross, and you won't have access to my platform. So you can fuck off. You might not know this about me, but I'm not like other creators. I won't just platform someone because I need a debate. I would much rather talk to my chat and talk to a fucking weirdo incel. So you can go, because my chat's cool. My chat's cool as shit. I like my chat. These are my people. We locked in. Not you, though. You're a fucking weirdo. So. Something else I wanted to talk to you guys about. I don't know if you've seen this. A second here. Let me pull this up. This is something interesting that's happening as well. Why is that not coming up?
what you want.
Hi, Autumn. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Oh, I guess not. Someone named King Trump was in the comments spamming, let me up. First and foremost, that's not how you get up. Second of all, the people that come in and they spam let me up is usually like the weirdos that are planning on coming up and slurring or something like that. And I haven't been called a nigger yet today, and so I have no interest in you doing that. So no, thank you. Also, you didn't send a request. I want to debate you, buddy. Sure you do. You just want to call me a nigger, and I'm good. I don't need that. Either that, or you want to place like some weird sounds. Either way, I'm not interested in that. Oh, don't want to hurt your feelings. Ethan, you coward. Why are you always here? I'm going to mute you. Get up here, Ethan. You're such a coward. You're always here. Ethan, you're such a weirdo. You watch my lives every day, but you never get in a request. And the only thing you think you can do is use my space as a safe space. Well, guess what? It's not a safe space. So I've muted you. And now you have to put on your big boy pants and get in the box. I don't care about your comments from the comments. Period. And you said, do I think you're, King Trump, you said, do I think you're going to be racist? Yes, absolutely fucking do. Your username is King Trump, which is fucking weird that you would make like almost 80-year-old man your identity. Two, you were spamming in the comments, let me up, and you weren't in the request. And three, all of you incels do the same shit. You're not even original. You guys aren't, you're not original, you're not entertaining. You're fucking NPCs. And I can do better than an NPC. This is something that I think is interesting. I don't know if you guys have heard of this one yet, but Meta, TikTok, YouTube, to stand trial on youth addiction claim. I don't know if you guys said this, but it looks like there is some trials set to start with these social media platforms. And they're saying that these social media platforms are fueling youth mental health crisis, right? There is a trial that's going to occur in Superior Court of Los Angeles County that involves a 19-year-old woman from California identified as KGM, who says she became addicted to the company's platforms at a young age because of their attention-grabbing designs. According to the court filings, she alleged the apps fueled her desperation and suicidal thoughts and seeking and to hold the companies liable. So this is something super interesting. And I think it's even more super interesting because I do think there's a need to actually put some type of restrictions around what age kids can actually join social media. I definitely think that it's such a toxic environment in multiple ways. And then not only is it toxic, but it's been harmful to so many of the youth, right? In so many different ways. And so I think that ensuring that a lot of countries have banned social media for certain ages. He said that's a parental issue. I disagree. I disagree. While I do agree to a sense that yes, parents should absolutely keep their children in line and be able to monitor their social media, I think that it's kind of hard with the development of technology to always ensure that your children aren't being exposed to harmful things. And even so, it's like harmful things that they might not understand that it's actually harmful. So I think that there is some onus on these social media companies to be able to say like, hey, we understand that this may be harmful or this may be harmful. So we're not going to allow these things to live in our spaces, our platforms, or at the very least, we're not going to allow underage people to gain access to it. So like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I think that's going to be super interesting. Yeah, TikTok has no age limit. They only have a age minimum when being able to join TikTok lives. So, hey, do me a favor really quick, guys. Look up at the top. See the word follow? Do you see that? Does everyone see the word follow right there? Who sees the word follow? If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. If you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you are not following me. Hit that follow button. Also, turn on notifications. Turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Send your daily heart means only one coin. It'll boost it live. We are so close to 80,000 followers. I can taste it. Like so close to 80,000 followers. I can taste it in the air. Let's see here. We still need about 600 more followers. It won't let you repost. I don't know what that's about. We still need like 600 more followers. Hit that follow button, guys. Hit that follow button. You can't repost. I don't know why you can't. Haven't been receiving notifications. Yeah, I know that the TikTok server was going through a couple of different things. I was following you before. I did not unfollow. Good. Thank you. Don't unfollow. We're not looking for an unfollow. All right. This is what we're gonna do, guys. W's in the chat for Lockhart, who sent a $10 super chat to say it's hard to also do stuff like check IDs for social media because it starts to easily specifically attack SWers and try to cause harm. Oh, sex workers. Yeah, like I can see that. I can absolutely see that. W's in the chat for Lockhart. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Brad, seems like you finally found the courage to get in the box. How are you?
I'm good, but Israel the 9/11, Israel the 9/11, Israel the 9/11, Israel the 9/11.
Okay. Brad, you do know that does nothing to the platform. Like literally that does nothing to the platform. Also, there were changes with the TikTok TOS, and the changes allow you to receive the flags now and for your account to actually be banned without harming the live. So even when you do that shit now, it doesn't affect the live. Like it does nothing except make you look stupid and then get your TikTok account like banned. So maybe try something better. That is one thing that I will say TikTok actually improved on when they changed their TOS is fixing where those flags land and how people are actually impacted by those flags. So W's in the chat for the TikToks. Also, they'll chase you. So Brad, just FYI, just because you left doesn't mean that you still won't get it. You should be on the lookout, Bub. TikTok will come after you even after you're off live. I'm sure this isn't a debate. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I fucking hate Trump and I fucking hate ICO.
Hey, one, you're a kid. Two, stop requesting up. Don't make me block you. Seriously, no, stay on mute. Don't make me block you. Yeah, I hear you. I'm gonna block you if you don't stop requesting up. It's not cute. It's not funny. You're a kid.
Okay, yes, sir,
stop
yes, sir.
cursing online and stop requesting up. You can't be on TikTok live if you're not 18 years old. It's not funny. It's not cute. Don't get on live or don't get online cursing. Have some respect. I was talking to my oldest son and he was telling me about how like that's apparently a thing. Like they're doing more and more of that. Like they're trying to actually curse. It's fucking weird. I don't know. Hi, Leo. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Leo, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? All right, I'm gonna say no. W's in the chat for Megan for the $5 donation saying, because of my dyslexia and ADHD, I ordered audiobooks from Abril Exolia Kendi. I know I murdered that name. How to be an anti-racist and Stamped from the Beginning. Education is everything. Absolutely. Educating yourself is so important. And I think there's so many different avenues where you can gain that education now. Like it's such a positive thing. Such a fucking positive thing. Debbie's in the chat. Did you get the separation of church and state? What do you mean? Did you get did I get it? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, guys, this is what we're gonna do because MAGA Trump supporters are a bunch of chicken shit cowards. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit a quick reset. But when we hit a quick reset, we are resetting and we're coming back on the backup. We're not gonna be on the main. We're gonna come back on the backup. We're gonna be on the backup. So this is the backup right here. Make sure that you are following the backup. If you have not followed the backup, then you need to go ahead and follow the backup because that's where we're gonna be. We are gonna switch.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step stepping if you care. You choose it hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana? Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
Sparring with Santana.
Tap the screen for me, people. Tap the screen for me, beautiful people, if you don't mind. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to 8,000 likes. Please and thank you. Please and thank you, guys. Welcome back. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or someone that disagrees with anything on the background. If you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up. If you are not a Trump supporter, we're not looking to talk to friendlies, or if you do not disagree with something on the background, we are only looking for some debates. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals, and that'll help push us out to the FYP. Send your daily heart me. We are on the backup now. And so since we're on the backup, it's a different one. So if you have not sent your daily heart me, it's only one coin. It'll add you to the team and it'll boost the live. Last but not least, when you guys repost a live, please repost a live. But when you repost, only repost it like maybe, share it. Only share it out like once or twice, but repost the live. That'll do major to help. All right, there we go. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. And we are diving into the fact that there are hard political truths. There are hard political truths. And I think the sooner that people are willing to engage with these hard political truths, the sooner that we will understand the people that we're dealing with, understand the world that we live in, and understand how do we actually move forward. And we correct these things within our society. First and foremost, MAGA, they're all hypocrites. They're literally all hypocrites. They literally are all hypocrites, and they don't believe in anything that they say. Ethan, I see you over here watching again. I'm gonna mute you here again as well, Bub. You're gonna have to get in the box if you ever want to speak again in my chat. If you ever want an opportunity to run your mouth in my chat, you got to get in the box. If not, you're just gonna watch. You're just gonna watch. There we go. ICE is the first step. Not trying to scare people, not trying to engage in any type of fear mongering or whatever, but ICE is the first step. You said, God bless ICE. Sure, Josh, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you because I don't care about you spamming weird shit in my chat. And I'm gonna send you a request. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about it, Josh. You guys are such cowards.
You liberal pussies. I swear to God.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
you're a pussy. You're such a pussy. Dude, you're crying
Josh,
on
you're such a
TikTok.
baby.
Look at you, bitch. You're crying on TikTok.
Shh. It's okay. It's okay.
Dude,
Josh,
you're crying on.
What you're doing is called a crash in, but you're not even crashing out.
Such a pussy.
I know. You're crashing out. You come in and you start crashing in. You know why? Because you're weak. You're weak. You're such a little snowflake.
That's a coward.
You know, you're such a little snowflake. I muted you in the comments because instead of running your mouth in the comments, I would love to have you up here on the panel. And so now you're up here, you're on the panel. How about you actually engage in the debate? Would you
TikTok?
Hey, I know, Bubba. I know.
You're crying like a bitch.
I know emotions are hard. Feelings are hard.
Like a bitch.
You don't understand how things work. And you got big fifis in your tum-tum, and that's fine. Listen, you're crashing in. You're showing that you're so weak.
Dude,
Listen,
you're crying like a bitch.
I know. I'm not going to mute you anymore. I would like to know,
are you a bitch on TikTok?
I know. I hear you. Yes, I'm crying on TikTok. Wow, cool. Would you like to engage in a debate? Would you like to engage in a debate?
Dude. You're crying like a bitch.
Josh, would you like to engage in a debate?
What are you crying for, dude?
Would you like to engage in a
and
debate?
ICE are doing their fucking job.
Hey, okay, sure. Let's talk about it, Josh.
Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk.
All right, perfect. All right.
Perfect.
Josh.
Perfect.
So you said Trump and ICE are doing their jobs.
Yeah, they sure the fuck are.
Tell me how so.
Deporting these stupid fucks.
How are they
from coming into our country?
They're not even deporting people
illegally. They're
not even deporting people.
They are.
Have you looked at
the numbers? And then you have
numbers?
pussies like you out there trying to obstruct.
Hey, I need you to have a little bit of emotional regulation. I'm sitting here letting you speak.
Pussy, shut the fuck.
Listen, I know you're crashing out because you're a white male fragility. I know. Listen, you don't have to yell and scream because you have a shrimp. I know. You're so weak.
Don't mute
And
me,
it's
pussy.
okay. You have big feelings. I'm literally giving you the opportunity to speak.
That's the pussy.
But if you can't actually control
The
yourself,
pussy
then you
muted.
don't listen.
That's the pussy.
Listen. You have to engage. Seriously. If you're not gonna
God,
engage,
this shit.
I'm just gonna kick you, and then you can hate from outside of the club. I don't care which one, but you're
Bitch,
gonna
this is a
stop.
lame ass-
I know. You're gonna stop talking over me. Listen. All right. You know what? Boom. I'm sending you back to the comments. You can cry from the comments. You can't comment. So just yell at your phone now, bub. Yell at your phone now. Because I literally tried to give you an opportunity to be up here. And now you can cry and scream and yell at your phone. And I hope you don't throw your phone against the wall because you have a lack of emotional regulation. You said Team Ice. Keon, perfect. Come up here and tell me about it. I'm going to mute you because I don't care what you're saying in the comments, but I'll give you the floor. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here. He's back in the request, but I'm not going to talk to him because he doesn't have emotional regulation. Keon, how are you?
Oh, everything good.
That's right. You seem like you have more emotional regulation than the last person.
Yes, sir.
All right. You said Team ICE, so I'm assuming that you actually think that what's happening with the Trump administration, ICE, is a positive thing. Is that an accurate statement?
I don't feel like I should go out there and try to fight them against doing what they doing because my life hard enough already just being a black man. So.
Oh no! Listen, you and I locked in on that one. I agree, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about as far as what they're doing. What's your take on what they're actually doing?
Going after people that got criminal records is what I heard. So.
Yeah, but they're actually killing American citizens in broad daylight, and at the same time, detaining American citizens and infringing on constitutional rights of not only American citizens but undocumented immigrants. They're literally harming everyone.
That's what they say, but from what I've seen, the people trying to go and arrest somebody, then the people try to interfere. So it's like, if you want to get out there, bro, it's just like FA, FO, bro. If you mess around, you're going to find out, bro.
They say that, right? But listen, okay, so let's run through this. You know who Keith Porter Jr. is?
At the end of the day, bro, like
no, Keon.
I don't, bro. I don't Keon, believe in nobody killing nobody, bro.
I know, but that was the question. Keon,
what's your question?
Do you know who Keith Porter Jr. is?
No, okay. The black guy that got killed by ICE.
Yes. Do you know what he was doing when an off-duty ICE agent killed him?
No, I don't.
Sure. So Keith Porter Jr. was celebrating New Year's, and he was shooting his weapon into the air. Celebrating New Year's, and an off-duty ICE agent, right? Not a police officer, but off-duty ICE agent heard the shots and responded as if he was a police officer, which he wasn't, and ended up murdering Keith Porter Jr. And from that actual incident, the DHS hasn't released any information on the agent, hasn't released his name. There's been no charges, nothing. They've just given coverage for a civilian to murder another civilian. Like,
bro, I don't support everything they doing, but at the end of the day, I'm seeing the bigger picture though.
But wait, hold on, because we're engaging in your premise, right? You said FAFO and all this other stuff. You even said that you wouldn't go out there and protest, in which I said, like, I get you. But Keith Porter Jr. was just a black man celebrating New Year's, had nothing to do with protesting, wasn't engaging with ICE, and they still murdered him and gave him coverage gave the ICE agent coverage after murdering him. Like,
I know it, just like I ride my bicycle in my neighborhood and the police pulled me over on a bicycle and then pushed me in the back seat, pushed my head against the window, wanted to try to beat me up, tried to plant some drugs on me, but I didn't have nothing on me. And I had my friend recording everything.
Make sure you don't say the name of any drugs, because I would have to kick you. But but then this is the difference. Did you know that ICE doesn't have the authority to stop nor detain United States citizens?
I know that.
So even in that same vein, right, you're talking about police officers who do have the authority to stop and detain United States citizens. ICE agents don't. And with ICE agents, even when they don't have that, He was an off-duty ICE agent that murdered another American citizen, and he's not being held accountable because this administration is giving ICE and the people that are part of it this unprecedented level of immunity. Like that's something that should worry everyone, no matter where your like political leanings are, no matter if you believe in like minding your own business or not. Like this should be something that everyone's like, nah, I can't fuck with this.
But it's funny that the same people that voted for Donald Trump, y'all voted for him and put him in office for this. So now how they against what he doing now? They voted for this.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. They did say that they voted for this, but Donald Trump lied in the sense of saying like, oh, he was going to go after criminals and all this other stuff. And he's expanded what he said that he was going to do. And while I disagree with them on their premise as far as what they voted for, that still doesn't negate the fact that we as American people need to actually be standing up and standing out against like what's actually being done. So like, I hear you, and I don't align with MAGA in any way, shape or form. But also, like you spam, the reason why you're up here is because you spam Team ICE. That's what you said.
Yeah.
How could you be Team ICE when they're literally murdering people? Like your vote might not have, if you didn't vote for Trump, okay, your vote didn't do this, but you're sitting here like saying Team ICE because you support it, which is fucking wild. Nothing. No thoughts, Keon? Okay, I'll go ahead and send you back down to the womb lands. Maybe just think about it. I don't know. Like I honestly, like your vote might not have actually put us where we are, but your support keeps us where we are. The lack of outrage stops us from being able to fix this. Debbie's in the chat for Megan for the $1 donation saying, how's Josh gonna hate from outside of the club? He can't even get in. He's backing a request, or he was backing a request. Let's see. No, him got mad and him left. Oh no, him there. Let's see if Josh has calmed down. I bet you, chat, I bet you $5 he's gonna slur. Let's see if he calmed down. Oh, he left. Okay. He left. I bet every nickel I have, if he would have came back, he was gonna slur. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. Grifting off liberal tears, LOL. Hey, guess what? Period. I'm gonna mute you because one, my chat is in your safe space. Two, get in the box. No one cares about Bub. Neil, are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background?
I am not a Trump supporter. I'm firmly a Democrat, but I don't agree that capitalism has failed. So I am firmly in the camp that capitalism can succeed. Mm-hmm. It is not succeeding currently because of mismanagement, but I believe that it can succeed.
Did you and I talk about this yesterday? Because I talked to someone that was saying the same thing.
I don't believe so. This is my first time ever seeing you live.
Okay, no worries. So like you know what's funny? It kind of hit me this morning when I said capitalism has failed. And I guess to be more specific, capitalism has failed everyday people. Capitalism, as far as the system, has not failed. It's actually been hella successful. But let's talk about it. What's your premise as far as capitalism? I mean, do you think that capitalism is beneficial to average people?
I think capitalism has driven a lot of technological advancement farther than it had ever been before capitalism really took off. And I feel like capitalism continues to drive technological advancement farther than it, in the case of AI, practically should be. But I agree that I agree with your statement that capitalism doesn't work for the average Joe. It doesn't work for the common man. And here's why I think it can work again for the common man, and that is competition. Right now, there isn't enough competition. Billionaires have too much concise control over individual aspects of life, insurance, oil prices, grocery prices, things like this, right? Amazon dominates the shipping industry right now when it comes to getting products delivered to your door. All right. I'm not saying we don't need these companies. I'm not saying that at all. But I am highly aware of the fact that their lack of competition is what's causing prices to be unmanageable for the common man.
Why is there a lack of
if there were more competition,
why is there
if there were better management, capitalism could work.
Neil, why is there a lack of competition?
There's a lack of competition largely due to a failure to regulate, I would think. Not necessarily a failure of capitalism, but a failure of government.
That's not true. I mean, that there's a little something to that, but that's not why. Hey,
well, what's your opinion then?
Capitalism is a self-fulfilling, self-consuming monster. With capitalism, it's always about excess, about more, who has. And so it consumes and weeds out others until others no longer exist, and it's just, the singularity. And then even if there's a singularity, then it'll continue to consume itself. One of the reasons why Walmart has been so successful is because they were able to create a choke point that actually stomped out mom and pop shops, local businesses, other businesses. They consolidated the type of items that you couldn't get all in one location. They undercut prices because they could get it in bulk and then have those things cheaper. And they put Walmart in these local areas, and then these actual areas lost these other businesses that had been a part of the community because they could no longer compete in this capitalistic society. And so this allowed this global conglomerate to continue to consume and grow, and while at the same time choking out competition. The only way that you could possibly put any type of guardrails with regulations as far as capitalism is if you do certain things. Like, I know there's certain places, I live in Washington State, and I think it's like Seattle, who has like an ordinance where they don't allow Walmarts within the city limits or whatever. And so it protects those local businesses that have been there for long periods of time. So the only way that you can actually put any type of regulations on capitalism in that sense is if you put guardrails in and stopping people from being able to expand, or some type of like, I know, there's protections for price gouging, but protections for like price basements. But if you allow capitalism to stand in its current form and just actually flow as capitalism does, then there's no way that you're going to be able to protect competition, because it'll choke out competition every time.
You said a couple of things there that I want to comment on. First and foremost, it's crazy. I also live in Washington State. Second, I just recently moved here for Washington State. Second, you mentioned something about guardrails and needing to install guardrails in order for capitalism to be restricted. And that's not necessarily true, because the third thing that you said, capitalism in its current form. What we have here in the United States and much of the world is venture capitalism, where we sell the promise of something before we actually have the thing, right? And that is the reason that competition has gotten so ridiculous, because we sell the promise of 2-day shipping. We sell the promise of all of your items under one roof. We sell the promise.
The promise is sold in innovation, not in the actual goods. I mean, again, we're specifically talking about Walmart. They don't sell the promise in their goods. They have the goods. Yes, there's promise as far as investments that you can say drives innovation. And that's why there's been this massive push when it comes to AI. But that's not the push as far as like the promise. I mean, like being able to, if you want to talk about Amazon, it's not the promise as far as like, oh, you can get this in 2 days. It's the convenience as far as being able to get it sooner versus this other place. And so you also can price it out, you can compare, and you can get the cheapest option versus going into a local location where you may be able to get it sooner, but you may not have varieties, you may not have price comparisons. There's a lot of different things that occur. So it's not just a promise of like, 2-day shipping.
No, it's convenience as well. You're absolutely right about that. But what I was going to state is that true capitalism is building the business with capital you already have, whereas venture capitalism, which is this sort of insane monster that we've created, is basically it's excess capitalism. Capitalism is built on the need for more. You're absolutely right about that. The constant, incessant need to grow as a business, as a company, as a person. Venture capitalism takes that and dials it up to 11, right? So venture capitalism sells every aspect of the business to the highest bidder and then buys every aspect of the capital, the capital requirement, the work from the lowest bidder, right? So that's what venture capitalism has done. True capitalism, people had bonuses for Christmas under true capitalism. Henry Ford, before he was sued by the Dodge brothers, had a fantastic business model. And then the Dodge brothers argued, according to, I think it was also a federal court at the time that took the case, but the Dodge brothers argued that Henry Ford had an obligation to his shareholders more than an obligation to his workers. And that was a landmark case that, am I allowed to swear on your stream?
Sure, I don't care.
That landmark case has well and truly fucked us as a country. All right. Like, that is the be all end all thing that screwed us as a country.
I disagree.
And, well, I'd love to hear your opinion.
Sure.
Because
I disagree because, like, there's been other things that have been more influential as far as capitalism. You can talk about what happened with that case, but I would be remiss if you don't talk about like the shift in economic principles where Ronald Reagan sold people on the idea of trickle-down economics. That was the inflection point within our country where you saw the cost of living and the federal minimum wage, which were aligned. And that was the first point where you saw those two start to break off. And so the cost of living continued to increase while the federal minimum wage stagnated. And so people couldn't afford anymore to actually just live in society. And we understand that corporations have been given tax breaks by multiple administrations, both Republicans and Democrats, not being held accountable for paying their fair shares. And like even you talk about the recent legislation that was passed by the Trump administration with the TCJA or the Big Beautiful Bill that gave additional tax cuts to those corporations, and they immediately took those tax cuts and instead of actually, in using those tax cuts to invest in their people, they did stock buybacks. They paid out bonuses to their C-level and things like that. If we wanted, like, if our country, if our government wanted to actually do anything beneficial, instead of getting like these corporation tax cuts, then you would give them tax incentives, right? Like bonuses or tax cuts for hiring a certain amount of people or for meeting a certain pay rate. Like, there's so many other things they can do versus just cutting their taxes. But the point that I'm getting across is, like, I haven't even started talking about the next level of capitalism where the distribution of wealth is so widely disparaged that you can have people like Elon Musk, who's on pace to be the first ever trillionaire, and versus like unhoused veterans walking around without shoes. And so, yes, I agree that the case with, saying that Henry Ford had more, responsibility to the shareholders versus like employees or whatever, that's definitely monumental. But there's so many other things that have continued to persist because this is how capitalism actually works. I'm not a communist, but I do believe that the inequalities that are occurring within our country can actually be taken care of, because I believe in some form of capitalism, but I do think that there's a need to actually distribute wealth instead of having like the ultra wealthy consolidate all of the wealth and be able to continue to consolidate all the wealth.
No disagreement here. I will state that I purposefully selected Henry Ford and the Dodge brothers, that case, because it paved the way for Reagan and the other incessant changes that have happened. And I've noticed a couple of people in your feed here, your chat feed, have mentioned that Henry Ford benefited from a certain German organization in the 1930s and 40s. I wasn't aware if I could say it on stream, but yes.
I just don't say the name of any drugs.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, Nazi Germany did benefit Henry Ford. It also benefited Carnegie for AK Steel, I think it was. The U.S. Standard Oil, which is the Rockefellers, benefited from Nazi Germany. There's not a single.
The ultra wealthy always benefits from everything, like everything.
Yeah,
like that's the thing. I've said this a million times. Because for some reason, people love to believe like whether a billionaire is red or a billionaire is blue, that, you know, oh, they're good or bad. No, they're all billionaires. And no matter what type of policy or what happens, they're always going to benefit regardless of who's in power, regardless of what happens. Billionaires are going to actually be perfectly fine. And that's because of capitalism, because capitalism protects them.
It's not just capitalism that protects them. It's the ability. They already have enough capital wealth to benefit from conflicts from both sides of the conflict. Everybody at a certain cost, like everybody at a certain wealth level, and I'm going to say millionaire, like 100 millionaire and above, okay? Because millionaires, I believe you can actually have a millionaire without having a seriously compromised moral compass. But billionaires and 100 millionaires, you know, those higher levels require exploitation of your workers. They require serious exploitation. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. No ethical billionaires. There's no such thing. But I believe millionaires can happen with an M. I believe those can happen
I don't know about that one.
with ethics. Well, it's my firmly held belief, but I could be wrong. That's the beauty of opinion.
I'm not going to push back on you too hard. I've never thought of that one. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but that is a thought. That's absolutely a thought. So,
now that said, people at those higher wealth levels are able, they have the capability, the capital to distribute their product to both sides and make it look like it's not going to both sides, right? They're able to protect their investments by making it look, for example, U.S. Standard Oil sent gallons upon, like tankers and tankers and tankers of diesel over to Germany, but they did it in such a way that it looked like they were merchant vessels going for Allied troops getting captured. And then eventually they just said fuck it and started selling to Nazi Germany.
I guess the biggest thing that I'm trying to get across as well, though, is like when you talk about capitalism and you talk about how it actually works, there's always going to be an exploited class, right? There's never going to be a situation within capitalism that there is an exploited class, and then there's undercuttings that occur to exploit that class even more, right? I mean, when you talk about like the lack of protections without labor unions, when you talk about like the finagling of pay and how all of this works, it's all super harmful. It's all in the vein of ensuring that you grow profits and you get more and more and more. And so the point that I'm trying to get across is that while you know, people think that capitalism is somehow a system that can be saved, or somehow a system that can be beneficial to like average people, it's not. It's not intended to, and it's not something that will be. And it'll never be a situation where it's taking care of normal people, because capitalism does not rely on pumping back or putting into people. It only relies on the exploitation of people.
True. Capitalism does require sort of a caste system, or at least a class system, as we noticed all the way back to indentured servitude, slavery, whatever you want to call that early period of America. Slaves were ridiculously expensive.
There's a difference between like indentured servitude and then chattel slavery.
True. And the United States was unique in its version of slavery, right? So like if we go to ancient Rome, slavery was kind of it wasn't a voluntary thing, but you could buy your freedom as a slave.
Yeah, well, it wasn't
And
the United States that was unique to it. I mean, because chattel slavery happened all over the globe and to other countries. What what was unique was the way that the United States engaged in the level of additional cruelty, right? With like creating breeding farms and like the levels of torture and inhumanity that the United States engaged in, and then also the length that they continue to engage in those things. Like that was unique. But chattel slavery occurred after they got the green light from the Catholic Church to do so, and so like they pumped Black bodies all around the globe to different countries. So it wasn't just the United States thing. The United States just like fucking was the worst of it. But I mean, that was set by their precedents as far as what they did to indigenous people, right? I mean, they killed so many indigenous people that they shifted the temperature of the earth in order to claim Turtle Island. So I mean, like this is just who the colonizers were. They just continue to go to the next level within the United States.
I won't disagree with that. I will state that maybe I have a misunderstanding of the definition of chattel slavery because
Chattel.
I was under the chattel slavery. I was under the impression that the United States was unique in that offspring of an enslaved person were now also slaves. I wasn't aware if that was the case in other slave systems.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about indentured servitude, your offsprings wouldn't be their property. And so again, like chattel slavery was engaged in all around the globe. And then when chattel slavery started to become ostracized and no longer allowed, where those colonizers could go to Africa and steal Black bodies and bring them to the US, when they were cut off from that access to do so, that's when they increased the breeding farms, where they literally bred Black people to have kids so they can pump more Black people into slavery since they couldn't go to Africa and steal them anymore.
That's sickening. I actually didn't know that had happened in the United States. I knew that there were farms where slaves were encouraged to reproduce, but it was encouraged. I didn't know that it was forced.
They encouraged them, they forced them.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that there was, I mean, I'm sure there was some, but until now, I didn't realize that it was that forced.
Oh, that's only the tip of the iceberg. Like our history has been so whitewashed. There's so much that people don't know when it comes to chattel slavery. And even more so, like the reason why chattel slavery exists is because of capitalism. Did you know that?
I can imagine that capitalism is the reason that slavery happened. Yes, that's not lost on me.
Right. I know we were talking about race. Do you know who created race?
That one is actually, that's an interesting concept because race has existed as far back, nationality, maybe that's different than race.
It is. Race, ethnicity, and nationality are three different things.
Okay, so the concept of race has existed since, I want to say since Greece.
No.
So race is a fairly recent thing. Is that what you're?
Race was created, I think, is 1452, 1432, something like that. It was created by a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes de Zurara. Gomes de Zurara was a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator. And what he actually did was publish two papal bulls that was put out by the Catholic Church in justification for chattel slavery, saying that Black people are subhuman, they're of the lower hemisphere, and they need to be civilized, and so they can justify chattel slavery. And so they created race to separate these people in order to justify chattel slavery and to uphold racism, which racism is a system that separates non-white people and put non-white people into a level of servitude and disenfranchises people. It persists today. But with that creation of chattel slavery and the justification with those papal bulls, they were able to actually engage in chattel slavery. It was the permission. And then not only did they do that, but the first actual piece of capital that was traded within the United States of America on the stock market was Black bodies, right? Slaves. That was the first thing traded on the New York Stock Exchange. And so when you talk about the actual connection of race, racism, and capitalism, the reason why race was created was to uphold capitalism. Even more so, like this has been something that's been prevalent within our everyday society. I love the quote from Lyndon B. Johnson, who talks about like understanding the difference between white people and black people and how racism is used to uphold capitalism. Do you know that quote from Lyndon B. Johnson?
I'm not familiar with Lyndon B. a lot of Lyndon B. Johnson's work. I know he was president at the start of, was it Vietnam?
Yeah, no worries. And Lyndon B. Johnson said, if you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you picking his pocket. Hell, if you give him someone to look down on, he'll empty his pockets for you, right? And so that was him talking about the actual creation of race and how you continue to use race to separate white people and allow this system of classism to perpetuate racism to uphold capitalism.
I don't disagree that race is a concocted thing. Clearly, it's proven, right? That it's a concocted, manufactured thing. And by your statement earlier, I didn't realize it was that recent. I thought it was all the way back in like ancient Greek or ancient Roman times, that when slavery was introduced as a means of getting shit done for, capital, as opposed to, having your own people work and having to pay them, a fair wage. I do realize that also, by the way, is capitalism. I recognize that as being a negative of capitalism, even quote unquote true capitalism. But I believe as a society, we had moved past that for the most part. We haven't moved past needing a lower class, but we have moved past, I think, I truly believe that we had tried to move past the slavery aspects of it. And of course, now that I think about it, the prison industrial complex exists. Never mind.
Slavery still exists today, but even more so, like, do you know who Lee Atwater is?
The name sounds very familiar.
Lee Atwater was a political strategist. He was a Republican. I think he worked for Nixon, but he's super close friends with Steve Bannon, right?
Okay.
But Lee Atwater did a 1981 interview talking about like the Southern strategy and how they use racism to actually continue capitalism, but they can't say the things that they say back then and they say now. I'm going to read a quote to you, and this is a trigger warning to the chat. This is a trigger warning to the chat. I want to give everyone a heads up because I'm going to read the quote as the quote. I'm not going to sugarcoat the quote. And so what I need everyone to do is to lock in for me, tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to reset the daily gift goal. If you guys don't mind, lock in for me for a few minutes while I read this quote in its entirety. It's going to hit the ear hard, and I'm just letting every single person know that this is going to hit the ear. So this is the quote from Lee Atwater. He said, you start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. You're getting so abstract. Now you're talking about cutting taxes. All these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this is more abstract than even busing thing. And hell, a lot more abstract than nigger, nigger, right? So the point being is they try to hide the premise of racism in things that are like connected with economic status, because racism and capitalism are so intertwined. From its inception of race and racism, it's been driven by capitalism, and capitalism is upheld by racism. It's to this day, it's still connected.
So question then, I don't disagree with what you're saying. First of all, let me state that. Okay. I don't disagree with what you're saying at all, because I know that racism exists and is alive and well, unfortunately. And I also understand that capitalism is driving a lot of it because of the nature of people perceiving different skin colors as being different values of human. Which
race is
bullshit.
more than skin colors.
Well, okay, fair, but it's still a bullshit concept, right? We're all human, right? At the end of the day, I would love to have a leader actually come out on TV and fucking say that. It
the reason why you can't say that is because like race is a social construct that was created to separate non-white people from white people. And as long as white people have access to the system and they benefit from race and racism, they'll never dismantle the system. Like there's things that disenfranchise non-white people in multiple ways that, you know, white people don't even understand. And even understanding like racism, like white people, I always say white people are inherently racist, and you don't have to be participating in being racist to actually be inherently racist, because the systems that are set up benefit you regardless of whether you say like, I am going to actively do the racism or not. Like you just do the racism by existing within the system that is created.
I won't disagree that I'm privileged. I won't say that ever. Like, I know that I'm privileged. I know that I'm a very, very, I have benefited greatly from the system, right? I understand that. And I find it horrifying, for the record, that it is that way. I would love to change it. The problem is I don't know how, while still keeping some of the things that made America America, the concept of the melting pot, all of this kind of stuff, right?
What
concept of freedom.
Are you under belief that there's like American culture?
I'm of the belief that American culture is a mixture of all the cultures that exist within America. I'm of the belief that that is what American culture should have been. I'm of the belief that, you know, going down the street and getting like a kebab or something like that, or a taco from a taco stand, that these things are inherently created by the nature of mixing of cultures, right?
But you
being able
understand,
for
like,
me to walk down the street and
quote
get
unquote
a taco.
mixing culture is erasure. You understand that, right?
I understand why you're saying that. I do, but I disagree that it's erasure. I understand why you're saying it, though. The reason I think it's not erasure is because if we celebrate those cultures, we're not erasing them.
When does America celebrate other cultures?
There are holidays. Unfortunately, they're not federally recognized, but there are holidays that celebrate other cultures. There's the Persian, what is it? Persian Independence Day. There's kind of really only celebrating one person, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which is got a very fucked up history now that I think about it, because the FBI murdered him. But
I mean, the only thing that I can kind of think of is Cinco de Mayo, and that's been whitewashed to the point that it's not even about celebrating anything that has to do with like Hispanic culture. It's literally just an excuse for like white people to like say Taco Tuesday and drink tequila and shit. Like the premise that America is anyone that, or our country celebrates. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I was actually specifically avoiding Cinco de Mayo because I don't believe it's what it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way. Like, the thing is that our country doesn't reward people who embrace their culture. You literally have people advocating for coming into the country and then assimilating. Like, people want people to assimilate. And then with assimilation, there comes erasure. And even more so, like with the United States of America, there's nothing outside of like Black culture that you can say is uniquely American culture. And the reason why there's a need for Black culture to be unique is because Black people who are taken from Africa, we don't have a sense of connection with the culture that we were taken from. We don't know our roots. We don't know our history. We don't know the countries that we came from. And so we had to create our own culture within this country and it's been stolen and then repurposed and reappropriated. I mean, you can talk about jazz, you can talk about country, you can talk about like so many different things that have been innovated and created by Black people, and it's been whitewashed and then put into a packageable, palatable sense, and that's what happens when you talk about like this being a quote unquote melting pot. It's not a melting pot because you taking other people's culture and you whitewashing it, like you destroy the culture and you destroy the history within the culture.
Yeah, you could even say that about voodoo, unfortunately, which was a uniquely
type
African.
of religion.
Well, it was a uniquely African religion, but even it was a mixture of Catholicism and African like tribal religions. So it's unfortunate that you can say that about voodoo, that it's been whitewashed to hell and back, but it's true. Like it's unfortunate. People go to New Orleans just for the show, for lack of a better term. It's fucked up. Okay, so keeping the open discourse and keeping the concept of moving forward alive, how do we get to a point where people's cultures are adequately celebrated, the people are unified, the people are happy, and we still have technological advancement? It almost requires post-scarcity, right? Like we need to solve the energy crisis. We need to have resources available for everyone. Like we would need Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek to happen before we could get there. Am I right?
No, I disagree.
Okay.
I think, hold on a second. I want to make sure that I clarify something. Something that I wanted to call out, and which is a great catch. I didn't hear it because I was thinking as well. One thing that, because you mentioned voodoo, but there's a difference between voodoo and hoodoo. So like understanding the difference between those two, and then understanding like the origins of voodoo, which is rooted in West Africa for the US via Haiti. And then also the origins of hoodoo, like those are two different things. And so like I think understanding the difference for both of those are important. I don't necessarily like it says hoodoo is generally individualized or individualistic, often practiced by individuals for themselves. So like there's definitely discrepancies, and also there's no influence as far as Catholicism. Holy shit. I mean, I know that there's it says it blends different when it comes to what happens within the US. There's a blend of like indigenous people, and they say European and Christian influences, but I think that's more of a modernized thing and not necessarily the premise as far as what voodoo is. So I think that would just be super important to call out. Also, really quick, I want to say W's in chat for Trisha. Trisha sent a $5 donation saying, because we all know Josh was going to slur. Yeah, Josh was fucking wild earlier. W's in chat for Trisha for the $5 donation, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you see the word follow at the top, you're not following me, hit that follow button, knock out the daily gift goal. It's the finger hearts, and then also send your daily heart me. Neil, I guess to kind of baseline this and bring it back, right? The only way that we can address this is, in my opinion, through forms of socialism. Right. I mean, the only way that we can correct this is by dismantling capitalism. And while, again, I'm not a communist, I know that's the ultimate end game of communism. The ultimate end game, which like there's two things that are diametrically opposed, right? Communism and authoritarianism, right? The left and the right. And capitalism leans more towards the right. And the ultimate form of capitalism is authoritarianism. And so the only way that we're going to be able to make a better life and shift this is if we shift towards socialism. Now, I believe that there's no way that we can just become a socialist society just like that. And so we have to lean into socialist programs in order to kind of ease the skids. But I think that's the only way that it's going to be beneficial for us as Americans, because if we allow capitalism to continue to do as it is done, it's going to continue to consume itself, and it's going to continue to disenfranchise the haves from the have-nots. So, like, that's where we are.
I don't disagree. I really don't. I do want to make a point of clarification, though. Communism, to a lot of people's understanding, myself included, so maybe I'm wrong here, is the authoritarian version of socialism.
No.
In that you work or you die.
No, communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. It's literally upholding society through the means of each other, and it drives society without the necessitation of you work or you die. Like literally, under a communistic society, the actual roles that are taken up within society are based off of the desire of the people, not because people are forced into those roles.
Okay, so then why do they refer to? And I'm going to leave Russia out of this because I don't.
No, you can't leave Russia out because that's an important point. Go ahead.
Well, I don't think Russia's communist. I think China is communist.
China
but I don't think Russia is.
They use coverage under the guise of the name of communism, but they're not communist society. They're an authoritarian. They're a dictatorship, right? There's no current countries that are actually communist countries, because again, in order to achieve true communism, you can't have a governmental system. Even within communism, if there's a need for some type of governmental hierarchy for representation for the short term, then it's established by the people for the short term and then completely dismantled after that that actual point has been fulfilled. So communism is not a governmental system at all.
But you would need a dictator to get it started, would you not? I mean, look at the Bielski triad, which is what the story, the movie Defiance is based on. It's a real group of essentially rebellion resistance fighters in the Second World War. They attacked both Nazi and Russian, Soviet, I guess at the time, not cartels, supply convoys. In order to survive in the woods for pretty much the entirety of the Second World War. Once Hitler had invaded Poland and Belarus, they had started into this process of existing in the woods. So, but they did that, like your definition of communism, almost exactly your definition of communism. Everybody had a job that they could do, and everybody did that job in order that the whole Otriad, the whole group survived, right? But they had one guy at the head of it, which was Bielski.
Yeah,
and that was who got it started.
I'll let you know, like, one, I mean, you know, there's a difference between like movies and reality, but two, that's why I said, like, there's no way you can get to communism without going through socialism and practicality speaking, right? And so shifting towards those social safety nets and then shifting towards a socialistic society, like that's the only way that you can truly get to it from my beliefs, right? But there, as far as having like one person installing communism or whatever, like that's antithetical to communism, right? I mean, you can talk about the original roots of communism and like the communal societies. You can talk about indigenous people who engaged in forms of communism. You can talk about like African people that engaged in forms of communism. Like it wasn't based off of like one person creating the structure. It was literally based on society and communal living. So I think there's a complete difference. But when you talk about current governmental systems that are currently established, again, I'm not a communist. And so I'm not saying, oh, we need communism. The only way to actually get to communism is through socialism.
I don't disagree that socialism is a step, but I would state that in a communistic society, at least from, again, my understanding of it, right, which is probably wrong, but that society requires a step of breaking, right? It requires a step of breaking habits, right? Of trying to break those capitalistic habits of breaking.
That's why you go through this socialism, right? Communism is further left than socialism. I'm a social democrat. I believe in social safety nets. I believe that everyone should have universal health care. I think that we should have a public option for like college. I think that we should increase like paid family leave and all this other stuff. Like I believe in those things. And I think that our government, our tax dollars should go towards those things, right? Instead of building up the military industrial complex, right? I mean, like this current administration is advocating to increase the military budget from 1 trillion to 1.5 trillion. Like these funds can be used to actually support certain things that would benefit everyday Americans versus just feeding our military. So like I stand in opposition to that. And even more so, like if you want to actually, you know, make these improvements, then, you know, socialism is the way to go. And if you talk to a true communist, like some of my friends, you talk to like Sean, or you talk to Jeff, or you talk to Solid, or any of them, like they'll give you like a real rundown of communism and how that works and where it is. But like for me, I want to see the improvement for all people, and specifically Americans as well, but all people. And that only way that we can do that is shift away from capitalism and continues to harm people.
So I don't disagree with what you're stating at all. Okay. I would consider myself left leaning, if not an actual Democrat. I'm not even sure what my actual like quote unquote label would be. Because I believe also that we should have at least universal basic dividend, preferably universal basic income. We should have universal health care, because there are other developed nations that are actually fucking functioning that have these things, right? But I also don't know what America has as an export that would work on the world stage without some form of capitalism being engaged upon. That's why I think capitalism is still necessary.
Yeah, I mean, America doesn't create things. I mean, we can always export oil, but like I get what you're saying. I'm not, again, I'm not advocating for a capitalistic global society, but I am advocating for the United States to shift towards an actual socialist society, like some of the Nordic countries that have a higher quality of life. I think that like as Americans, we pay too much money into like taxes. We're the richest country on earth, and we have some of the poorest quality life standards of any quote unquote first nation, right? So like that's the problem that I have.
Yeah, I agree with that we are not getting our tax dollars worth. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. And like, listen, Neil, I know you and I have kind of talked for a while, and I appreciate you coming up, but I think I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for talking.
I appreciate you. As only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates, and I am dealing with some hard political truths, some things that people absolutely need to engage in. And the fact that MAGA, you guys are hypocrites, period. Point blank, period. You're hypocrites. ICE is this is the only step one of ICE. What's happening right now, this is just the beginning, and there will be more. Trump, he only cares about money. He doesn't give a shit about the rest of this stuff. It's all about the money for him. Capitalism has absolutely failed. And last but not least, Black people told you so. Black people tried to warn you. Black people tried to warn everyone, but you guys didn't want to listen to us. You screamed that you had Black fatigue. You screamed that we had a victim mentality. You said that we were lying, but now you're standing there like, huh, this is kind of fucked up. That's because we told you so, bub. Get in the box. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost live and push us out to the FYP. W's in the chat for Heather for the $3 donation saying, why don't people understand the difference between chattel and indentured slavery? Purposefully ignorance. Hey, Dino? You don't need to know every back here too? All right, I'm going to mute Dino. Why don't people understand the difference between chattel and indentured slavery? Purposefully ignorant. You know what? I don't necessarily even think that they're purposefully ignorant, Heather. I think people just don't know. Like, I think that's it. I think a lot of people don't know, and that's the issue. So W's in the chat for Heather. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Santana speaks for you. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. Dino, I'm sending you a request to come off mute. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, I don't think he's here. I think it's a pocket situation, so I'm going to drop him down. Oh, okay. Laura said, not today. All right, I think the box is clear. I think the box is clear because Trump supporters have such a short attention span. Trump supporters have such a short attention span, and if you keep them waiting in the request for too long, they disappear. So I'll give it a moment. If you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background, get in the box. Also, guys, if you guys can do the things and lock in, it'll help push the live out. We still have 15 finger hearts left. Can we knock out the finger hearts, please? Can you guys tap the screen, get the likes up 200,000 likes? Also, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. If you see the word follow at the top, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Follow the main account as well. We're driving towards 80,000 followers on the main. So hit that follow button on the main. And we'll go from there.
Oh, I didn't mean to get up here. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. I'll drop you down. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. So much censorship. Who's being censored? What are you talking about? Hi, Katie. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I didn't mean to do that, and I don't know how to drop out.
No worries, I got you. Terry, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Terry? Okay, I don't think Terry meant to come up. Nope. Terry's gone. I don't think that, yep, now Ashley's gone. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you more. Hi, Rach. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
The only thing I disagree with is ICE is not step one. They've been building this for years.
Okay. So just to understand, do you support Trump or you just disagree with that purpose or that point?
I literally only disagree with that point. I don't think that they'd have the support they do if they hadn't been working on turning people against each other for so long. But yeah, otherwise,
I agree with the premise, but when I say ICE is step one, I mean the actual things that they're doing as far as implementing authoritarian rule, the amount of harm and the amount of unrest that's going to be created. It's just step one. There's more insidious things coming that is beyond what ICE is currently doing in Minnesota. I think Minnesota is a testing ground. I think they're looking to actually implement what they're doing throughout ICE throughout the rest of the country. That's why they bolstered ICE so much with the amount of funds that they've put into ICE. That's why they're trying to bolster the recruiting. And that's why they are trying to give them coverage and some type of immunity to allow them to do all of these harmful things. So when I say ICE is step one, not step one in the sense of like the first thing that they've done, but more so as far as the actions that are being taken, this is just the start.
Valid. I saw someone in the comments say materially ICE is step one, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I feel you. Yeah. I just was like, I don't know. There's so many people that are like, this comes out of left field. And I was like, but it doesn't, dude. It really, really, really doesn't.
No. This is just the actual manifestation of the work and planning that they've had. So like this is them actually for the first time doing the thing after planning the thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, valid. Okay. Yeah, I was just popping on to see what your take was on that. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. You got a bit of an echo and some sound. Are you connected to Bluetooth or something?
All right, I disconnected it. But
okay, that sounds better. Are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background?
Yes, I'm a Trump supporter, and I'm 18, and I was born in 2007. But
okay, so I think that there's some political truths that everyone needs to actually accept, and a couple of things that we need to get into and understand. Is there any point on the background that you think that you can defend against and really say that like you vehemently disagree and this is why?
No, I just wanted to tell you that Myron Gaines is literally black. Because remember that one time when you were in Dean's Live?
Oh, I don't give a shit about Myron Gaines.
Yeah, I know.
Would you like to engage with my background?
And you were like, oh, the KKK killed thousands of black people.
Hey, would you like to engage with my background? I don't give a shit about Myron Gaines. Do you see Myron Gaines on my background?
Dude, Myron Gaines is the GOAT, bro. I love you, Sid.
Hey, seriously. Like, would you like to engage with something on the background? No. You like to run. That's fucking weird. Like, you're being a fucking weirdo. Like, what are we doing? I don't understand what's happening. Hi, Ant Diggs. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree? That's not. Okay. People keep popping in and out of the box. ICE was step 2 in destroying the chance of opportunity was fair. I don't know what you mean by that. He did show up with no plan.
Hey, I'm not MAGA, but I support what ICE is doing.
Okay, so you disagree with something on the background?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming that it's ICE step 1. So, all right, Wallace, why do you support what ICE is currently doing?
I just support them putting those people down because they're getting in the way, and they did their jobs getting them out of the way, and I think that's great.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think that you think you're going to be able to rage bait me, but you can't. But I have a better question for you, Wallace.
How's that?
Yeah, let me speak. Do you believe in the Second Amendment, right?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
So how do you feel about Donald Trump, DHS, and the head of ICE, Gregory Bovino, vilifying Alex Freddie for participating in the Second Amendment right and intentionally saying that basically people like you, Wallace, don't have access to your Second Amendment right?
I would say that's not true, and I would say he shouldn't have been out there protesting for that nonsense in the first place. That's what got him put down.
I don't want.
That's what I'd tell Trump.
I know. Listen, hey, you're steamrolling to something that we're not talking about yet. I want you.
No, I'm the one in charge. I'm showing you who's in charge.
I know you are. You're showing how weak you are. You're showing white fragility.
I'm taking you to third block.
I know. Listen, you're showing white fragility. You're literally doing that. You're literally doing that. Lock in for me, Bub. Second Amendment right. All right. What do you think about them saying that the reason why he was in violation is because he was exercising his Second Amendment right? Do you think that the Second Amendment right is something that should be guaranteed to people like you, Wallace, to American citizens? Yes or no?
I just think what you just said was just...
Okay, I'm going to mute you because I can tell that you're like...
Because I'm the one in charge.
I know. You seem very much in charge right now. As you sit here and you do weird shit and you show white fragility. Wallace, I need you to lock in for me.
Gotcha.
Do you think that the Second Amendment right is something that should be guaranteed to people like you? Yes or no?
It is.
Okay, so it is. I agree. I agree. It's absolutely something because it's enshrined in the Constitution. How do you feel about the Trump administration actively engaging and infringing on your Second Amendment right, not only currently, but in the past, but in multiple ways, so much so that the NRA has come out in contradiction and said that we need a full investigation because they're trying to infringe on the Second Amendment right?
That's just not true.
I hear you saying that's not true, but like, again, please engage with the question. How do you feel with the Trump administration in the history, right, first term actually infringed on the Second Amendment right that was ruled on by the Supreme Court, but in this administration multiple times have done things to try to infringe on the Second Amendment right, so much so that now the NRA is coming out and condemning the Trump administration and calling for a full investigation because of how they're trying to
Trump should have just said he's out
right.
there protesting for retards and brown people.
I know, listen, you just slurred because you knew you wanted to get kicked. You are a weak piece of shit. You know that?
Hey.
Yeah, I know. You are a weak piece of shit. You are an insignificant weak little piece of shit. And you show every single day why white men are the weakest. You're the weakest generation of white men ever. You're sad. You're sad. And your clansesters would absolutely be disappointed in you, Wallace. Your clansesters would absolutely be disappointed in you. You weak piece of shit. That's who you are. W's in chat for Marie for the $1.11 donation saying, Wallace, it's 11 a.m. on a Monday. Put down the booger sugar. Yeah, like it's weak incels that actually engage in activities like that. That's all it is. Like literally, that's all they have. Hi, Biggie. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I voted for Trump. I'm not a MAGA person though.
Okay. All right. Do you disagree with the point on the background?
About ICE, they was wrong about shooting dude. But
well, I mean, like any of these points, MAGA, you guys are all hypocrites. ICE is step one. Trump only cares about
MAGA.
money. Capitalism has failed. And black people, not you, but other black people, we told you so.
I'm not MAGA. I don't really know if they is or not. ICE is step one. What does that mean? ICE is step one.
Wait, you voted for Donald Trump, right?
Yes, I did.
Do you still support what the Trump administration is doing today?
Some, not all. I can't support them on everything.
If there were election today, knowing everything, yeah, okay, so you're MAGA. You're absolutely MAGA.
No, I'm not MAGA.
I know you don't like the label, but you're MAGA. Like that's
no, because if a Democrat came and I felt that Democrat was better, I'll vote for them.
I hear you, but you're MAGA. You literally, not only did you vote for Donald Trump, you still support Donald Trump.
Well,
as of
I voted for Hillary too the first time, so
that's fine. That's fine. And people who voted for Hillary or Barack Obama can still be MAGA today. I mean, I know the label is hard, and I hear you.
I just voted for the man. Just because I voted for the man don't mean I'm a what's the word y'all use? It's like a Klan member or something like that. I'm not down with that. I'm not bagging him 100%. You know what I'm saying? If he do something wrong, impeach him. I don't care. But sometimes
like
I
you
like
say that, but like, and no one's calling you a Klan member, right? But the one thing that I want to make sure people understand is that, like,
to me, it's a cult. They're a cult.
Yeah, they are a cult. They absolutely a cult, but they're the. I hear you, but you're still a part of the actual. People like to try to differentiate in between like Republican and conservative and MAGA. MAGA, Republican is the official party name. MAGA is the predominant ideology within the party, right? There's more people that subscribe to the ideology of MAGA versus anything else. And you can talk about like the people that are cultists who think that, you know, their Mandarin Messiah can do no wrong. I hear you, but you're still MAGA because you're literally sitting here saying, as of today, if you had to vote again, you would still vote for Donald Trump. And so like, that's the point that I'm getting
I don't
across.
see nobody who's better. If you show me somebody who's better, then I might vote for them.
Yeah,
a
okay.
person who's part of a cult is not gonna sway
I'm not saying that you're a part of a cult.
That's
I'm
just
saying
like,
that you're
okay,
MAGA.
I'm a four corner hustler, and you are never going to get me to swear against my gang. That's a cult mentality. You are never going to get
I
me.
never said that you were in a cult. I said you're MAGA, and you are.
No,
Like as soon as you,
I'm a four corner hustler. That's the part. That's the thing that I'm a part of. That you right or wrong, I'm with them. Right or wrong, I'm not with.
I didn't say that right or wrong, you're with
But if
MAGA.
you're a part of something, you with them 100%.
That's not true. You're literally saying, I need you to stop for a second, Big E. Listen to me. Listen to me. You're so busy trying to defend yourself that you're not hearing what I'm saying.
No, you're not hearing what I'm saying.
I'm going to mute you. No, you're not hearing what I'm saying because you can't speak at the same time that I'm speaking. You can't hear me. I need you to stop and listen to me. Just stop and listen. The point that I'm getting across is I'm not saying that MAGA is a cult. While I do believe that people who subscribe to the MAGA ideology are cultists, I'm not saying that is an official cult, right? The premise that I'm getting across is that Republican is the party and the ideology that leads the party is MAGA. And as someone who still supports the administration, whether you support everything or not, you still support the administration. And as of today, you would still vote for the administration. You are MAGA. I'm not saying you're in a cult. I'm saying you're MAGA. Big E, you can unmute.
You can't tell me what I am or am not. I'm not MAGA. Yes, I voted for the man. That's just like, you vote for Joe Biden?
Yes, I voted for Joe Biden.
So just because you vote for him, I'm supposed to believe you down for everything that he's down for?
Did I say that you were down for everything that Donald Trump was down for?
If you are part of that crew, that's what it is.
Did I say what did I just say? Were you even listening when I was speaking to you just now?
Yes, I
or
was
were you? No, it feels like you weren't, because I literally just said whether you disagree or agree with everything. That's not what I'm saying. I did not say you agree with everything. Listen, I need you to stop. Right now, you're getting bogged down in semantics because you don't like the label because it makes you feel uncomfortable. I don't care if it makes you feel uncomfortable. The way that you vote and the way that you align, you're MAGA. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You can call yourself Blagga. You can call yourself Big E. You can call yourself whatever you want. You are MAGA. I don't give a shit about that. I care about the things that you still support. So let's talk about the things that you still support. Like, let's talk about that. I don't care about whether or not you want to call yourself MAGA. What do you still support? Debbie's in the chat for Keith for the $1 donation saying, Clancestor, that was so good. Haha, you're awesome. Thank you so much, Keith. I appreciate you and appreciate the love. Debbie's in the chat for Katie for the $5 super chat to say, MAGA's version of masculinity is a 5-year-old having a tantrum and an 11-year-old calling people names. Gross. It is. It's so weird. It's so weird. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Biggie, what do you disagree or what do you still support or disagree with on the background?
I just agree with the fact he's American first to me.
How so?
But let's see, capitalism is fair.
No. How's Donald Trump America first?
That's just my opinion.
Right, but how so? What is he doing that exemplifies America first?
He's not been into the will of other countries.
How so?
You see how.
Yeah, I don't. Give me a specific example.
Okay, he's trying to stop the influx of drugs coming through our country.
Sure, don't say the name of any drugs on live or I have to kick you, but he's not. But how is he actually not bending to the will of other countries? What happened with the last exchange where he went to the conference and he was faced with other NATO allies after saying that he wanted to take Greenland? What did he do?
You talking about when he went to Switzerland?
Oh, he wasn't in Switzerland. Where was he?
It was the country that never fights in Europe.
Yeah,
the little one.
No,
the Baker
what was
country.
he? Hold on one second.
Sweden or Switzerland or
No, what's
the
the
one
name?
that was involved in the world wars.
Regardless, hold on. What's that?
They gave us the mineral rights, I think. So
No, they didn't. Just give me a second, though.
that's the
They
report
didn't. Just
that
give
I
me a
read.
second. 1 second. Just 1 second.
I have to do something, but have a nice day.
Are you running?
No, I have to go get the water from the basement. My sister just called me.
Yeah, but it's like you
That's
came
why
up
I
here to
wasn't
say stuff that's not true, and you realized that I wasn't gonna let you get into
and
your
then my
feelings, and so now
sister
you're
called
running.
me and told me to go handle the basement. You want the basement to flood?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God!
I can take a
Stop
picture and you
fucking
can see
lying.
it. You want me to show you a picture? I can show
No,
you.
you know that you're cooked, and now you're talking about your
just said I was
sister what
lying,
you
so
was
you
baking.
want me to show you the proof?
You know that you're cooked, and now it's water in the basement. Okay, sure, bub. Don't worry about it. Go get the water. We know. It's okay. Go get the water. Go get the water. It's okay, bub. Go get the water. It's okay. It's fine to run away. Listen,
I can show you better than I can tell.
Biggie, you're not the first person to run from me. It's okay. I get it. I'm intimidating. I'm scary. I'm really good at what I do. Like I dog walk people on a daily, and you're not the first nor last as far as someone that's gonna run from me. So it's okay. You can run. It's okay. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. You can run.
Are you finished now?
No, are you? I mean, are you still gonna run? Are you scared? What are we doing?
No, I'm not scared. I got to do something.
Scared.
But no, I'm not. I didn't got shot at before. You don't scare me.
Yeah, I mean, getting shot at doesn't mean that you're not scared to debate me. You know what's? Yeah, hey, Big E, do you know what the most fragile thing on earth is?
Words or bullets? What hurts more?
Hey, Big E, you know what the most fragile thing on earth is?
What?
The male ego. And you being in front of 1,000 people, you being on TikTok live in front of thousands of people, and them watching you get dog walked because you say shit that you can't prove and talk about things that you don't know. Your ego is it's actually triggering an amygdala response. Do you know what an amygdala response is, Biggie? You're muted. I sent you a request to come off mute. Do you know what an amygdala response is?
Not specifically, sir. And I could be quiet.
Amygdala response is what triggers your flight or fight reaction. And so right now, your amygdala response is telling you flight is the only option for you to run. Because if you stand and you try to have this fight as far as your beliefs, you know that not only will you get dog walked, but you'll get embarrassed, and we can't embarrass you because your ego is too fragile. And if you let your ego actually get the best of you, then, you know, you're going to be big mad. We can already tell you got big fifis because you crashed out on the sense of me calling you MAGA. Like we spent more time talking about you being MAGA than we did with any type of substance. So again, your ego has stopped you from actually engaging anything. And so now it's triggering an amygdala response, which makes you want to run. And the only thing that I will say is run. It's okay. You're not the first person to run from me, and you will not be the last person. Okay, then engage in the debate. Let's get into it. You said Donald Trump was America first. I told you that he's not. You tried to claim that.
Okay, then that's your opinion, and that's that. Move on.
No, we're not talking about opinions. We're talking about facts. I want you to substantiate how Donald Trump is America first. I want you to give me some proof that substantiates him being America first. No, I don't want your opinion. You don't agree with it. Your opinion is like buttholes. Everybody got one. I don't want opinions. I want facts. Give me some type of proof. It's clean. Give me some type of proof that proves Donald Trump is actually America first, because I can give you proof that he's not. Now, give me proof that he's America first. You made the claim. It's your claim. It's literally your claim, and I'm just saying substantiate your claim.
Ooh, that shit stay. What you were saying? Because I was dumping water.
I said substantiate your claim. It's your claim. Substantiate it.
How would you want me to do that? You just go disagree with it.
Sure. The way that you would do that is by saying, hey, Santana, this is how I think Donald Trump is America first. He passed this piece of legislation that benefited people in this way. He did this that benefited people in this way.
The First Step Act.
One, Donald Trump signed the First Step Act under his first administration, and he wasn't under the guise of being quote unquote America first. That's something that he's been dealing with is in the second administration. Number two, the First Step Act was a Obama initiative that was actually created under Barack Obama and actually stopped in the Senate because Mitch McConnell would not actually bring it to the floor for a vote because he didn't want to give Barack Obama another win. And so he held and rejected the First Step Act until a Republican president was in party. As soon as a Republican president had power, he brought it to the floor, allowed the Senate to vote on it, and then approved it. And then Donald Trump had to be coerced into signing it by Kim Kardashian and his daughter Ivanka. He didn't want to touch it because it had Barack Obama's name connected to it, but they had to say like, hey, this is a good thing. It's a win, sign it. And that's the only reason that he signed it. So when you talk about the First Step Act, it's something that one was bipartisan, two that started under the Obama administration and was held up by Republicans, and three, something that Donald Trump did not want to do. So again, that's not America first. That's not in this current administration. And Donald Trump didn't even give a shit about it. Give me something that substantiates the fact that Donald Trump has been about America first in this administration.
So because you believe that he didn't really want to sign it, doesn't make it American first?
It's not because I believe that. I named multiple factors. What else did I say about the First Step Act?
You said it was started with Barack Obama. I don't care
and who held up the signing of the who held up the passing of the First Step Act?
A Republican. I believe everything you're saying, bro.
And then when did the First Step Act happen? When did the First Step Act happen? Did the First Step has that been signed into law within this last year?
I don't know the specific dates.
Specific, not Pacific. Pacific is the ocean. Specific. It was in his first administration. I've already said that.
I have an accent. I'm from a different place.
Fine. I'm from the South as well. There's a difference between Pacific and specific. I'm just giving you the information. I'm just giving you the information. Give me something that has occurred within this first. Give me something within this current administration, not the first administration. I know you're getting your feelings hurt. I don't care about your feelings. I just need you to give me something that is happening within this current administration.
You can't debate with me without being rude.
Me correcting Pacific and specific is not rude. I know you feel like it is because you have big feelings.
Question. Can you debate with me without being rude?
I can debate any way that I want. And if I want to correct you and tell you it's specific and not Pacific, listen, I don't care about your feelings. You've done nothing since you got here except giving me feelings and emotions. That's why we can't get into any substance. You don't have substance. That's why you sit here and debated me on whether or not you're MAGA, because all you got is the fifis and your tum-tums. I don't give a shit about the fifis and your tum-tum. I want something that you can substantiate. Do you have any proof that Donald Trump, since taking power on January 20th of 2025, has done anything to prove that he is America first? Name that thing. Go.
You a bitch.
I know. Why? Oh, go ahead and run, poo-poo. Go ahead and run. You're such a coward. You're such a coward. You're such a coward. That's the best that you have. You don't know things. That's why you support Donald Trump. That's why you don't even know. You don't know how things work. And that's why you are with. That's why, as a black man, you support Donald Trump. Donald Trump and his administration targeted the weakest among us, but literally the weakest. And we understand that, yes, when you talk about black people, black men are the weakest. But Donald Trump and his administration targeted the weakest. And that's why he got people like you, Big E, to actually vote for him, even though you voted for harm for not only yourself, but people that look like you. That's why 92% of black women, the most educated demographic in this country, the ones that lead in entrepreneurship, literally black women stood up and said, this shit ain't good. We can't vote for him. But you know what you did? Need me a stimulus check. Gonna get me another PPP. I don't know shit. I like Trump. Rappers love Trump. Fuck are we doing? Biggie, you have embarrassed yourself up here this entire time, and you got mad that I told you that you're MAGA. And then you got mad because I told you there's a difference between pacific and specific. The only thing that I tried to do was help you. Literally, the only thing I tried to do was help you understand the difference between pacific and specific. But yet I'm insulting you because I'm telling you there's a difference between the two things. I haven't even started to insult you yet. If I was insulting you, I would have called you slapnuts by now, but I didn't do that because I wasn't insulting you. Now, can you give me one piece of empirical data that proves that Donald Trump has done anything that would deem him to be America first since taking power in this second term? I'm gonna send you a request. Please tell me what that thing is. And if you call me a B word, if you respond with something emotional, you're just proving my point. Can you engage without being emotional?
I still don't hear you. You're muted.
I'm waiting for you to say something, Bubbo. Did you turn the volume down? Chat, he turned the volume down.
Now, where is this bucket so I can get this water?
Him turn the volume down. Him so emotional.
Oh, Lord.
Him so emotional.
Why would she put it?
I'm gonna mute him. I'm not gonna kick him. I'm gonna make him sit up here. I'm gonna make him sit up here. I'm not gonna kick him. You're gonna have to leave on your own, Biggie, you coward. You're gonna have to take the coward's way out. If you're not gonna debate, you're gonna have to slink out of here with your tail tucked between your legs because I'm not gonna kick you. You're gonna sit up here on my panel until you prove that you're a coward and leave, or you actually engage in a debate. I'll bring someone else up, but I'm not gonna kick you. I'm not gonna give you the easy out. I'm not gonna give you the easy out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I do. I have a question about the second point. I kind of agree with the second one, but I wanted to know from your perspective, like what for immigration purposes, right? Mm-hmm. How would you go about dealing with that? Because ICE isn't the way, I don't think. I mean, it's evidence about that in the streets and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to know, like, what would be your solution when we're dealing with like illegal immigrants?
Undocumented immigrants, give them a pathway to citizenship. Mass amnesty. I think if we want to actually improve the country, we give all undocumented immigrants a pathway to citizenship that gives us the ability to vet the people that are in the country to get a proper identification as far as how many people are actually here. And then it allows them to integrate within our society seamlessly. It'll bolster the economy. It'll help improve their quality of life. It'll eliminate the need to have undocumented immigrants working for cheaper labor costs, which will improve the amount of pay that everyday Americans can receive. And then those people that don't self-identify to take advantage of mass amnesty would be those people that are really bad that would not self-identify because they are here for nefarious reasons. And then we can allocate the actual resources needed to tracking down those people and getting those people out of the country. If you give people a pathway to citizenship, then there's no justification for people not taking advantage of that and then going through the path of like using ICE and the full level levers of our federal government agencies to ensure that these people are out of the country. Like there would be way less pushback after we do that, and it would be so much safer, and also it would cost way less than what we're actually doing right now.
Okay, that's a pretty good answer. Actually, I like that answer a lot. I agree with the first one, second one, third one. What? So the fifth one, right? You said black people told you. Can you explain that one? Because I didn't hear. I wasn't here for the whole time when you talked about that.
Yeah, can you give me 2 seconds and thank a couple people, and then I'll get into that for you.
Of course.
W's in the chat for Demina, who sent a $9.99 super chat to say, I'm tired of people saying 1930s Germany. What's happening now in America is known as apple pie, and non-white people have known this since the beginning. Exactly. Like, this is America. This is literally like Childish Gambino told us. That was in chat for Dragon for the $5 super chat to say, imagine being a bigot instead of getting your money up. Skill issues. Exactly. W's in the chat for Lotus for the $2 super chat to say, I need a bub emote. LOL. Maybe I might work on that. W's in the chat for the super chats. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $5 donation. Saying, I'm literally about to piss myself. Leveling up, like leaving him up there. This is how this is why you're my favorite. Yeah, listen, no, fuck him. Like, either he's gonna be a coward and leave, or he's gonna nut up and actually give me a debate. I'm not kicking him. I got time today. W's in chat for Sarah. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, also, can we knock out the rest of the daily gift goal? It's the Hi Bears. Can we knock those out, please? Last but not least, go ahead and hit that follow button. You look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me, hit that follow button. Follow the main account as well. We're driving to 80,000 followers on the main account. All right. Oh, wait, look who's back. Is Wallace? Wallace is back. Wallace, hey, guess what? I hope you can hear me right now, Bub. I'm going to block you, you fucking coward. Get out of here. You think you're going to slur and then come back? Fuck out of here. All right. So the premise that I have as far as like black people told you is that black people have been not only at the forefront as far as standing up against the Trump administration prior to the election. That's why black people en masse voted against Donald Trump. But even more so, black people have been telling all white people, like, hey, for years, hey, they are killing us in the streets. Hey, they're over policing us. Hey, they're, being harmful. They're discriminating. They're doing all these things. And we were told that, oh, you guys are just victims. It's a victim mentality. And, oh, you guys, this is black fatigue and all this other stuff. And now they're actually seeing that we were right. And so that's what it is. We told them so.
Okay. I will admit that I did vote for Trump in 2020. What year was it? 2025? Yeah, I voted for him back then, which I'll admit, that was pretty ignorant on my part. I think part of the reason why I did vote for him. You mean 2024? Yeah. My bad. Yeah. I will admit that I was ignorant only because, when you're glued to the screen and you're hearing things from like a bunch of people, you're gonna, be swayed into doing that. That's kind of like whenever your first point, MAGA hypocrites, I agree with that because of the Kyle Rittenhouse example, him bringing a gun to a protest. He didn't get shot. You know what I'm saying? And then, ISIS killed 3 at this point in Minneapolis. That's kind of messed up on that part. How would you say capitalism has failed? Like, what do you mean by that?
Capitalism only benefits the ultra wealthy. It doesn't care about everyday people. It's a self-fulfilling, self-consuming monster that continues to actually grow and disenfranchise and creates larger gaps between the haves and the have-nots. And the only way to win capitalism is to be someone like Elon Musk. You can't be someone that is not a part of the ultra wealthy and benefit from capitalism as a whole. That's why we have such a large discrepancy in our society where you have Elon Musk, who's said to be a trillionaire, versus unhoused veterans walking around with no shoes in our country. It's literally something that doesn't benefit everyday Americans. And the only way that we can improve is by shifting towards more of a socialistic society, because capitalism isn't going to help anyone.
So are you advocating for like socialism? Like, what's your alternative to that?
I'm absolutely, at the very least, currently advocating for social safety nets. I believe in things like universal healthcare. And when I say universal healthcare, I mean having a free public option. So you can keep your private healthcare if you want, but everyone should have the access to healthcare. You shouldn't have to go into debt and have to worry about getting healthcare, right? I mean, the biggest actual impactor when it comes to people being unhoused is medical debt. So if we eliminate medical debt in that sense, then we can help with the housing crisis that we're dealing with. I believe in like having a free public option for school, right, for college. Higher education used to be free, and the reason why it's not free now is because of racism. Literally, Black people started obtaining higher educational degrees, and since they were obtaining higher educational degrees, then people started to say, oh, you know what, we got to make that cost. And so like that's what happened. So I think all of those things are really important. I believe improving those social safety nets are super important. And I think that those are the only ways that we can shift towards a more socialist society as a whole.
I guess my overall contention when it comes to like the left or the right is that when I write down my values and what I value, as far as like, I don't support abortion, I don't, like I don't want an open border, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like when I'm looking at both sides, the left supports that kind of stuff. I don't like.
Why don't you? Okay, question. When you say you don't support abortion, do you think that people should be able to access abortion? Like women should be able to have abortions?
I feel like it depends. I just think that whenever I'm hearing an argument, like, in debates like this or like, on YouTube or whatever, it's never because of like health reasons, only because of like a safety net for not wanting a kid.
That's not true. That's what people try to weaponize that against women and say that, oh, women are only having that because they wanted to, have sex and they want to get rid of this or blah, blah, blah. Like abortion is literally healthcare. But again, I have a couple of questions for you, right? First and foremost, does your stance as far as abortion, what is that rooted in? Is it your religious belief, your morality? Like where does that come from?
Yeah, no, I'm a follower of Christ. I feel like, I feel like I love kids, and, my belief is that, it starts at conception. And so I think that if you're getting an abortion, you're, killing the child. That's what I think.
Okay.
That's my only, that is my,
Hold on one second. Hey, Big E, no one cares about what you're doing and you're still a coward. Even with you turning on your camera and showing us that you're cleaning up water, you're still a coward. Even when you try to come off mute and make weird sounds, you're still a coward. And guess what? I'm still not going to kick you. So either you can actually give me an argument like an adult, or you can continue to be big emotional and I'm going to keep you here. And every time you turn on your camera, I'm going to turn it off. Or you can just leave like the coward you are. I don't care which one. I literally don't care which one. But you showing us that you're cleaning up water does not vindicate you. You still don't know the difference between Pacific and specific. Anyway, all right. So you said that it's based in your actual religious belief. Okay. But again, just to make sure before I go down to school of thought with you, do you think that women should be able to access abortions? Yes or no?
If they have to.
Okay. If there was a nationwide abortion ban, meaning it was mandated across the country, would you sign on to a nationwide abortion ban?
And then does that mean that no matter what the situation is?
Well, no, I was gonna say, did you have any exceptions? Most people subscribe to like Life of Mother.
Yeah, of course. Like I feel like that's a pretty good reason to get one if that's that's the situation. I don't know the stats on that, if that's like a high number, but if that were to happen, then I would say that that's a viable option for getting one, I suppose.
Sure. 1 second here. I don't know what just happened there. All right. Sorry. Say it one more time.
I said, yeah. So I feel like if it's the Life of the Mother, I think that's a pretty viable option to getting one, I believe.
Yeah, people believe in like Life of the Mother, but they believe in Life of Mother, grape and incest. Do you believe in those things?
Yes. I believe in the Life of the Mother. I haven't really had much thought about the rape and incest one. That's great. Sorry, my bad, my fault. TikTok. Grape. That's interesting. Oof, that's a tough one. I never really had. Incest is a little I don't know. I don't really have much thought on those. I feel like it's a terrible situation either way.
Wait, let's tackle grape first. With grape, what's your hold up with grape? Because like you understand,
Well, my thing
with
is,
grape,
it
you give
isn't-
like the abusers the ability to pick their victims and who they want their victims
No.
to be as far as having
I'm not supporting that. No.
Okay,
My
so
thing
you
is,
would give the exception for grape.
It isn't the child's fault, so why kill it, you know?
Okay. So you're fine with men forcing a decision on women that they don't want?
Absolutely not.
Okay, but that's what you do when you don't give like the exception for grape. You tell women that like men can force them to have a child, whether they want to or not.
Okay. Well, this is what I'll say to that. Okay. No, I do not subscribe to that. I don't think men should be doing that. And I feel like if a woman was raped, then in that situation, it would be her option to get it or not. I known women that have not killed their children.
Yeah,
No
and see, that's all I'm saying is, are there exceptions? Meaning that if a woman says like, hey, I was raped and I don't want to have this baby, then you would give exceptions to it.
Yeah, I'd have to. I don't really have, there's not much saying that because that's not her choice,
All right, perfect. One second. Big E, do you have an argument now, or are you just going to continue to be a child?
I believe in your body, your choice.
That's not. I don't give a
That's
shit
what y'all
about
talking
that.
about right now.
Yeah, no. I want you to go back to the argument that you were given as far as you said Donald Trump is America first. Do you have any actual proof, or do you want to just admit that you don't have proof and it's just your feelings?
Oh, I can admit that it's my feelings.
Okay, so all right. So since you can admit that it's just your feelings, you're conceding. So that means you're not going to continue to say America first, Donald Trump's America first, because you don't have any
that's
actual
what
proof
I
of that.
believe.
So you believe things without proof.
If you could give me some evidence that is not,
sure.
I'll probably
Donald Trump passed the big beautiful
no.
bill.
You got to give me. You got to show me papers.
Yeah,
what you're saying is
I'm telling you exactly where to find it. That's fine. And the big beautiful bill, with the passing of the big beautiful bill, it cuts the actual access of over 7 million Americans to be able to gain access to Medicaid. And so it cuts health benefits. There's also cuts to SNAP benefits that reduces the amount of lunch for underprivileged people, and it cuts lunch for children at school. And as a byproduct of not extending the ACA subsidies, more Americans have been kicked off of healthcare. So passing legislation that negatively impacts Americans when it comes to gaining access to healthcare and food is not America first. You can also pinpoint the fact that Donald Trump was willing to start an additional trade war with with China. And in Q3 of 2025, there were no soybeans bought by China from the American farmers, which soybeans, the largest exporter of soybeans from the US is to China. And they, since they weren't actually getting soybeans from the US, they actually made a deal with Argentina. And then Donald Trump made a deal with Argentina to give them $40 billion after propping up their economy. So not only did he undercut American farmers, but he gave the people that made the deal to undercut American farmers the ability to keep their government thriving. So again, that's not America first. All those things that I've mentioned are not America first. They're all verifiable, and are things that Donald Trump has done that has had negative impacts on United States citizens.
And once I'm able to verify that you are telling the truth, I will believe you. And
you're not going to verify it. You're not going to look it up. Like, why lie? Why lie?
I'm going to keep it real. Probably not.
Exactly. So why would you even say that lie? You don't care about what I'm saying, because the only thing that you care about is the fifis in your tum-tum. You're a man-child. Like, that's what you've been up here this entire time doing. That's why you kept coming on mute. That's why you kept coming turn on your camera. No, you're a man-child. No, you're a man-child. You think me telling you there's a difference between Pacific and specific is disrespectful? Just because I'm trying to tell you that you're using the wrong word, that's disrespectful. How is that disrespectful?
That wasn't disrespectful. I was saying that I have a speech impediment, plus I have an accent, bro. So don't.
I have an accent as well. I have an accent as well. I'm from the South. I'm sitting here trying to tell you, trying to help you. Like I didn't denigrate you. I didn't call you stupid. I didn't do any of those things. I said there's a difference, and I was just pointing out the difference because a lot of people don't know what the difference is between Pacific and specific. You're not. You've been emotional this whole time.
But I'm past the Pacific thing, whatever. I'm past that.
That's why you said you just brought up I was being disrespectful, and that's the only thing that you use as far as me being disrespectful.
You're always disrespectful to people. I don't care about that.
Cool. Hey, I think it's pronounced Maliki. I'm sorry, I can't see your full name. Have I been disrespectful at all since you've been up here?
I don't know. I've enjoyed this so far.
Yeah. Only thing I do, Big E, is I match energy. I match energy, and you know what? Your energy has been off the entire time because you've been emotional. You and I couldn't get out of the blocks because you sitting here saying, I'm not MAGA. I'm not MAGA. You were so worried about me calling you MAGA that you couldn't even actually engage in any type of debate. You've been emotional. You need to go to therapy. That's what it is. Like, I'm going to keep it funky with you. Black men stigmatize therapy. That's a problem. That's a problem. We need therapy. I think as a whole, society needs therapy, but within Black society, therapy has been stigmatized. And Big E, you clearly are someone that should actually take advantage of therapy because it will help. I promise you it will help. You got some issues that I think you need to work out. You said you don't need therapy?
I said I go to therapy.
Good. When's the last time you saw your therapist?
Oh, I don't see him personally. It's over the phone.
Sure. It's over the phone. You talk on the phone to your therapist.
Yes, I've been doing it since COVID.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
You can do virtual because I talk to my therapist virtually, but you have to be able to see them. You don't talk on the phone.
They started it
on a phone call.
On a phone call. Or you could go video chat, but I don't like the video chat.
Okay. The one thing that I'll say is obviously like there's some other things going on. And so I won't disregard what you're saying as far as your therapy. If you're saying you go to therapy, okay, cool. The one point that I'm getting across is that your emotional regulation is something that you need to address. That's all I'm saying, because you coming up here and being unable to actually engage in like an actual conversation because you're getting emotional, I would just bring that up. Like, I don't know what's happening right now, but you have been up here and you've been unwilling to engage in a debate. And then while being unwilling to engage in a debate, you won't leave. And then since you won't leave because I've called you a coward, you've been up here doing weird things like turning your camera on. And so only thing that I want you to do is actually engage in good faith. You can't engage in good faith because the only thing you're diving into is your feelings. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, for you to sit here and say that you're not gonna believe in things because of your feelings, like, that's crazy.
I cut on the camera because I wanted to show you I was telling the truth about the water.
I didn't say I don't believe you. I'm saying that you were using that as an excuse to run. I said you were using that as an excuse to run because you didn't have anything. And again, you know how we can verify that it was an excuse for you to run? Because you're still here. You tried to use it as an excuse to run, and you're still here.
So now I'm still here because you touched the feeling with that. I'm over
exactly. I know.
I'm not no runner, bro.
Okay, then actually substantiate. You know what? That's fine. I'm gonna put you back on mute, and I'm gonna give you time to find something to substantiate a claim. I'm gonna continue to talk to the person above you for a half a second. You take some time to actually find something to prove. Stop coming off mute. You're literally, Biggie. Stop coming off mute. I'm muting you. Stop acting like a child. How old are you?
I'm gonna be quiet while you talking.
No, then stay on mute. You don't have to keep unmuting yourself. That's me, the host. I'm muting you. You're acting like a child. Stop. You're literally a child. Anyway, Biggie, serious question. How old are you?
I told you in the beginning.
No,
I'm 43.
No, you're 40. You're 43. You're 43. You're 43, but you can't stay on mute. That's childish behavior.
But I could also be quiet too.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need you to just be quiet. I just need you to stay on mute. Like, stop it. And I'm being 100% genuine. Just stop. Just stop. I got him. You guys don't have to mute him. I got him. Biggie, this is me sitting here saying, can you please mute yourself and stay on mute until it's time for you to speak?
I could be quiet.
No, can you mute yourself and stay on mute until it's time for you to speak?
I can, but I won't. You're going to have to kick me off.
No, I'm not going to kick you because you know what?
Well, then
you know
I'm
what?
going to be quiet and less talking to.
You know what? Big E, I'm going to mute you again. And if you come off mute, you're showing that you're a coward. There you go. You're a fucking coward. You're a fucking crybaby coward. You're an insignificant, weak little coward because all you can do is show you're emotional. You don't function like an actual person. You're weird. You're weird. And you know what? I'm going to do you something better than actually kicking you, Big E. I got you. Don't even worry about it. I'm going to block you. And now you'll never be able to come back. You fucking weirdo. Shut up. You fucking weirdo. Like, I don't understand what's happening. Thank you for the cake. You're like, you're being a whole weirdo. I apologize about that. 2 seconds. Let me thank a couple of people and then we can get back into it. W's in the chat for Dragon, who sent $1 donation saying Biggie wants someone to care so bad. He was just being so weird. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse, who sent $2 donation saying, Cuzzo, can you remind old boy AB shouldn't I'm not gonna say this. I'm not gonna say this out loud, Cousin Jesse, because you already know where I'm going. Lock in with me. Thank you for the 2. And W's in the chat for Nico, who sent a $20 Aussie to say religion is ridiculous. Love from Australia. Thank you so much for that $20 super chat. You're fucking awesome. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, so we've agreed that like the exceptions, you would do it, but you would support a nationwide abortion ban. Last question I have for you is, do you think that the enforcement of a nationwide abortion ban, is that something that you can get behind as long as it's like to the fullest extent of the law and not something that's, like threatening someone with a weapon?
Yeah, no, lawful only. These cops take an oath to uphold the law, so they can't like go outside the law to enforce the law. They can't do that. I don't agree with that at all.
Okay, perfect. Last but not least, I do want to verify this, and I think this is super important for me to say, and just engage with me on this. Do you have a uterus?
No.
No? Okay, perfect.
No.
All right. So, I got something I think that would actually serve a better cause besides getting behind like an actual limitation of abortion, right? Because I think limiting people access to healthcare when it comes to abortion, like that's subjective because not everyone shares your morality, right? Morality is subjective. So what I think we should advocate for.
Morality is subjective?
Yes, morality is absolutely subjective.
Ooh, I don't know if I agree with that. That's a deeper conversation, but I'll concede and let you have that.
Well, the reason why I say morality is subjective because people have their morality rooted in different things, whether it's their religion, whether it's like an actual like creed or code, whether it's like family values, things like this. And so not everyone's level of morality is the same. And so while you may think that like, even like Christianity, you may think that like, sticking to the 10 Commandments is where your moral value should be. You might have some Christians who believe even further, right? Like Mormons or things like that. So morality is subjective depending on where your morality is rooted.
Okay, so my contention with that is if it is subjective, does that mean that if someone were to do a heinous crime, but that was within their morals, you agree with that?
Oh, it's not about me agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying that this is where they find justification for the actions.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean now. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. One thing that I always, and I started thinking about this like when I was younger, when you talk about like the premise. Well, no, I'm not going to get into that one. All right, cool. So one thing that I think we can all get behind, right, is addressing the root cause of the issue versus just addressing like a symptom, right? And so while people often talk about abortions, there's something that we can actually do that would be more beneficial, which I think we should get behind: nationwide mandatory vasectomies. What do you think?
Repeat that one more time. You said mandatory vasectomies?
Yes, mandatory vasectomies.
Um,
You know what a vasectomy is?
yeah, of course, of course. Okay, so
cool. Let me
I
run
think-
through this. Maybe if I give you my actual thought process,
Yeah,
then you may
please. Okay,
understand.
go ahead.
All right. So vasectomies are more safe, effective, and efficient than abortions, right? If you actually get a vasectomy, one, it's reversible up to 5 years within the same range. Now, of course, there's a few exceptions depending on the actual person, but in typical with people within 5 years, you can get an abortion and it's fully reversible, no issues. After that, it starts to slightly decrease, right? It's a quick outpatient procedure. You know, you can get, today's Monday, you can get that procedure today and then by Thursday be in the gym hooping, right? It's a quick snip outpatient procedure. It's more, it's less costly than abortion. It's more safe and effective than any type of birth control, whether you talk about the IUD, whether you talk about the pill, whether you talk about the shot. It has less side effects. And then you can also freeze the sperm prior to the vasectomy. So just in case the person, the man doesn't want to actually get the vasectomy reversed, then they can actually still have kids while keeping the vasectomy. I think that we should mandate it at 16. And then they can get them reversed at 21 if that's what they want, or if they are ready to enter a relationship or something where they're ready to have kids. So I think all of those things.
18 is probably my cutoff, I think.
No, I say 16. I mean, then you address the underage, children and all this other stuff. But again, like if they're ready prior to that and they're ready to actually have kids, then sure, they can make a decision at 18, 19, 20, 21 or whatever. But I'm saying, like, you know, that's the point. But you do all that, and the biggest thing is that it addresses the root cause of the issue, right? Because so many people have the issue that's saying like, oh, abortion is murder and you're taking another life. Well, the only way that you can actually engage in abortion is if you've already started the equation. So if you address the root cause of the issue, then you can address even the premise as far as stopping the baby from conception. What do you think?
That's interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know if I fully agree with that. You said some good points.
What's your hesitation?
Hesitation is the fact that, you know, when we're talking about, let's just talk about the elephant, let's talk about sex. You know, sex, you know, it takes two. You know what I mean? It's not just the woman, not just the man, it's both.
But see, and then that goes into morality, and I think morality is subjective. I don't like to actually see, this is the part that people come to, and I always say this, I don't like meat watching. I don't care. I honestly, I advocate for as much consensual and safe sex as possible. Like, as long as you're having consensual and safe sex, fuck it as much as you want. I don't want to actually be the moral authority as far as who should or should not have sex. So I could never advocate against having sex. I can advocate for vasectomies, which would eliminate the need to actually have abortions, and we would eliminate the needs as far as being able to regulate the woman body. I mean, there's so many contentious points as far as regulating the woman body, and even more so, it's a medical procedure, because when you talk about abortions, I mean, there's DNCs that exist, like there's actual medical reasons that women need access to abortion, and they're actually dying because they can't get access to that abortion. So again, the point that I'm like sticking on is, if this is something that people really believe in and they want to eliminate the quote unquote murder of babies, then we should all be coming together and saying like mandatory vasectomies is the way to go. Josh said false information. Come up here and tell me about it, Josh. I'm going to go ahead and mute you, but then I'm going to send you a request. Come and tell me what's false information. I've studied it. I've looked up the numbers. I have the proof. Anyway, go ahead.
I have a question. Have I been rude at all? Because I feel like these people are like being ruthless to me today. Holy crap.
Sometimes the chat is a little bit, you know.
Yeah, it's a little, you know, I don't, you know, I'm hearing you out, and it's a different perspective I'm hearing. I never heard this type of, well, I've heard a good portion of what you said before from other people, but the vasectomy
that's
thing,
because like you and I are two men up here. Neither one of us have any uteruses. And so I don't think that either one of us can actually speak for women. And so I think us having a conversation about women and their body is fruitless. I would much rather deal with men and their bodies, because we can address men.
Yeah, but one thing I will say is, you know, my sister had an abortion. She was like, how old? She was like 19 or whatever. I will say that, you know, she said that when she did get the abortion, it was very painful for her to even move afterwards, you know. So I don't want women to go through that. I was raised by women. I get it. I'm not like trying to be disrespectful at all. I understand this. But you know.
Yeah, and like my whole thing is like when you talk about the process of not only like abortion but childbirth, right? The process of childbirth is one of the most intense and insane processes that occur, right? It's literally a situation where women are the closest to death than ever, right? I mean, it shifts. There's a physical shift in the structure of their body. There's a chemical shift as well. Like there's so many things that overall can be harmful and cause them to lose their lives. And I think that like allowing them to be able to make that decision.
There's more risk for an abortion versus the vasectomy. I get that.
Yeah, and even more so, like think about this. Can you name one piece of legislation that that actually one piece of legislation that regulates the man's body?
The draft.
It doesn't. There's multiple exceptions. You can get medical exceptions. You can get religion exceptions. There's even an exception that you can get that you can just say like you don't agree and so you don't want to be drafted. And even more so, the last draft hasn't occurred since like the 1960s. So when you talk about the actual draft, that's not something that men can opt out of. I mean, like if we still had the protections of Roe v. Wade, then we can say that it's kind of equivalent because that gives women access to gain abortions when they want it. But if they don't want it, they don't have to get it. But like even with the actual draft, there's a plethora of exceptions. But then when you talk about like when you talk about the actual premise behind the draft versus like the Roe v. Wade, like it's not even close.
I got you. Okay. So for the vasectomy thing, right? So let me propose something, right? Mm-hmm. You know how so my stance on guns, right? Mm-hmm. I feel like there should be, you know, a mental or psychological profile for each person who wants to get a gun. Mm-hmm. I feel like a lot of people who have guns or who have been doing shootings, you know, they're not right in the head. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that should be a part of the process for getting a gun or owning a gun, you know? Now, obviously, people are going to bypass that because people are going to do legal things all the time. Mm-hmm. So my thing is for vasectomy, I feel like, you know, a lot of the problems with, you know, are the men that rape or the men that sexual assault, you know? So I think that they should have the mandatory
well, I mean, like then you can go into the premise as far as like what qualifies as mentally unfit and all this other stuff. I think that opens up too much of a discrepancy and ambiguity when you talk about like psychological profiles and all this other stuff. I mean, I think that the only way to actually be fair in that instance is to create a baseline and saying like, hey, we can all follow this baseline. And especially because it's not something that is one, it's not irreversible, but also two, it's not something that is overly harmful, right? Even if you talk about, let's say, an implementation of an IUD, right? Mm-hmm. That's something that is a painful procedure that causes women to, you know, bleed in excess and be in pain for long periods of time. And then even when you talk about like the type of IUD, like the copper is less effective, but then the other IUD that releases the hormones can have an overarching impact to women. It can have a impact as far as their mental health. It can have an impact as far as their physical health. Like there's so many other factors that occur when you actually go down that route, right? And like instead of actually doing those things, instead of trying to create a psychological profile and saying like, hey, if you fit these categories, then you should get it. I think it would be more beneficial if we just say like, hey, everyone can get it and then it's reversible.
What's the age cutoff?
What do you mean the age cutoff?
Because is the vasectomy like all ages or is that just like men from 16 to like their prime?
16. And then you can get it reversed as late as 25.
Like, okay, yeah. I thought I meant you're not gonna get men over 30 getting there, right?
Say it again.
You're not gonna have men over 30 getting there, right?
No.
Only 16 to 25.
No, I think
Okay, see, when you
at
said that, I thought you
16.
meant like all ages. I'm like, oh, what the? I'm like,
No. I think at 16 you get it done. Kind of like, kind of like how it's commonly accepted for what's it called? Circumcision, right? But like having that done kind of blanketly, and then from that point after they're 18, it can be reversed, but I would, I think it should have some counseling as far as like getting it reversed and understanding as far as like the desire. I think there would be a lot of people that would be benefit by like not having it reversed and being able to have longer to plan out their life and get themselves together, especially when you talk about like men and the maturity factor. Typically, most men frontal lobe doesn't develop until about 24. Women's tend to develop faster. And so understanding like the need to properly govern themselves prior to the full development of their mind, I think that's just more beneficial.
So you're saying, so this vasectomy idea you have, right? Is this assuming that you're also, okay, you said we talked about the abortion ban, right? Earlier. So you're saying if they were to pass a mandatory abortion ban, then your alternative to that would also be to enforce the vasectomy as well for men? Are you saying that
if we implement a mandatory vasectomy, then we don't need an abortion ban?
Oh, okay.
Or, which I always kind of get back to at the end, because most people aren't really that receptive to the idea. As they most of the time they're just like, no, don't want to touch the men, not my penis, like that. But the thing that I truly believe, because I'm not really in favor of mandating people to do anything. The thing that I truly believe is that we should give people the access to bodily autonomy and to be able to make their own decisions as far as how they're going to govern their own bodies. So
free will.
Yeah, I think as long as we have the actual common ground that men and women get to make self-determinations about their own bodies, then I'm good with not mandating anything. But if there has to be a mandate, if there has to be an initiative where we say like, oh, this is something we have to do because we have to save the babies, then it's way more smart to go the route of mandatory vasectomies than an abortion ban.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. Okay. I'd have to ponder on that a little more, because I'm not 100% opposed to that. I just have to look into that more, I guess, like more internally, I guess. I have one final question, then I have to go because I'm at work. I am receptive to your point a lot. I did vote right, based on ignorance and lack of research. I let my schooling get in the way of my education, so I didn't because when you're around the same people with the same mind as groupthink, so I'm around the same people that have the same stuff.
Yeah.
So I guess my question to you is, if you could provide me, I guess, books or things you've read so that I can become more privy to that stuff, to see if I fully agree with that. Because then I love to
on what
more on that.
Just vasectomies or what?
No, just like your whole
left-leaning ideology.
Yeah. Because I'm not right now I'm more centered, because I was definitely far right when I was 21, 20. I was definitely more on the right side now. But now I'm 28 now. I turned 29 this year. I'm trying to change my change my thought process, because I'm getting married and about to have kids. So I'm trying to think about life a little differently.
Well, the one thing that I tend to harp on, because there are different studies and books and different things that you can read depending on exactly what you're looking for. But the thing that I always talk about is what's important to you. And I always say this to younger people, what's important to you today?
I told you.
I'm sorry?
I told you.
No, listen. What's important to you today? What's important to you in 5 years? And what do you think will be important to you in 10 years? Right? And so understanding the way that your political ideology actually shapes and benefits or impacts you today, but then also the long-term effects of those ideas in the future. One thing that people don't understand, because they see like the short-term benefits that the Republican Party is looking to do as far as like deregulation, right? Yeah, deregulating in the short term increases the ability to gain access into like industries and blah, 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 blah. But what happens is when you actually engage in deregulation, it has long-term impacts.
Hold on. This girl, Tiffany, said sexism and misogyny?
That's fine. Just lock in up here.
Okay, I'm sorry, my bad. I don't get that.
The point that I'm getting to is like the actual even though we can see things that may be justifiable and beneficial in the short term, in the moment, all of those actual things don't necessarily benefit people in the long term. And I really try to tell the young people this, because like the legislation that's being passed today impact people long term. And we talk about the pollutants that are being pumped into the water and the air and things like that. And while it may not be the biggest risk today, and it allow people to capitalize on being able to make money, when it pours into the future, then it causes massive harmful effects that you're going to have to deal with down the line 30, 40, 50 years from now.
Okay.
So that's something I would say. And then like compare the actual, one thing that I give you as well, and maybe you can try to answer this question. Can you name one piece of legislation that has been passed by the Republican Party that overwhelmingly benefits everyday American in the last 60 years?
You said the last 60 years? That has benefited American citizens.
Everyday Americans, that overwhelmingly benefit everyday Americans. Let's go into Google. While he is hitting the Googles, I will say W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donations, and we'll always admire your ability to hold guests accountable for their opinions and behavior. Are you sure you were never a teacher and have teachers in the family? LOL. No, I never was. I don't think I have the patience to be a teacher, especially with like young children. I do though. And this is something I've thought about. Like once I get of retirement age, something that I really, really, really want to do is go back to my undergrad college, and I would love to teach a couple of classes in the business school for my undergrad college. But yeah, I don't have the chops for teaching. W's in the chat for Betty. Betra. I think that B. I think that this was like $5 Canadian or something. But it says, hi, it's B. I don't think people understand the level of Musk's potential wealth. Let's change dollars to seconds. 1 million seconds is 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years. 1 trillion seconds is 31,688 years. $1 trillion is more than the GDP of about all but 5 of the United States. That's absolutely correct. 100% correct. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 300,000 likes. All right.
I said no.
Okay, perfect. One last thing I want to leave you with, right? This is since the 1970s, because a lot of people would like to think that the Republican Party is more beneficial when it comes to like the economy, right? This is since the 1970s. So about 56 years. The average GDP growth under Democratic rule, it's grown by 2.88%. Under Republican rule, it's only grown by 0.94%. Since the 70s, there's been a total of 61.2 million jobs created under Democrat, and under Republicans, it's been 27 million. The stock market has increased by 2,228.57% under Democratic rule, and under Republican rule, it's only been 793.28%. The average unemployment rate under Democrats since the 1970s has been 5.84%. The average unemployment rate under Republicans has been 6.16%. The numbers of recessions that have started under Democrats since the 1970s is 1. The numbers of recessions that have started under Republicans since the 1970s is 7. And this is for like all of Congress, right? House, Senate, presidency. Since the 1970s, there have been 3 criminal indictments of Democrats in power. Since the 1970s, there's been 272 criminal indictments for Republicans. And that doesn't even count the 34 felony convictions by the president of the United States. But the point that I'm trying to land home is that while people may think that, the Republican Party is better for the economy and better for like people and all this other stuff, the numbers don't lie, they break down, and the Democratic Party has been better as a whole for America.
Okay.
All right.
I concede to that. Yeah, I don't have any don't really have any rebuttals. I'm not going to pretend like I have anything. I've been absorbing all the stuff. And
I think this has been a good conversation. I think you've been openly and engaging in a good conversation. So I appreciate you coming up. Hopefully, your ideology will switch and you'll see the benefit, especially because of all the other harmful things that this current administration is engaging in. Like, they don't stand for what Republicans say that they stand for, they used to stand for. This like absolutely goes against the entire ideology of like Republicans. So
it's been a good conversation. I've enjoyed it, and God bless. God bless.
All right, thank you. Have a good one. Guys, W's in the chat for Mike. What up, Mike? Mike's in a $5 donation saying, we need you out here, bro. Stay you. Absolutely. Listen, sometimes you gotta be you. W's in the chat for Mike. W's in the chat for Lotus for the $5 super chat to say, as a person that works in education, you'd be an amazing teacher. Secret is most teachers don't have a lot of patience. I couldn't do it. I'm serious. Like, I could not do what teachers do. I am not built like you. You guys are just better than me, period. W's in the chat. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Takira, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Takira, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? All right, I'm gonna drop you down. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debate. Also, guys, keep hitting that like button. Keep tapping the screen. If you're on the YouTube, we should have as many likes or thumbs up as we have, people watching. So make sure that you are hitting that thumbs up button as well. What up, Joey? Leroy, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I am a little bit of both. I disagree that all MAGA are hypocrites.
Okay. Okay.
And the reason for that is I was raised on, home good values and everything, just like you were, I'm assuming. And I look more at the middle ground. I think, I like to listen to lives and kind of hear what people are saying. And I don't agree with everything Trump does. I think the whole, Minnesota thing's kind of gotten out of hand. I think that it could have been 100% dealt with better. And the fact that people lost their lives are terrible. But I think that the more realistic mentality that I carry is like, at the end of the day, and I wanted to get your opinion on it, I think that, we just need a fresh start, bro. Like, new politicians on both sides. Like, we just need new ideas. And, the two-party system is just, having it kick out the rest of the people that, could bring in different ideas and everything. I think that, realistically, everybody has the right to their opinion. And, I appreciate you doing the debate and everything that allows people to kind of vocalize their opinions. And I think that, I think that it's a good thing that we can do this. So I would say that, I did vote for him, but I think the reason I voted was different than a lot of the reasons other people voted. I looked at the mentality of the idea.
Hold on, because we're getting far away from where I want to go with this, and I don't want to necessarily get into why you voted. I mean, voting occurred over about a year and a half ago, and so I understand that I don't hold people accountable for their votes. Then I hold them accountable for their support today. So I want to stick with that point as far as MAGA's hypocrites. So question for you. I want to find out where you stand on a couple of things.
Okay.
When you think about crime, would you say that you are a law and order type person, or what do you think about crime?
So I think crime originally, I used to be law and order. As of recently, though, I've been more rehabilitative in regards to certain things. I'm a little bit more, like I said, I'm more realistic in regards to certain things. Like if you, shoot somebody and they die, then that's different than, like smoking or doing something like that. So I look at it in different ways. I would say I'm more of the rehabilitative side now than I am what I used to be.
But
I think I've become more.
Do you think the laws should be laws should be adhered to and rulings should be followed?
I think it depends on the law. I think that, if you're looking at the situation where, you're looking at the right to protest, I think the way, like I said, the whole Minneapolis thing, I think that there's certain laws that, tie to that. But I think if you're looking at law and order being hey, First Amendment, Second Amendment, all that stuff.
Name a law that you don't think that you should have to follow.
I think that each law has the ability to bend, in personal opinion, just depending on what it is. I think I'm a rule follower at the end of the day. I'm going to be honest. I follow the rules and, do my own business, keep to myself. Right. But, I think as long as there's guidelines, that's what people need to follow is just the guide. Right. Because, the speed limit's the speed limit, but not everybody goes the speed limit. Right.
That's interesting. Okay. Do you think that January 6th was a violent insurrection?
I think that it was intended to not be, and I think it turned into it. I think the original idea of, hey, let's protest, let's go march or whatever. I think the original idea was good. I think the way that it was handled was not. I think that what Republicans did that day was stupid, and that's coming from a Republican.
So you do think that it was a violent insurrection?
I think it was an insurrection. I can agree with you on that.
And,
I think
and you think those people should have been held accountable to the fullest extent of the law?
I think if they did something wrong, then they should be held liable, yes. And for people saying that I was just in another live defending Trump, I wasn't able to actually get out.
I don't like to talk about other lives. I want to.
No, you're good, bro. I'm just kind of letting people know, I came here because it's a lot more chill. So
yeah, that's fine. What about Kyle Rittenhouse is?
Yeah, it's the dude that had the firearm and the whole thing. I know a little bit about him. He caused a lot of issues. So, I think, like I said, I look at it in the sense of if you caused an issue or you broke a law, you should be held liable. Same with Trump, same with everybody. That's why I'm saying, I think realistically that if you break a law, you should be held accountable for it. Okay. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you are.
Cool. What do you think about Russia invading Ukraine?
Personally, I've got friends in Germany, and I think that Putin is, I don't like Putin. I don't think he's a dictator. And at the end of the day, I think that, I think what they're doing is like a crime against humanity situation. They're killing thousands of people. So
okay, cool. All right. Let's another thought process. Donald Trump. Do you think Donald Trump is a 34 count felon?
I personally, I didn't go through each count. I'm going to be honest with you, but I know that he's filed bankruptcy 7 times. I mean, he's broken the law himself. I think that, like I said, if you break a law, you need to be held accountable. So I think
Right,
that,
but that's
he is a felon.
He's been convicted, and
Yes, so I mean, in
he's
that
a 34 count
circumstance,
felon.
I
So
mean,
would you hold him accountable for being a 34 count felon that broke the law?
yeah, I mean, if he's been, 34 counts and and I look at it in an unbiased manner. Like I said, I've been trying to stay towards the middle the best I can because, like I said, I originally was more right. And, I've been trying to listen to people and be more kind of in the middle. And so, I mean,
what do you think about the Summer of Love, the protests that occurred as far as BLM?
I don't know much about that. I'm going to be honest with you. I know that there were certain things that happened with different times with
Do you
BLM.
think that those people should have been held accountable and put in jail for setting buildings on fire and breaking into businesses?
I mean, yeah, if you were breaking into things, I mean, like if it's violent protest or a violent thing, doesn't matter who you are, Republican or Democrat. I think if you're breaking into people's businesses and things or, breaking the law, you should be held accountable.
Do you think that Alex Purdy, who was recently shot by the ICE agent, do you think he should have showed up to the protests with his gun?
I mean, I support the right to carry. Doesn't matter if it's, concealed or not. I think in the circumstance, the whole thing of, I think it was Renee Good too. I think that had the whole situation there too.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Alex Purdy.
I know. I'm saying that whole thing up there is muddy. I think that all of it should be investigated. I don't agree with people dying at all. And I don't think, I mean, just because he has a firearm doesn't mean he needs to get shot. So,
Okay. Do you think that the United States should own Greenland?
I think that the U.S., in my opinion, should stay to the U.S. I think that, we should support our allies and everything. I think that the whole idea of Trump going into Greenland is primarily just for the minerals rather than, like what he's saying, like China and Russia being there. I think he's just there for the minerals and the wealth and other things. So, I can agree with you kind of on what he pushes for there. I'm not necessarily against it, but it just really depends on what we're doing with our allies and everything.
So do you support it or no?
Not really. No, okay. I think we should be more so to ourselves. And like, I said, we've got allies in different places. Like there's more things to, be with than taking over a country.
So it's not an instance of like doing something wrong. It's just an instance of we should be more isolationist.
I think in a yes and no sense, I think that we need to stop being the world police because, like there's stuff here at home that we need to focus on, like the whole Minnesota thing. Like I mentioned, I don't necessarily agree on that. And, like I think that the border whole thing, like I don't like to jump into that, but I mean, like there's different things that we got to take care of. There's vets in the streets. Like there's people here that are struggling with healthcare, like there's a lot of systems that we need to reform. And I think that we need to focus more on that than focusing on, like taking Greenland or, supporting other things that we don't really need to be involved in.
Okay. So the reason why I wanted to run through all those questions with you, and while you gave kind of the definitive statement on certain things and you kind of wavered on other things, I think that everything that I named that lines up, like they show a level of hypocrisy. And while it seems like you tried to kind of play the middle, I will admit that like certain things you seem like you may have had a little bit of unbiasedness, right? I seem like I feel like I had to pull it out of you when I talked about like crimes versus Donald Trump. But I do think that in certain situations, you showed a little bit of like unbiasedness when it comes to like Kyle Rittenhouse and Alex Purdy. But then when you talked about like January 6th and BLM, and then you also talked about Russia and Greenland, while you tried to say like you were a little bit neutral and you tried to show like a little bit of like light between the two, it was for different reasons. And I think, you know, there still lies a contradiction, right? The actual premise of January the 6th, right, being one of the most heinous days in United States history versus, you know, property crimes that occurred after watching a man die on national television with, you know, Black Lives Matter. But then also, like, you vehemently and strongly pushed back on Russia and said that Putin was a dictator. But then with Greenland, you said that, oh, you know, we need to stick to ourselves and, you know, not do this. But like Donald Trump is actively trying to engage in those same dictatorial actions. And so I guess the point that I'm saying is like, I think there's a lot of people that believe that they somehow tread down the middle, but those biases start to creep in and they can completely show those biases and those leanings, and then they're willing to justify certain things that other people wouldn't stand for. And the biggest point that I'm trying to get out of this is like, until you know, people that consider themselves to be Trump supporters or MAGA put aside those the hypocrisies that they engage in on a daily basis, then we're going to keep seeing those double standards where they can sit here and say like, oh, I advocate for 2A. I believe in the Second Amendment constitutional right. But then at the same time saying undocumented immigrants don't have a right to due process and they just need to be kicked out of the country. Like you can't believe in the Constitution in one portion, but then don't believe in the Constitution in another portion. And you can't have like smoke for, you know, a certain group of people that commit crimes without having smoke for other people that commit crimes.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And that's why I said I'm trying to be more neutral and unbiased, and that's why I'm joining these lives a little bit. I got roasted and toasted, obviously, like I mentioned. So, you know, and I think at the end of the day, I would love for the country to come back together, man, and just like chill, do things together. And
I don't think that the country can just do that. Not with
no. Well, I wouldn't say he's Nazi. There's similarities.
Who's a Nazi?
I wouldn't say Trump is, because you'd mentioned that there's
Trump. I didn't say Trump was a Nazi. But there are Nazis in power.
I would say that, yeah, there's people in power that shouldn't be in power. I agree with you.
No. Like there's literally, the United States government has Nazis in powers. Donald Trump is a useful idiot. The people pulling the strings behind him are Nazis, specifically people like Stephen Miller. He's an absolute Nazi.
That's why I said, like, I think that, we just need a fresh start, bro. Like, new people. I think younger leaders would be beneficial to just,
I think that
the
we need
whole
women.
country. And
if I'm going to keep it funky with you, I think men should like lose the right to vote for maybe like 3 or 4 election cycles. I would be good with that. I would be good if we just stop men from being able to vote for like 4 election cycles and let women just like run all this shit, because obviously the men that we've had like in power and the men that have continued to vote for these other men have fucked this country up. Right. Did you know that 90% of the history of our Congress of the 250 year, about 90% has been white men?
I was a history major, so I know that it was a little bit obviously lopsided. Yes, I've known about that. And I think that, like you mentioned, the whole like equality thing, I would love for, everybody to have an opportunity equally for. It's
not about equality though. It's about equity. Like, I think a lot of people get caught up in equality and not equity.
Yeah. I would like for people to have, the same opportunity as other people to get things, right? So women as a president, that would be huge for our country, for a woman to be a president. Or, if we had another individual outside of, who we've had recently, that would
white men?
Yeah. I like to tread lightly on that, but
no, you don't have to tread lightly. We've had 47 presidents, and 46 of the 47 presidents have been white men.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? So I would like it to be more open, and that's why, like, I feel like the two-party system, especially with what it is, it's so ground into the values of the country right now that, a change as a younger politician or somebody that is just different would help everybody. I think it would be a good idea for that.
Yeah, but I mean, you say that, but you voted for like the oldest president to ever enter the office of the presidency. Like he's almost 80. Like
I will
think there's
say
a difference between.
the reason that I did vote for him is because the other politician that I was going to vote for was not available. It was more of a
RFK
minority.
Jr.?
That was one of them. Yeah, but the reason for that,
brain worms,
right?
and he's a
but
felon.
Right. So
And he causes his ex-wife to kill herself.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he had a little black book because he kept cheating on her, and he kept a little black book. She found it. He was grading like how much better they were in sex and all this other stuff, and that drove her, to taking her own life.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean that, like I said, I'm gonna do more research on that and try and be more neutral on things.
Also, he dumped a dead bear in a Central Park, and he also ate the head of a whale that had washed up on the beach. Like, he's fucking crazy, and he has no actual history. I mean, no actual background in healthcare or medicine or anything like that.
I didn't think he did. I knew he was somewhat in shape, but I didn't think he would. And honestly, like I said, like I looked at it the way of the lesser of two evils, which honestly, like I said, I've done more research since then. I was
what was so evil about Kamala Harris?
Not Kamala. I was looking at Biden originally.
Biden didn't run.
He started the campaign. Kamala finished it.
Kamala was on the ticket. So what was so evil about Kamala Harris?
I was more so worried about the mental health of Biden. With Kamala and everything, I look at
Biden wasn't on the ticket. You keep saying Biden, but he wasn't the person on the ticket. What was so evil about Kamala?
So I personally did not like the way that Kamala was going about handling foreign policy. That's what I was looking at.
How does she handle foreign policy?
So there was a question about how she would handle Putin, or I don't remember the exact question, I'm going to be honest, but it was tying to like, how would you handle this? And she just said, stop. I was hoping that she would clarify or go into it a little bit more in regards to how she would handle the foreign policy. And then I'm
not sure what you're referring to, because I've heard her talk about foreign policy with Putin, and she talked about how you have to be firm with him and how you have to create a clear line of separation. And also she talked about the need and desire to support Ukraine and to assure our allyships and making sure that like this person who is clearly a dictator does not gain any additional ground. So I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, but
with the stuff that I'd seen, just with what I had seen, and like I said, I tried to be as unbiased as possible during this election, because the last election, like I was more so concerned about like how our country was going to go. And so like with where we're at, like, when I was researching her through the election, there were different things that I saw that I didn't like on either of them.
What else did you see
be honest?
that you didn't like? What else was so evil about Kamala Harris?
It wasn't necessarily evil. It's just like how she was handling certain things.
Like what?
I mean, the border was one of them. And I know she wasn't fully in charge of the border. But I mean, she did have a little bit of it. I mean, she was considered the person to oversee part of the border operations, and that was handed to. What did she do? Oh, I have no clue. I just know she was down there at the border and overseeing part of the operations.
Okay, so you said that she didn't do a good job with the border, but you don't know what she actually did with the border.
Correct, but I look at it as if you're in charge of an operation and it's not going well, then I would assume that you're part of the reason.
What metric are you saying that it didn't go well?
I mean, the millions of immigrants that crossed the border.
Where do you have verification of millions of immigrants that came into the country?
Border Patrol, and through an unbiased source with Border Patrol.
What are you using? Give me specific information from the Border Patrol.
The captain of the Border Patrol would give out monthly statistics of border crossings.
Can you verify any of those statistics as far as?
I mean, personally, no, because I don't
not
have
encounters. You know what it is? Like, I'll go ahead and make your argument for you, and I'll let you know why your argument's wrong. People tend to talk about encounters, not understanding the difference between encounters and gotaways. There's a huge difference. An encounter is just people coming across the border, period, right? It's not undocumented immigrants. It literally could be people that live in Mexico, work in the U.S. or live in the U.S. and work in Mexico. Like all of that is considered an encounter. It's people that are turned away. That's considered an encounter. Gotaways is what you need to quantify, which that's the issues that you all have. When you talk about Kamala Harris and you talk about what she did, a lot of people say, "Oh, she was the border czar," which we don't have czars in the United States.
No, we don't.
There's no such
I don't like that title.
Yeah, but the Donald Trump keeps calling Tom Homan his border czar. But like when you talk about what she did, she was tasked by Joe Biden to help determine the root cause of migration from the Southern Triangle countries. And she was able to go down and meet with those different countries and then get those companies to invest more in those countries, which slowed down the root cause of migration. People stopped leaving their countries because they were able to invest in those countries and invest in jobs and infrastructure. So people stopped leaving those countries. She also went to Mexico and was able to work a deal with Mexico to get $5 billion, which lent itself to border security so they could actually build the wall that they wanted to. But she was able to actually use those funds for border security, securing funds that were originally not secured from Mexico. So when you talk about like what happened at the southern border, like Kamala Harris did an outstanding job as far as providing some type of return. And even more so, Donald Trump was an abject failure under his first administration when you talk about the border. Donald Trump was hurting so much as far as border crossings that he actually went to Congress and said, "Hey, I need money to build this wall." They said no. And so he went to the Army Corps of Engineers and took their budget and then tried to build the border wall. And the only thing that saved Donald Trump was Title 42. The fact that we had a pandemic and they had to shut down the border. That's the only thing that stopped border crossings. Now, the issue came is that the Supreme Court told Joe Biden that once the pandemic was over, he could no longer keep Title 42 in place. And so all of those undocumented immigrants who had been waiting at the border to get into the country then were able to actually gain access to the country through legal means, right? Asylum is a legal process, but they were able to get across the border once Title 42 was lifted. That had nothing to do with Kamala Harris nor Joe Biden. That was literally the Supreme Court. And that was the only thing that stopped Donald Trump's numbers from being worse, the fucking pandemic and Title 42. So like understanding what Kamala Harris did or didn't do with the border versus what actually happened is like, that's huge. And a lot of people don't understand those things.
Yeah, I agree with you. Trump didn't do well on the first term with the border. I mean, the only reason I pushed for it this time is because of the more in-depth, like, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to be seeing. And that's why I followed it this time. I think, at the end of the day, like I said, I'm trying not to be hypocritical and be more
Donald
neutral.
Trump is doing a horrible job with deportation.
I don't, like I said, I don't agree with
And I'm not even talking
here.
about him allowing ICE to kill people. I'm talking about like when you just look at the amount of money, attention, and resources that have been allocated versus the actual deportation rate. He's still deporting at a lower rate than both Barack Obama and Joe Biden, while allocating the 14th largest budget if you stack it up against like military budgets. And then if you talk about the additional allocation of law enforcement, federal law enforcement agencies, like 20% have been allocated from like the FBI, the CIA, the U.S. Marshals. They've given them the ability to actually enter premises without warrants. They told them that they have federal immunity. They've done all of these things, and they're still deporting at a lower clip than Barack Obama or Joe Biden. That's a failure.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's going about the deportations correctly. I think that, the way we've been going about it, especially without the warrants, like I said, I'm a law and order guy. Like, you need a warrant if you're going into somebody's home, period.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you need to have a warrant. And so, I agree with you on like it's been handled poorly. And I think that it's raised a whole lot of tension that didn't need to be here in the first place in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I don't agree with everything that Trump's done. And I think he's caused a lot of divide. And that's why I'm kind of saying like we need new people in general to, put us in the right path and right direction.
Yeah, but you voted for people that put Nazis in power. You voted for a fascist.
So I would say he's not a fascist, just with the,
Why?
A fascist is very different. Are you saying that he's a modern fascist, or are you saying that he is a fascist in general? Because there is a difference.
I'm saying that he meets the 9 core principles of fascism, And he also exhibits all 14 tenets of fascism.
What are the 9 tenets that you're referencing?
No, 9 core principles. It's an understanding that there's 14 tenets and there's 9 specific of the 14 that if you meet it, then most people accept that you are a fascist. I'm saying fuck the 9. Donald Trump has all 14 locked and loaded. That's my point. Every single tenet of fascism, Donald Trump exhibits that and has engaged in that within his administration.
Okay. What would you say that, I mean, of the 9 of the 14 that you're referencing, what would you say is, I mean, that he's hit?
He's hit all 14. I'm not even talking about the 9. I'm just saying, like, most people determine the difference between, most people say, like, if you meet 9 of the 14, it's accepted that you're a fascist. I don't even talk about the 9 with Donald Trump. I talk about all 14. He meets all 14. I don't care about the 9.
And what are the 14 what are the 14?
The 14 tenets of fascism.
Yes, what are the 14 tenets?
Sure. The 14 tenets of fascism is powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for recognition of human rights, identification of enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, control mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government are intertwined, corporate power is protected, labor power is suppressed, disdain for intellectuals and the art, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and fraudulent elections.
Okay. I can agree with you on some of those. I think I don't think in regards to all 14, I don't think he hits all 14.
Which ones do you not agree with? Name one.
Well, I think the whole rejection of modernism thing with fascism, I think he's very focused on modernism in regards to enlightenment.
When did I say rejections of modernism?
That is one of the features of fascism, is the rejection of modernism, tying to enlightenment and the structure of modern value.
No, it's not. That's not one of the 14 tenets of fascism.
It is one of the 14 core tenets. It was in Hitler's direct biography, tying to the 14 tenets of fascism.
Hitler isn't the actual authority when it comes to fascism. Like, even if you want to talk about the father of fascism, like, you can talk about Mussolini, but like the 4 key figures throughout the history of our country, of course, is Mussolini, Hitler, Franco from Spain, and then Olivia Salazar from Portugal. And the issue is that all four of these men meet the recognized and agreed upon tenets of fascism, which is the 14th that I just read off. And then when you talk about modernism, like, Donald Trump isn't necessarily even portraying modernism. Like, he keeps pining for, quote unquote, make America great again. But he also talks about sending the country back to the golden age. He's talked about how at one time our country was sustained by tariffs, and that's when we were the quote unquote richest ever. So even the idea of modernism, yes, I mean, developing throughout time, but it's to actually get us back to a time period where there was a certain level of society. So, like, that doesn't hold up.
So do you think the whole modern values in regards to space and everything he's doing with space, especially with the...
That's not modern values. That's just advancement in technology.
Right, but technology is a value of the modern society.
Literally, the people on the right are advocating for getting rid of women's right to vote. And they're pushing the idea of traditional wives, the nuclear family, and saying that women should be stay-at-home workers. Like, literally, that's not modernism. You're trying to actually sit here and talk about, like, oh, you know, we're advancing within technology. No one says anything about, like, not advancing within technology. We're saying here that the ideology, as far as you know, what they believe in, as far as like the core principles of who they are, it's rooted in traditionalism.
Right. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think women should have the right to themselves, and, you know, they should decide for what they want to do.
I'm talking about the people on the right, the people that engage in fascism. Like, women have less rights today than they did 10 years ago. Like,
I can agree with that.
Less rights today than they did 10 years ago. That's not modernism. That's literally a regression.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I think that, I mean, the whole mentality of Trump being a fascist, I think, I mean, there's certain things he hits. I agree with you on that, but I don't think...
Tell me which of the 14 tenets that you disagree with. Let's run through this really quick. Power and continuing nationalism.
I mean, the whole nationalist thing, I agree with. I mean, he's very about
disdain
America.
for the recognition of human rights.
I think that he's been pushing different areas of human rights. I don't think he's doing a good job of it, though.
So would you agree or disagree that he has a disdain for human rights?
I would say that, I mean, I don't think so. I think that he has good intent on certain things.
Perfect. Before being elected and president, he said that undocumented immigrants are poisoning the blood of America. He also called them varmin. Since then, Donald Trump is engaged in activities that's had the United States added to the human rights watch list, meaning that people aren't coming to our country because their human rights will be violated. Donald Trump is also engaged in activities as sending undocumented immigrants to torture camps like Sekai. Donald Trump has openly abashed any type of undocumented immigrants, calling them criminals, terrorists, murderers, rapists, thieves, all these negative things to actually dehumanize them in other ways. That's another reason why he continues to call them quote unquote illegals, because he is in the vein of trying to dehumanize them. So please explain to me, with all of these things and the way that he's treating undocumented immigrants, how is that not a disdain for the recognition of human rights?
I didn't say it wasn't. I said that certain things he does is
right,
not a
but
disdain.
I'm saying that he exemplifies that tenet of fascism because of the way that he is openly showing the disdain for recognition of human rights against undocumented immigrants.
I think that, I mean, I can meet you middle ground on that. I think I agree with you that he's doing it, but I think there's certain...
I agree. Identification of enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause.
I mean, there's definitely enemies that he publicly announces.
Okay. Supremacy of the military.
The supremacy of the military, I think, is just tying into, I mean, what it has been for the past 20 plus years. I mean, we've been pursuing an active, top of the world stage thing, and that's been with multiple presidents, not just Trump.
So you don't think that he has engaged in supremacy of the military?
I think that it's been like that. I think he's increased funding because of world events
Not
and
only
other
has
things.
he increased funding, I mean, yes, we understand the military budget continues to grow year over year. Donald Trump is advocating for a 50% increase of the current U.S. military budget, going from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion. At the same time, he's using military. He was doing boat strikes on people that were not identified as actual people bringing any type of drugs into the country, striking them without giving them due process, and even engaging in war crimes by committing a double tap. While there was a boat that had been striked and they were giving up, they went back and they struck the boat again. At the same time, Donald Trump is using the United States military and has weaponized it against American citizens, sending them to places like Los Angeles, the Marines deployed to Los Angeles, and then using the National Guard as a police force, sending them in places like DC and having them walking in serpentine pattern, and while also at the same time using them to intimidate American citizens. And then you can also talk about his own private police force that he's utilizing in ICE by giving them the 14th highest military budget compared to the world, giving them military grade equipment, and giving them federal level immunity to be able to implement the illegal procedures that they're engaging in. So he's literally turned the United States military on the American people. He said that anyone challenging his authority, again, he said that like Mark Kelly and other Democratic lawmakers should be, hung or whatever, due to the fact that they pushed back on Donald Trump and him being able to give illegal orders. So all of these things are supremacy of the military.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I can see where you're coming from. I think that, ICE isn't a private military. It's a federal militarized thing that was even under Obama. You and I can agree on
ICE
that.
has been weaponized as far as a private police force under the Trump administration. What ICE has been used for is completely different than when it's been used for any other previous presidency. That's why they've changed the standards, regulations. They've changed the level of background checks that need to be completed. They've made all of these different adjustments while increasing their budget and while increasing like signing bonuses and all this other stuff to implement what they're trying to do within the country. And then actually saying that they can do things outside of their normal scope of authority, which is like detain and restrain United States citizens. That's not something that they're supposed to be able to do. Yet this administration is trying to give them the ability to do so.
So in the circumstances, and I mean, I can see kind of where you're coming from. Can we both agree? So it's not fascism; it's authoritarianism.
Authoritarianism is a part of fascism.
It is a branch of the.
Do you know what
fascist
do you know what
ideology.
fascism is?
Yeah, I know what fascism is.
What's
I mean, I
fascism?
studied modern warfare in World War II Germany and Italy.
Sure. What's fascism?
Fascism ties into the totalitarian tree and the authoritarian tree of military structure, political structure.
Yeah.
Fascism is the basic ideology, and then it branches out.
Authoritarianism is a specific part of it. So yes, you get to authoritarianism through fascism.
Right, but like I was saying, I don't think it's fascist. I think it's authoritarian. At the end of the day,
you get to authoritarianism through fascism.
I mean, but if you look at the classic definition of fascist, I mean, the classic definition
of fascism is a far-right, authoritarian, ultra-nationalist political ideology characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, and a strong regimentation of society and the economy. Donald Trump is a fascist.
Right.
By the definition and by the 14 tenets.
I'm assuming you pulled that from the doctrine of fascism from Mussolini. I'm assuming that's where you got that.
Yeah, but there's also been multiple studies that have done the comparison of like Mussolini, Franco, Hitler, and also Salazar. That's why I mentioned those four.
Right. And so then another trait of fascism is the rejection of capitalism, which also is in that book. And Trump doesn't reject capitalism.
No, and so tell me again where I'm not talking about the book. I'm talking about the key points and the overall study that compares the fascists that have existed throughout the country. Throughout the history of the world. Even when you talk about the rejection of capitalism, that's never been a thing. But what you can talk about is the rampant cronyism and corruption. Right. And Donald Trump and his administration absolutely engages in cronyism and corruption, whether it's appointing people that are connected in or closely connected to his family. And then also the overall level of enrichment that they've been able to engage in. Donald Trump's added $5 billion to his personal wealth and received $1.4 billion in gifts and cash. His people in proximity to him, like Barron Trump is on a board of the directors that somehow knew right before Donald Trump was going to engage in a trade war, 30 minutes before he made this announcement, they've somehow just made a decision to open up a short line for Bitcoin and made, I think it was $80 billion or something crazy like that. Like this is all engagement in rampant cronyism and corruption.
Right. So it ties into fascism, as you and I are discussing. So you're saying because Trump has these values, that he's 100% a fascist, he's a dictator, and like he should be treated as such. Well,
no, he's a wannabe dictator.
Typically, fascists are dictators.
Yeah, no, he's a fascist.
The case.
He's a fascist because he engages in fascism. His ultimate goal is to implement authoritarian rule. He would like to be a dictator. He's admitted that, but he's not a dictator because one of the key elements as far as being able to become an authoritarian is to actually implement different pieces of laws and rules and everything that's supported by government and by the societal support. That's why I get up here and I have these debates, and that's why I'm always on TikTok Live. And I do this because the more you push back on the ideology and the normalization of what Donald Trump is doing, the more that you can call it out, the more it keeps the public perception away from being able to accept this. Donald Trump's poll numbers being in the toilet is one of the major factors as far as what's stopping him from being able to become an authoritarian. There's no way you can actually become an authoritarian without getting some type of public buy-in. That's why when Hitler became an authoritarian, one of the first things that he did was worked on the Autobahn, right? He helped stabilize the economy of Germany. He helped create jobs, and he helped push the idea of like, quote unquote, Germany first. So
Right,
like if you
yeah.
don't actually get the buyback and the approval of the public, there's no way that you can implement authoritarian rule.
Right, but could you potentially agree that instead of more so fascist, he's more of a populist with fascist ideals?
He's a populist. Absolutely, he's a populist. He's still a fascist. The issue with him being a populist is that he's a populist without a plan.
I can agree with
bigger
that.
danger is that if there's an opportunity for a populist to come forward in the future that somehow actually has a plan and is not just a complete idiot, then we run into people that are willing to buy into a candidate just because he makes them feel good versus actually providing anything. But again, Donald Trump's a fascist because he meets all 14 tenets of fascism. He exemplifies all of those, and even more so, he wants to be an authoritarian. Donald Trump even said days ago that he wants to be a dictator. Like literally his words. Like it's his words. He said he doesn't see anything wrong with being a dictator, and he said he would want to be a dictator.
I think to a certain degree, I think that was just Trump being a dumbass, gonna be honest. I think
the president of the United States doesn't have the actual luxury of saying things like that tongue in cheek. Like there's no way that you can have the most powerful man on earth make a joke about being a dictator. You can have him make a joke about an NBA team or NFL team. You can have him make a joke about food or whatever. But the president of the United States of America has the ability to move markets with his words. He can shift literal nations with his words. I don't know if you saw when he was giving a speech, but he kept having like a Freudian slip, and instead of saying Greenland, he kept saying Iceland, which caused massive panic within the Iceland prime minister and within the country of Iceland. Like literally they were completely terrified because Donald Trump, for some reason, kept getting mixed up between Greenland and Iceland. The presidents don't have the ability to just like joke around and say shit. Like literally their words can change the entire world.
right. I mean, the U.S. is the leader of the free world. I can agree with you on that. And
Not anymore.
I think that it is. I think it's just not in a good position right now. I think that
Donald Trump is alienating our allies and pulling us further away from our allies. Literally, the Canadian Prime Minister is advocating for a new world order that's more strategically aligned. And so you have places like Canada making agreements with China. You have also Mexico and Canada cutting the United States out, creating a waterway that circumvents the need to travel through the United States so we don't get any type of payoff of that. You have like China and Argentina making deals so China doesn't have to make purchases from the United States of America. Like Donald Trump is ostracizing us and pulling us away from being an actual world leader. He's threatened to remove us from NATO. He created this board of peace that has a bunch of other dictators on it, which is $1 billion buy-in, in which he's the head of this actual board. You have to pay $1 billion from your coffers, and then your vote only counts if Donald Trump wants your vote to count. And if you vote certain ways that he doesn't like so many times, then he can just kick you out. So as far as being like the leader of the free world, there's nothing about what Donald Trump and this administration is doing says that they believe in the free world at all.
Right. I'm saying more so in the sense of America, like the country, not necessarily Trump.
How is America, the country, the leader of the free world, when most of our citizens have less rights than other nations? We don't even rank high enough as far as an overall nation on the happiness index. We rank somewhere around like 42 or 46. We're middling when it comes to like the happiness index, and the happiness index just doesn't mean like smiles, but it talks about like the quality of life, the cost of living, education, health, all these other factors. But then you also see the amount of uprest. We have millions of Americans protesting because literally people are dying in the streets because this administration is forcefully going against American people and then validating the death of American citizens by saying that they're domestic terrorists, while at the same time not going after any actual domestic terrorists, but allowing them into agencies like ICE. That's why you have like the Boogaloo Boys, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers having an uptick in actual presence in ICE, because Donald Trump isn't going after real domestic terrorists. He's vilifying American citizens. Did you know that's another reason why Greenland said that, like the indigenous people of Greenland said they don't want to be a part of the United States? Like they openly admitted that they watched what the United States of America did to the indigenous people here within our country with slaughtering them, but then also what they're doing to brown people today. And they said, we are not white. We don't look like them. And if we became a part of the United States, we would be second-class citizens and they would treat us the exact same way. Literally, the United States is not the leader of the free world.
I'm gonna stand indifferent on that. I think that, I mean, I get where you're coming from.
Give me something that actually proves the United States, America, is the leader of the free world. Name one thing outside of our military, and our GDP that we lead the world in.
I mean, those are the big two, right?
Something outside of those two.
If you look at that,
that's capitalism. That's all that is.
I mean, you look at independency depending on the way you look at it, right? So, I mean, we're there for quite a few countries, and I agree with you that Trump's putting us out against quite a few people.
Right, but what I'm saying is, can you name one thing outside of those two that are actually that we lead the country in, outside of having the biggest GDP and the biggest military? Just one thing that's like, the United States is number one in the world for this. Is it education? Is it health? Is it?
I can tell you right now, it's neither of those. I think that we need to
one.
improve on it. Absolutely. I think that, I mean, and that's why I've kind of come more towards the middle, is just because I agree with you. Like, vets are dying in the street. We need to take care of our vets, and, you know, like, we need to take care of things. But I think that, I mean, the original American model of, you know, as a republic, right, the right to vote. I mean, we led a lot of structure to that for other countries. And so, I mean, that's one thing that we helped generate for other people.
Wait, what structure? What structure? I'm sorry, I missed what structure you said.
Yes. I mean, like, for example, like tying it to the history side, I mean, after the end of World War II, I mean, we helped Germany kind of reset its structure out in regards to the funding of the Republic of Germany. So, I mean,
wait, you talking about the actual spread of democracy? Is that your point?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it.
Yeah, the imperialism of democracy doesn't work. I mean, again, you can talk about like how we've spread that throughout other countries, but like the United States destabilizing other countries and implementing a democratic theme has not worked for other countries. I mean, you can take a look at what that's done to Iran. You can take a look at any other place that we've installed these puppets as far as like reach of the United States of America. And again, the premise of democracy doesn't even work for the Americans. Capitalism doesn't work for Americans. Like, literally, we have a lower quality of life than other socialist countries. So the premise that we are spreading democracy, that's only like spreading the imperial empire, and that's not something that is beneficial to the rest of the world. Hell, it's not even beneficial to Americans. Like, democracy doesn't benefit us.
I mean, the structure that we have right now doesn't benefit us. I think the idea.
Then why should we keep spreading that? Because we're not. You can talk about the idea, but we're spreading the structure.
Right. And so I think I worded that weirdly. I think I was trying to put that back towards like the whole European defense thing. And I know that was something we were trying to avoid. I mean, one of the other things that we lead on is technology advancement, which you and I discussed previous. I mean, that is one thing that we're ahead on. We are in regards to the naval supremacy and the military. We have
military. I'm not talking about the military.
Right. I'm talking about technology.
When you talk about technology, we're not like, even if you take a look at our AI, right? The fact that we have an American-based company like NVIDIA, and we have access to all their chips and stuff, and China is still lapping us in AI without access to NVIDIA chips. Like, the fact that we have access to so many other things, but we still can't actually get ahead in technology speaks to the woeful ignorance of people. It's American conceptualism. We don't have the people. We don't invest in the math, the science, the STEMs programs. We don't invest in the educational system in order to actually generate the people to lead these actual industries. And so now you see people like heads of companies talking about like the AI bubble that's getting ready to burst because, one, we don't have anything beneficial with AI. Two, it hasn't been, they haven't used it to do anything impactful. And three, China has been able to develop their AI at a far more superior rate with less quality materials. Also, you can talk about like natural resources and minerals that they have access to that versus we don't. That's why Donald Trump wants Greenland, is because he wants access to their natural minerals that will allow us to somehow advance our technology. So like,
right, because we're competing with China. And like I said, I don't necessarily agree with the occupation of Greenland, but I mean, we're top 5 in AI development right now in machine learning. That is something that we've already, pushed on this year already. I mean,
did
if
you know
look
that just in this month alone, there's been 25 data centers that are either postponed or shut down?
I didn't know that, but I know that
we're
we've been
no
investing
longer
into it.
We're no longer making that same push because, one, Donald Trump's economy sucks, but also two, again, literally you see the heads of. Did you know that ChatGPT is set to go out of business in 2027?
No, I did not.
OpenAI is set to lose another $14 billion this year alone, and it's going to go away next year. AI, like CEOs are freaking out because they pump so much money into AI and there's no actual benefits that they've been able to deliver with AI. And the reason why they haven't been able to deliver benefits is because they haven't been developing AI. Did you know, like companies like Amazon, they had these massive cuts to their employee base. And when they had these massive cuts to their employee base, they said they were cutting it for AI, right? And do you know what actually happened? Because they don't have the AI to do these jobs. Do you know what they actually did?
I don't know.
They took the actual budget that they saved from the people and used those budgets and pumped those into purchasing more chips. They can't buy enough chips to actually invest in AI. That's why you see the cost of chips skyrocketing. That's why you see NVIDIA becoming $1 trillion company at light speed. That's why you see, like, even if you want to build like your own personal PC, the cost of RAM is just exploding. They're using this money to be able to buy chips, not to actually implement AI. They don't have the ability to actually implement AI at the moment. They need to buy more chips. And so they're cutting real people and cutting jobs and taking that money and reallocating it to just purchasing chips. So like, there's nothing beneficial coming out at this moment.
That's tied through Taiwan and semiconductors, which you mentioned NVIDIA. I mean, we're one of the best countries to develop, quantum computing, semiconductors, chip design. We're not doing it correctly. Like you said, I think that, there's better ways to go about it. But that's another thing we lead in. We lead in biotechnology and genetic engineering as well.
We don't.
If you look at that,
we
the
don't.
whole COVID.
We don't.
We do. We're in the top 10 for bioengineering.
We literally don't lead in it. You said we lead in it. And then we've also done stuff like remove ourselves from the World Health Organization, which is going to put us even further behind because we're no longer going to be sharing information and resources with those other countries that are developing and working through all these other things. So like none of that makes sense. Give me 1 second. Think about it. I got to thank a couple of people. I want you to really think about it because I feel like something's missing. W's in the chat for Azazel, I think that's how you pronounce it, who sent $1 donation saying, please ask him if he thinks a theocracy. Oh, if he wants a theocracy. Does he believe in dark enlightenment? This stuff is the neo-regressionary Marxistic BS from Curtis Yavin. Do you believe in theocracy? Like, is that your ideal governmental structure?
In regards to government, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, cool. W's in chat for Joe for the $4 donation saying, literally just watched a documentary on this last night. The first prisoner taken by Hitler were the socialists and the communists, just because they has the word socialist in the I don't know what that is. Shazanan. It doesn't mean that that's what they were. Yeah, no, I agree. Like they use that title to actually mask what they are really about. W's in chat for Wendy for the $10 donation saying, Mojo, I support you and what you do. Now don't put aside us baby boomers because we're out here in force marching like we've always done. We're willing to fight and lay down our bodies to save the younger people. Listen, like I think that all of us have a responsibility to fight and stand up for the youth because we have to leave them a better country for the future than what they're actually dealing with today. W's in the chat for you, Wendy. Thank you for the 10. W's in the chat for Emma. Emma sent a $1 donation saying, Emma, no worries, no worries. I completely understand. In the future, you can just send that information over. You can send it to like one of the mods, and the mods will get it to me or anything like that. It's just whenever I have people up, we're only looking for debates, and so I appreciate you so much. But yeah, you can just get that to the mods. That was in chat for Emma. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Okay. So Leroy, help me understand, because at this point, you still haven't actually named anything that the United States of America leads in. And so I'm still of the mindset, due to our leadership, due to the current status of our country, and due to the fact that we are ostracized on a global stage, there's nothing that I can say that solidifies us as you know, the leader of the free world. Like, there's just nothing.
Like I said, I think that, I mean, America as a whole, not just one leader, I think we're there, or I still think we're the leader of the free world. There's still a lot of changes that needs to happen. I think, I mean, like I said, originally.
Do you think America's a good place for all people, for like all American citizens?
I mean, not at the moment. I want it to be. I think
Can you
I mean,
name a
that's the
time
long-term
in
goal.
United States history where America was great for everyone?
I mean, there's not very many moments.
Can you name one moment in United States history where America was great for everyone?
I mean, the only time I can think of that we temporarily banded together was after 9/11. That's the only like
I'm not talking about
human
banding together. I'm talking about America as a whole, the country being something that is a great place for all people, no matter your race, sexual orientation, gender, religion, like all these things. Just one point in United States history where we're like, this is the time that we were absolutely great, and everyone had, you know, the ability to thrive and be successful and achieve the American dream the same.
I don't think, I mean, I don't know of a time, honestly, that it would have been the same. There's certain things that, by opinion, you know, which isn't fact, I mean, I could say, but I think that a time where everything was perfect.
Give me your opinion. What's the time frame that you think was the best for all people?
I mean, the time that I think of is when, I mean, you look at the civil rights movement and the women's rights. I mean, once everybody had like rights, essentially, and the right to vote, and I mean, all of that. I look at different parts of the timeline, right? I don't look at like a big section.
Even during those times, I mean, you could talk about the people that had lack of access to those civil rights. And then you can even talk about how that had to develop to give more people access to civil rights, right? Even the Civil Rights Act had to expand multiple times to include other people that weren't Black, right? I mean, like, none of that makes sense, because even with the passing of certain acts, it didn't give all protections. You talk about the Constitution, and when the Constitution was created, it was only created for white men that own land. And then from that point, ever since that point, people have had to fight in order to get rights. Like, all the others have had to fight to get rights. And from that point, rights have been even stripped away, right? I mean, women, like I mentioned today, women literally have less rights today in 2026 than they did in 2016. So,
right. You and I can agree on that. Yeah. I just, like I said, my different times I see is opinion based, right? Not facts based. And obviously in a debate or discussion, that doesn't matter, because opinion is not fact.
Well, I mean, even more so than like opinions not being fact. I mean, like it actually eliminates the experiences that other people have had. And so, like, I think that limiting the experience that other people have had is harmful, right? And sitting here and pretending that this country has been something that overwhelmingly has been beneficial to all people, like, it's not. And again, Donald Trump, you talk about the modernization of the country. Donald Trump doesn't want to modernize the country. Yes, he wants developments in technology, but not modernizing countries. Give me one second. I love you. I had to get a kiss from my baby before she left. When you talk about like the actual country as a whole, like
No, there's not been a factual like single moment in time. That's why I said like I think that opinion based, everybody has different things, but I don't think, I mean, obviously with recollection and everything, I don't think there's ever been a time. And like I said, man, I want it to be like that. I want it to be a time where everybody can get along, everybody has rights, everybody has, you know, great things. And, you know, at the end of the day,
I mean, I think the premise of that is a good thing, but like the way that you vote doesn't support that. Like that's the problem. Like the person that you put in power, the person that you support is antithetical to that thought. Like Donald Trump, this administration, they're more restrictive. They're trying to strip away human rights. They're trying to strip away the Constitution. They're literally trying to remove people access to equity, equality, diversity, like all of these things. They're trying to stamp out anything that is not quote unquote white culture. Like we have, when I say we have Nazis in charge, like we do have Nazis within our government, and they're spreading the ideology of white Christian nationalism.
right. And I mean, you know, I'm religious, so I don't agree with everything there either, honestly. And you gotta be real. I mean, when he was running the second time, you know, I looked at it as, okay, you know, everything that he's saying, and I looked at it in the sense for the family, not just me, right? And so, you know, like I was more so different then when I voted for him than I am now. Like I said, since he's been in office, I've changed quite a bit. I've become, or been trying to be more neutral and towards the middle. But there are certain policies that I really like that he's done. Not everything. I think he's a terrible person in public. So, I mean, but
I'm just saying, like, I don't understand how you can take a stance of trying to be neutral when like little Americans are dying in the street and they're covering up for like women getting shot in the temple. Like, I don't understand how you can be neutral when like the government is covering up for people being killed.
Oh, no, I agree with you on that. I think it's absolutely terrible that people are dying. And like I said, with the whole Minneapolis thing, I don't agree with what they're doing there at all.
But you're not standing up and fighting back and saying like this has to not only stop, but these people that are in power have to go.
So the reason I think that I'm doing that is more so I'm not fully understanding the situation in Minneapolis, right? As an example.
You don't understand people being shot in the face?
Well, no. That's not what I'm saying.
Did you see Alex Prettier get shot? Did you see him get murdered?
So that what I'm saying in regards to that is not necessarily like in a bad way. It's more so like I'm not fully in touch with the situation, right? And so
what do you mean fully in touch with the situation? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to word it correctly for you, bro. It's more so in the sense
you're trying to whitewash it for me so you don't sound bad.
No. I'm gonna be as real as I am. I'm more so trying to be more of a middle ground person. I'm trying to figure out the way to word it, bro. I'm so with the whole situation, I guess. I'm just trying to see where people are coming from is one thing.
Wait, and I got it. You like, wait for it. Listen, there's no time to wait for it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if you're trying to ride the fence and see how fascist that it's going to get before you actually take a stance, like, I don't understand what's happening, because like, if your line isn't watching a blonde hair, blue eye white woman get shot in the left temple in the middle of the day, and then having people justify it saying, well, she should have been at home. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I literally don't know. When you have people saying, well, this guy who was mace, dog pile, pistol whip, and then his weapon was taken and he was shot in the back, that he shouldn't have been carrying a weapon. Like, you can't sit here and say, like, I hear that and I'm like, nah, fuck that. If you can't hear that since Donald Trump has taken over, that unemployment has spiked and is disproportionately affected Black women. Over 300,000 Black women have lost their jobs while being the most educated portion of the United States populace, and also just so happened to be the populace that voted for voted against Donald Trump in mass. You can't sit there and say, like, that shit doesn't sound right. If you can't hear Donald Trump saying that we will take land from our allies and saying shit like we need to develop more nukes. Like, I don't know where, like, what you're waiting for. That's what he said. He literally said that we need to develop more nukes.
I think that's part of it, bro. Is like I'm on the fence. I
don't understand what fucking how wide is this fence? Are you what type of fence are you standing on? I have no idea what fence you're on.
That's what I'm still figuring out, bro. That's why I was saying like I see the face you're making. Trust me, I get it. But like I just more the sense of I don't know what essentially to do from there. Like there, as a single individual, like there's not much that I can personally do to change the situation. I can only do so much.
It absolutely is. You know what it is? If I'm gonna keep it funky with you, like I feel like this is the point that I need to go ahead and say it. It's white privilege. It's literally white privilege. You have the ability to sit back and say, I'm still on the fence. I need to see more. I need to make a decision. But you know who can't do that? Marginalized communities. And I'm not just talking about like anyone that's not white, right? Because women are a part of marginalized communities, but they can't sit back and wait. Non-white people, they can't sit back and wait. Black people can't sit back and wait. People with disabilities can't sit back and wait. The queer community can't sit back and wait. You as a white man in America have the ability to sit back and wait because no matter what happens, you'll be able to pick the winning side. You don't necessarily have to worry about being on the losing side. You could be on the losing side if you don't pick the winning side, but you have the option to pick the winning side. But other marginalized communities, there is no winning for us by what's happening within this country. Like we're gonna be harmed regardless. And that's why we're standing up and screaming like, fucking stop. And you sit here and say that there's nothing that you can do. You are literally a white man in America. You can do whatever the fuck you want. A white man in America can be a fucking president while also being an adjudicated rapist with 34 felonies and a shit ton of bankruptcies. As a white man in America, if you want to fucking build a rocket and go to Mars, you can fucking do it because you're a white man in America. You sitting here saying, I don't know what I can do. You can do whatever the fuck that you want because more often than not, as long as you decide that you're going to flex your white privilege, ain't nobody going to stop you. No one. No one. Like that's bullshit for you to sit here and say you don't know what you can do. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
So to meet you, right? How would you go about, being better on research or being more unbiased? How would you go about it?
I don't know how to actually answer that. Like, I mean, you can fact check, you can verify resources, you can look at, peer reviewed studies and all this other stuff. But like, I don't know what type of biases that you may see when you see, a woman get shot in a temple or a man get shot in the back or an off-duty ICE agent kill a black man for celebrating New Year's. Like, I don't know what's bias in those things. Like, we all have biases. We all have leanings. We all believe in political ideology. But like, I didn't know murder was something that you could be biased about. Like, I don't know that
I don't agree with it at all. Like I said, I'm just looking at it in the sense, right? Because you're like, hey, you need to be more informed. Like, I mean, the news stuff today.
I didn't say that you need to be more informed. I said you need to take a stand.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? So, I mean, if I'm trying to
You need to be more informed by educating yourself, though. Like, that's a you issue, bub. Like, if you actually wanted to, like you said, you're not up to date as far as what happened in Minneapolis. It's been fucking plastered everywhere. Not just in the sense of like, oh, TikTok lives or social media. You can go to any type of news source. You can go any place and verify that. You can see this anywhere as far as what's happening. I've watched so many angles of Alex Pretty getting murdered that I can tell you how it looks from every single angle. I've seen 6 different angles and I didn't go out looking for it. That's not something that I searched for because I didn't make a video about it. Like that's not something that I wanted to actually specifically speak on. And I have my own different reasons why I haven't made a video about that. But like, I'm telling you, there's no way that you can avoid it unless you intentionally decide to avoid it, or white privilege. White privilege gives you the ability to say, I've never seen that. I don't know about that. Huh, that's interesting. I need to do more research. That's white privilege. The fact that you have
if I'm looking,
complexion for protection, that gives you the ability to say, I've never seen that.
If I'm looking for an unbiased source, who do you use?
For what?
I mean, just news or things that happen, because these days everything is one way or
Use
one
all
another.
sides
If
and
I'm
ground
looking
news.
for, you said what?
All sides and ground news. All sides gives you the political leanings of any type of publication that you're utilizing. It tells you what's centralized, what's left leaning, right leaning, and how extreme. They also have gradings as far as like articles and sources. Ground news gives you unbiased, and also the if it's a left leaning article, it gives you the position from right leaning, and then it also gives you a centralized article discussing the same thing. There's plenty of ways to verify like sources and information.
Okay. Well, I've got to go, brother. I appreciate you. Opening my eyes a little bit and, having a good discussion and debate with me. And I'm definitely going to check out that ground news stuff and do some more research. I appreciate the discussion, bro.
All right. Have a good one. I was in the chat for Joe for the $4 donation saying, Leroy, I'll make it simple. The conditions that you're suffering from is called cognitive dissonance. What you call middle ground is actually complete moral apathy. Yes. Yes. I was in the chat for Mike. What up, Mike? Sent a $2 donation. The caller is more concerned on over calling Trump a fascist or terminology, not dead citizens. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying, is this the same guy who said earlier that he's a history major? Make it make sense. Yes. W's in the chat for Janet. Janet sent a $2 donation saying Santana wins the internet today, 1 hour, 22 minutes and 26 seconds. Thank you. Thank you. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying, complexion for protection. Love that one. That's the truth. Like literally they do. They absolutely have it. W's in chat for all the donors. W's in chat for all the donors. Guys, I think that's a wrap for me. I'm calling it. It's been almost 5.5 hours and I got a potty. So I'm going to get out of here. That's enough for me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button right here. Up at the top, hit the follow button. Follow the main account as well. We'll be back in the morning. We'll be back in the morning, really getting active. So, yeah. Let's get after it.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I drained from the pit.
Hey. That was an interesting way to end off the day, guys. But I think it was a good live overall. I think we made a lot of traction. Yeah, it was something. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll get back into tomorrow and we will get active. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here today. I love you guys so fucking much. You are all so awesome. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button before you leave. And if you're over here on TikTok, hit that like button before you go. I appreciate you guys. I love you so much. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for hanging out with me this morning. Thank you all for being you. You're absolutely amazing. I love you all. And as always,